Actually, it's Ghost to Ghost AM. And I issue you fair warning, some of what you're going to hear tonight is going to scare the hell out of you. So if you're alone on the highway driving, at home in a dark room, it's up to you. Stick around, and as you heard in the first hour, it's going to get rough. We'll get back to it in a moment. Here comes the first candidate. Okay, Art, it says, you asked for it. You have my permission to post the attached photo on your website as long as you don't release my address or phone number. I'm a student of religious demonology and help the local clergy when dealing with cases of possession. To keep my skills sharp, I spend a fair amount of time in cemeteries, interacting with and photographing spirits. And here's a favorite from my collection. I was walking in a cemetery last night when I sensed a spirit telepathically beckoning me to follow it. I did so. And I was led through the cemetery to a freshly dug grave. Freshly dug. I took a picture and turned to leave when the spirit told me it wasn't ready. And when I took the picture, that is to say, when I took that first picture, so I recomposed the shot and waited for the spirit to give me some kind of cue. Shortly, I began to see something through the viewfinder, but it simply didn't register completely visually. It seemed to register in some other region of the mind. So I took that as the cue, and I snapped the shutter. I waited for the flash to recycle and took a third photograph, and left the gravesite to finish the remainder of the roll of film. And what he has sent me is one of the photographs on that roll of film. If you will check my website, I suspect Keith will have it up there pretty quickly. If you have a ghost or spirit photograph, you may send it to me tonight, and we will act with dispatch and get it up there just like that. My web address is www.artbell.com. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Heck was that?
What do you mean? What the heck was what?
Oh, I'm on.
Yes.
Hi, Art. How are you? This is Michael from Manhattan Beach in California.
Yes, Michael.
Well, my story goes back quite a few years. My ghost story was precipitated by a world event which I was part of. Let me take you back a few years. When I was just 17 and out of high school, I enlisted in the Navy back east, went to Sampson, New York for boot camp, and from there, through some testing that they gave, they sent me to the premier radio school the Navy had, which is in Bedford Springs, Pennsylvania. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
I've heard of it, as a matter of fact.
And it was the A1 class of the Navy radio school. It was a converted hotel and country club. And we learned code, we learned procedures, and we couldn't graduate unless we took at least 30 words per minute.
Right.
Now, Fox, which was the word for all the Navy information that was disseminated out of Washington, was sent at 18 words per minute. But out of Bedford Springs, you couldn't graduate unless you copied at least 30. And the top of the class, the 3.8 and above, fortunately, I was one of those, received the Radium third-class rating upon graduation.
That's pretty good. I can't do 30. I can do on a good day 20, but not 30.
Oh, 30. We used to do 30 was the beginning. We used to copy at least 40, 50.
Yeah, I know there are certain crazed people who can do that.
Anyway, from there at that time in 1944, there were no more fleet assignments and submarine assignments. Everybody was assigned to the amphibious grouping.
Yes.
And from there, I went to Fort Pierce, Florida, and was assigned to an amphibious group. And what the radio men did at that time was to, with the LCVPs that carried the troops ashore, there was a coxswain and a gunner mate and a radioman.
Yes.
And that's what we were trained for.
Yes.
After a few weeks there, I was assigned to an APA, and we went to the Pacific.
Right.
Carrying on a bit, my ghost story was precipitated from a day that I'll never forget. Probably not a week or a day goes by that I don't think about it. April the 1st, Easter Sunday, was the day we invaded and landed on Okinawa. And we were assigned to carry the troops in waves, as you know. I'm sure you're familiar with it.
Yes.
To shore.
Yes.
Which we did. And it was kind of scary, but we did our job, and our ship, our APA, carried a second wave across. And by the time we were finished that day, we got back to the ship and hoisted the LCVPs aboard the ship, and we finally hit the sack about close to midnight. This is where my ghost story begins. About 3 o'clock in the morning, we were all tired as hell, and I think when my head hit the pillow, I fell asleep immediately. Mm-hmm. And about 3 o'clock in the morning, I know it was around 3 o'clock because I looked at my watch when it happened. Nothing startled me. There was no noise. I just woke up, sat up in my bunk, and it was, I forgot to preface something. One thing I hated about the amphibians, I couldn't handle the smell of the diesel exhaust. Kind of nauseated me.
Yes.
I never got seasick, but I just couldn't handle that odor. Well, anyway, when I woke up that morning about 3 o'clock, I woke up to this sweet perfume smell, mm-hmm. And I what the hell is going on here? One of these guys must have taken a bottle of perfume and dropped it or some damn thing. But then I realized, God, that smell is familiar. You remember how your old aunt or your grandmother used to splash that body powder over them, the bathing powder after they took a shower, and they smelled so sweet and
yes.
and flowery?
Yes.
Well, that's the smell that I had, and I had my favorite. It was my favorite aunt smell. My Aunt Melanie back east, God bless her. I could never forget that smell, and that's what I was smelling. The odor of the diesel fuel was gone, and the sweet odor was prominent.
Yes. And
after smelling it well and realized what was happening, I looked at my watch. It was around 3 o'clock, and I fell back to sleep. Mm-hmm. And that was the end of the incident. And about 2 weeks later, I got a letter from my mother, who told me that my Aunt Melanie had died on Easter Sunday in the afternoon.
April the 1st.
And it was devastating to me, but I thought about it quite a bit. And then a couple of weeks later, I realized,
yes,
what the heck is going on here? She said she died Easter Sunday in the afternoon.
Yes.
And I contacted my mother, wrote her, and asked her exactly what time she passed away.
And when you did the time conversion.
It was exactly at that moment that I woke up, when I smelled the powder, the sweet floral scent of the powder that my Aunt Melanie used to put on her body.
I appreciate the call, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And what he just told you is very, very common. And it implies that when one passes to the other side, there is at the very least a period of time when you get to visit with or be near those you love. It's been in just about every movie I can think of that has dealt with ghosts and death. And I guess most recently, the movie with Robin Williams, What Dreams May Come. You don't go immediately. You get to console, or you get to feel, or you get to be with, or you get to leave a sense with those who you love. And I guess it doesn't matter where in the world they are, does it? on a ship near Okinawa with all those time zone changes or anything else? Because over there really is not time, nor is there space, so you're moving in a different realm. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes. I just wanted to tell you I really enjoy your show.
Thank you.
And I'm going to tell you about our ghost story. Well, one night my son was in his room and he had a friend, and they called me in there. They were yelling. And I said, "What's the matter?" And I went in there, and there was this shadowy figure underneath the bed with the red eyes. And
Red eyes?
And it scared the hell out of me.
Under the bed with red eyes?
Yes. And like shadowy. And I was so scared I called my husband in there, and he went in there, and he said, "What the hell was that?" And I said, "I really don't know." And then my son just informed me that he has seen this again. He was in his room one night, and the shadowy figure went by, and he's also seen it again at my mother's house. It was in the shadows, and he threw a rock at it. So I think we're going to be doing a lot of praying in the near future, because I have no idea what that thing is. I personally don't want to see it.
He threw a rock at it?
Yes, and he said it just kind of sat there, and that kind of stuff really scares me. Oof.
Now, one could imagine almost anything, but one has got to admit that when it's red, glowing eyes, it's not a good message.
No, I would immediately think the devil, and, I'm a Christian, and I believe in praying, because things like that you don't want hanging around you.
Well, you sure as hell don't want them under your bed.
I don't want them anywhere.
I appreciate your call, sir. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. How are you this morning?
Or
should I say this evening? This is Patrick in Fairfield, California, an old Air Force brat myself.
Yes, sir.
Just want to first of all give you all my best wishes to you and your family. I hope that whole thing gets worked out too.
Oh, it will.
Yeah. I wanted to also tell everybody that we have a new Usenet group that's just been it's 2 weeks old, I think, called ALT Binaries Paranormal. So anybody with good ghost pictures, we've got lots of great orb pictures up there and stuff. And
I've been collecting them over the years now. I've got some really incredible photographs on my side.
It's an interesting phenomenon. I certainly can't say what the heck it is, but
one wonders why so many times the camera catches what the eye does not. That's really strange. Anyway, do you have a story?
Yes. I wanted to relate one of my many ghost stories that I share with my friends on alt folklore ghost stories. Another great group. It's about an experience I had while I was working towards my degree in parapsychology at the sleep lab at Sac State in Sacramento. And we were doing an experiment this particular night. We were mapping the stages of sleep using Kirlian photography.
Right.
It was eventually written up in the Journal for the Psychophysiological Study of Sleep.
So in other words, the Kirlian image changes with the state of sleep?
Changes
that's something.
Not only through the REM period, but between REM and non-REM.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Yeah, it was the first time it was ever done. Unfortunately, it was a pilot program. We didn't have much funding, and what it required was that my assistant Mike stay inside the anechoic chamber with the sleeping subject.
Right.
And he had to advance the film manually in between exposures when I would cue him with a little light from the experimental room.
Gotcha.
And this particular night, it was about 4:00 in the morning, and I could actually hear two people snoring over the intercom. Mike had fallen asleep himself.
Bad.
I was wondering how the heck I was going to get him awake without waking up the other person.
Yeah.
But we'd already gotten some pretty good exposures that night. But all of a sudden, I hear this movement over the intercom, and Mike uttering this low curse. And I was thinking to myself, oh, geez, there goes the entire night. If he ends up waking up the person prematurely.
Sure, ruining the experiment.
Exactly. And as it turned out, it was going to be ruined anyway, because he yelled out over the intercom my name, Pat, and he goes, "My God, you won't believe this. She's walked right through me." And I hear the heavy door of the chamber being opened, and Mike's footsteps coming around the corner to the experimental room. And he goes, look at that. And he's grabbing my arm with about 500 pounds of pressure. And there in the wall from the experimental room into the chamber comes this kind of misty looking stuff. And by the time it was halfway through the wall, just past the EEG, the old Grass Model 6 EEG we were using, was kind of it solidified into the apparition of I don't know, about a 65-year-old woman wearing a flower print dress, and she was just like floating with about ankle length down to the floor. You couldn't see her feet, and she just kind of floated through the very narrow, long experimental room. And I looked over at him, but both of our jaws were dropped, the hair on the back of our necks were just sticking up. I've got goosebumps.
Yeah, like mine is now. Oh my God!
I mean, it was an incredible sight, and so when she passed through the shelving on the left-hand side where we store all the EEG paper, just passed through as if it were nothing, and she never looked over at us or anything. But we immediately went around over to the left where there's another hallway. It was kind of a big U-shaped complex on the base floor of the psychology building, and we were expecting her to come through what would be one of the small little experimental rooms next to our experimental room, right, and then come out into the hallway. And she never did. So we went back around, and sure enough, there she goes, floating back into the sleep chamber, and then we indeed went over to the right-hand corridor where she came through the anechoic chamber and disappeared out the outside wall.
Did the Kirlian photography that you were doing happen to catch any of this?
Actually, unless there was an exposure being made during that moment, we wouldn't have known.
Do you think, is it reasonable to ask you whether you think the kind of experimentation you were doing, monitoring sleep, Kirlian photography, something very unusual, might have, in effect, opened a door that allowed all of this to occur, or what's your sense of it?
Well, she showed herself a second time, Art, but the experimental parameters during that time were a very traditional sleep type of experiment, wherein we were measuring the temporal regressive reference of dreams dependent upon the effect of alcohol and body temperature.
Yeah, but it may be that the very study of that sort of unconscious
absolutely. I would have to tend to agree with you on that, yeah.
I appreciate the call.
Hey, thank you, Art.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
I could not have handled that. Not at all. From the high desert, this is Ghost to Ghost AM. Good to be with you tonight. They've been good ones so far, haven't they? Listen, I was originally going to take the ghost photographs directly, but I'm too busy listening to you. And a couple of them didn't go through that I already sent to Keith, and I'm mortified about that. So, if you have a good ghost photograph, please send it right now to webmaster@artbell.com. That'll go directly to Keith, and he'll get it up. We're going to put up tonight's ghost photographs for you. And I had a particularly good entity photograph that I forwarded to Keith, and I wish to heck he had received that. I'm going to probably have to try and send it again. But for those of you sending photographs now, please send them directly to webmaster@artbell.com. And we'll get them up, the good ones, as quickly as they arrive. It's Ghost to Ghost AM. That's all we're talking about tonight is ghosts. And we're definitely, so far anyway, getting our money's worth. This comes from Tim in Phoenix, Arizona. Art, a contribution to your program. This experience took place 20 years ago, and I swear I get goosebumps when recalling this incident to this day. It was the summer of '81. I was a typical 17-year-old. I remember that. I'd sneak out after my parents were asleep. I remember that. And drive around with my friends looking for girls, of course. Not that we would have had the slightest idea what to do with them. A very slim chance that they would have given us a time of day, but I digress. After getting back home at about 3 a.m., I got out of my friend's car in front of my parents' house, waved goodbye to my buddies, turned around to head towards the front doors. I looked around. I was quite startled to see a man standing in the street between me and my parents' driveway. He was backlit by the street light behind him, so I couldn't clearly make out any features. I could, though, discern that he appeared to be wearing a long trench coat and a stovepipe hat. Additionally, he was standing next to an older-style bicycle. This is an extremely odd clothing choice, considering this took place in the summer heat of Phoenix. Now, bear in mind that we had just driven up the street directly over the spot where he was standing, and he was not there. I was scared because I assumed that anyone out this late, or early in the morning, as you look at it, it was most likely up to no good one way or the other, hypocrisy noted, and quite frankly, I had a bad feeling. In an attempt to ascertain his intentions, I asked him, "Can I help you?" No answer. I repeated, "Can I help you?" No answer. He just stood there. Kind of cocked his head to one side as if trying to figure out me as well. At this point, I'd had about enough, and I began to look around for something to defend myself with. Unfortunately, he stood directly in my path. I couldn't get to my parents' house with no alternative. I began walking toward him with my hand out as if to shake his hand in a friendly gesture. I got within a few feet of him before breaking into a full sprint, and I simply ran right past him. And I noted that as I did, it was very, very cold as I ran past. I didn't look back. Now, the next morning, my neighbor, who worked the graveyard shift, no pun intended, poked his head over the fence to ask me, "What was that all about in your driveway early this morning?" While I was somewhat relieved to discover that somebody could corroborate the experience, I was deeply troubled by what he said next. He said, "I know you're going to think I'm crazy, but after you took off running, that man got on his bike, pedaled a few yards, and simply vanished." Well, my neighbor has been known to take a drink every now and then. The possibility of his being sincere and sober resulted in many a sleepless night. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
How you doing, Art?
All right, sir.
I'm calling, listening to you from 105.1 in Las Vegas.
You bet. KVBC. Yes, Tony.
One day back in 1984, I was getting drowsy, so I decided to take a nap.
Right.
After several hours, I woke at about 12 o'clock at night. It was a particularly dark and creepy half-lit moon night. Mm-hmm. I had my window cracked when a noise rustling in the leaves drew my attention. I proceeded to look out of my window for a few minutes and saw nothing in the mostly blackened outdoors. I decided to go back to sleep, but for some reason I couldn't, and that's when I heard the fluttering kind of sound. That's when I decided to go outside and see what it was.
A fluttering kind of sound? You mean like a bird or something?
Yes, but it was in the leaves.
Okay.
Carefully, that is, so I grabbed a butcher knife. Creeping down my stairs to the side door of our third-story house, I rounded the corner to the garage expecting a prowler to pop out from one of the many oak trees. And
having to use your butcher knife.
That's right. I continued onward, and I saw with the aid of a neighbor's dim patio light a thin 5-foot-high body of some kind with a gigantic head scurry from behind one tree onto the next tree. It went behind this tree as well.
Wait, let's slow this one up a little bit. A body with a gigantic head flitting between trees?
Yeah, it was scurrying.
Scurrying.
It was kind of scurrying.
All right.
And it went from behind one tree onto the next tree, and it was behind this tree as well. Not getting a great look at it, I proceeded towards the tree with my butcher's knife. When I got to the oak tree, I prepared for the worst, knowing whatever it was had to be there according to all the laws of physics.
Right.
So I jumped past the tree, and there was nothing there. Whatever it was, it had disappeared. Needless to say, I got no sleep that night.
What do you think it was? What do you think you had encountered?
Possibly a demonic entity. When I was looking at it, it was backlit as well. But it looked like It was completely black, whatever it was.
Well, I'm glad for you that you didn't have to actually plunge a butcher knife into a demonic entity.
Well, that's not the end of the story.
Oh.
There's one more quick clincher.
Yes?
10 days later, I found a cat of mine that had been missing.
Right.
And it was completely degutted.
It was degutted.
Completely degutted. And it had a razor-sharp cut down right the center of it, and it had been completely degutted.
You're sure that in some sort of psychotic, unaware, unconscious moment, you're sure you didn't degut your own cat, right?
I'm absolutely sure of that.
And you connect the two events.
I kind of do, kind of don't, but you never know.
You never know, and horrible as it was to have a degutted cat, better the little feline than yourself, eh?
Exactly.
Could have found you out there, degutted.
You got it.
Yeah. All right, sir, thank you very much.
Thank you.
East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art.
Hi there, where are you?
I'm in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. My name is Joe.
Louisiana, as a general rule, is a very haunted place, and with many haunted cities, isn't it?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
The Myrtles Plantation is really one of the most haunted houses in America. And my wife and I wanted to vacation there one year, but we really didn't have the money.
You wanted to go on vacation there?
Oh yeah, many people stay in the Myrtles Plantation overnight just to see if they can get a glimpse of a ghost.
Why, just out of curiosity, why do you think somebody would pay good money to get the you-know-what scared out of them?
Human nature?
Yeah, it's some sort of comment on human nature, isn't it? Well, go ahead.
All right, the house that my mother lives in was built in 1974, the year that I was born. And when I was a small child, see, my sisters and my brother, they all told me this. When I was a small child, I had an imaginary friend that I called Sam, and I described him as a tall man wearing all black clothes with a black broad-brimmed hat and long black hair.
May I stop you and ask a question?
Sure.
I've heard so many stories about children that had imaginary friends. I never had one, and I've always wanted to ask, your imaginary friend, could you see your friend? Was your friend an invisible friend, and you just had this mental image of your friend? Did your friend talk to you? What kind of relationship was it?
Well, I was so young that I really don't remember. I was about 3 or 4. And I was telling my brother and sisters about this, and come to find out, a couple of years after that, after I hadn't talked to him or talked about him or anything, my sisters and my brother, my parents, and a couple of friends were sitting in the living room, and this man, just as I described, my imaginary friend, nobody saw him appear, but he started walking through the living room in front of everyone and started walking down the hall. Well, my dad gets up to go look, to see who's this man that's walking in the house, figuring it to be, a burglar or, someone that just was on drugs or something. When he got to the hall, the man wasn't there. Now, this happened 8 times in front of at least 3 people each time. And he's never done anything that harmed the family or anything. But my family all called him Sam because he was exactly as I had described my imaginary friend Sam. Now, my wife, when she met me, she's a sensitive, and when she met me, she knew that something was in the house. And I haven't seen Sam since I was about 14, 15 years old.
Yes.
And she, when I called her tonight to say that you were doing this show, and for her to listen, she told me that she saw him go around the corner just the other day. Just walking, like when you see someone go around the corner, just catch the edge of them.
Of course. Out of the corner of your eye, sort of peripheral vision.
And she walked around the corner, and he wasn't there. And she didn't mention this to me until I talked to her tonight. And I wish she had, because I'd like to know what's going on.
Well, who knows? Maybe the next time you see Sam, it's going to be time for you to go.
Yeah, maybe. Also, my sister, one of my sisters, she says, she relates a story to me about waking up in the middle of the night and seeing, like, a Native American woman standing at the end of her bed that disappeared. And that happened to her, she told me, 3 or 4 times in that house. Well, when she moved to Germany, she was in the Army, and she moved to Germany, was stationed in Stuttgart. She said that she saw the same Indian woman. And I talked to her about 6 months ago, and she told me that she has seen this Indian woman everywhere she's gone.
Not good.
So she thinks it's probably a guardian spirit.
That may well be, and it may be that Sam is yours. Anyway, if you see Sam again, we're going to want to know about it.
All righty.
All right? Take care. I don't know about the black clothes. Meet Joe Black, huh? Strange. Perhaps there are entities that remain with us all our lives, guide us through, and then when the time comes, take us out. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, hi, Art. How are you doing?
Well, it's starting out a little strange tonight.
Well, you asked for it.
Yeah, you're right, I did.
Well, anyway, I'm listening to you on 105.1 in Vegas.
Yes, sir, KVBC.
Well, this story, I'm originally from Hawaii, and there's a whole bunch of stars. As you well know, Hawaii's a hot spot for things like that.
Oh, I do know that, yes.
Yeah. And this happened while I was a teenager back in the early 70s, and we were visiting family from the island of Kauai, which happens to be the oldest island in the chain of islands out in Hawaii.
Kauai, yes.
And one of the spookiest. Well, as a child growing up, I would hear tons of stories from families, about this sort of things. And it'll always happen in the evenings, and we'll get scared, and the next day when daylight's out, we're not scared anymore. Well, a bunch of our cousins, my brother and cousins and one friend, there was 5 of us in the car, that evening, traveling, just cruising around the island. And back in the 70s, there weren't many street lights. There's not many till today, but there's a lot more today.
Right.
And we decided to go out and have some fun because, we says, hey, let's go call the ghost. One of the things they tell us in Hawaii that you never do is whistle in the nighttime. It's
whistle?
Like calling the spirits. You never do that. So we said,
So
hey,
that's what you were going to do.
And that's exactly what we were going to do.
Figures.
And we says, hey, let's go down, and the place is called Spouting Horn.
Spouting Horn.
And it's like the blowhole where the waves would come in. It goes up underneath the lava rock, and it blows.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I've seen it.
Okay. Oh, great. Okay. And anyway, it was there, and it was like a dead-end street. You go up, and then there's cane fields around there. And so we went to the very end, and we were out there whistling, calling the ghost. Say, oh, here, come here, ghost. Here, ghost.
You mean, well, do the whistle.
Yeah. Come on, ghost,
Like you were calling a dog.
Like a dog.
Yeah.
Because it said don't whistle, and we said, that's just going to happen. So we have this one cousin of ours. He's a little skinny guy, and he likes to scare people all the time, so we thought we'd play a joke on him. And we told him, now that night we didn't have much moonlight, but you could still see, silhouettes. So there was some moon, obviously. And we told him, he says, okay, there's a big old tree over there by the cane field. If you walk to there and come back to the car, we'll give you a quarter. And so he's thinking, well, I know what these guys are going to do, man. They're going to dig out on me. So he says, okay, I'll do that. So he says, okay, go. So he walked. He disappeared. We couldn't see him. So we all jumped in the car and we took off. We went down the street. We're laughing, we're going down the street. So I turn around to see, what he's doing, if I could see my cousin or what's going on. Maybe he's running down after us.
Sure.
And I see, he's crouching over, standing position, but he's crouching over. So I'm laughing. He says, oh, look at him. What, what's he doing? And then my brother turns around and says, I don't know what he's doing. So we had a ball. We went down, and we drove like about a mile to the bottom of the hill towards the hotels, or that one hotel out in that area. And so we parked, and we laughed, and we were talking, and we're saying how funny it is, how he likes to scare people, and on and on. And so we finally decided, you know what, it's been a few minutes, let's go get him. The gag's over, let's just go get him and get out of here.
Sure.
We had our laugh. But the driver cousin of mine, he totally acted strange. And when we said, okay, let's go get him, Henry, let's go up and get him. And he just, laughed in a strange voice and says, no, we'll wait some more. So we sort of chuckled a little bit and said, okay, we'll go along with him. Well, we asked him to drive up a couple of times, and when it came to the third time, it was really weird. This isn't like our cousin talking strange voice. Keep on saying no, let him walk down to us. So my brother, being the oldest in the car at that time, says, well, look, if you're not going to turn around and get him, I'll kick you out of the car. I'll drive the car up. We'll get him. You walk home.
Hear you.
So then he agreed, okay, we'll go get him. So we're going back up the road, and as we get closer to the end, we decided to turn the lights off to creep up on him. We shut the radio down, but we couldn't see him. So we sort of made the corner, and we were at the ledge, and the windows are down, of course, and we hear this Hawaiian chanting sort of music.
Mm-hmm.
No instruments to it. And I know you know the music I'm talking about.
I of course I do. I've got about less than a minute.
Okay. Well, anyway, we get there. We find him sitting on the end. And so he's crying his heart out, and we're sort of getting scared now. And we're saying, come on, let's go. My brother was a football star, in Hawaii at that time. And he says, let's go, let's get out of here. Joke's over. So he tried to lift him. He couldn't lift him. And my cousin, like I said, small, skinny guy as he was, we couldn't lift him. Well, when he finally got him in the car, we couldn't talk to him. Well, what we had to do to get him in the car is, I don't know if you're familiar with what the parents used to tell us then. If you have trouble, you swear and you urinate or whatever. Well, try to do that when you're afraid. But we're swearing. We finally get him free. We're going down the hill, and we're trying to talk to him. He can't answer us, and we question why was he bending over and
real quick now.
Okay. Well, as it turned out, he said he walked halfway across the road, sat down, and as we ran towards the car, he tried to get up to go towards us.
Yes.
Something held him down.
Oh, and that's why you couldn't lift him.
We couldn't see him, but we seen the crotch and we seen the spirit. Well, after this was all over, we went to visit our grandmother the next day because she's into this sort of stuff.
And very quickly.
Okay, and she's seen the spirit behind him. Until today, that spirit still haunts him. He has to wear this stuff that my grandmother gave him.
Wow, all right. From Hawaii, where lots of that kind of stuff happens.
Well, I know you're not the enemy of a thing.
Let me go back to it. Ghost stories. Ghost stories. Oh boy, are we getting some ghost stories. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hello there.
Yes, I'd like to say, first of all, I'd like to preface my call by saying that I've never really been a believer in ghosts, and I'm still not really sure about it, although I have found your show to be entirely entertaining tonight.
Entertaining, informative. Now, you say you don't believe in ghosts. You're a skeptic.
Yes.
However, something obviously happened to you.
Yes. I am familiar with electronics, and an incident about 12 years ago. I'm 28 years of age, and when I was about, so old, still to have the mind open, I was sitting at my kitchen table, and back then you had the kids around the neighborhood, and we had quite a few kids in the neighborhood who would come around and ring the doorbell, myself included.
No, I used to do that too.
And run away, sure.
Sometimes with a lit dog poop bag.
Sure. I've never pulled that stunt quite, but yes,
it does work. I mean, the homeowner runs out, of course, and it stomps it out, and the result can be imagined.
I imagine. I would imagine. Well, needless to say, there was a short in the doorbell. This had happened before, and there was a humming in the kitchen where the speaker was, and my father took apart the speaker part of the doorbell in the kitchen, and not only was the speaker off, but the wires were hanging down for my friend and I both to see. They were all hanging there.
Gotcha.
You know, the hot lead, the cold lead. And
right, sure.
Yeah, and the...
just the bare wires.
Right, and they were all hanging there. Well, we used to joke about ghosts in the house, and there were, of course, your creaks and everything else, and the wind closing doors, and we just happened to be joking about ghosts that night, and that doorbell rang.
The doorbell rang.
The doorbell rang.
With
no wires attached. There were no wires attached.
Are you sure you heard the doorbell?
Am I sure I heard the doorbell?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty damn sure I heard that doorbell.
Okay.
Because this is nothing like I've ever heard before. I mean, it was the doorbell, and we both looked at each other, and it was a hair-raising thing. Chills ran up and down my spine. Now, I've never believed in ghosts, and I really still don't, and I can't believe there was.
So you do have an explanation then?
No.
No.
I have no explanation.
No explanation.
But I still can't. I can't believe that another entity was responsible for it. Although you would have to be ignorant to believe that there was not something else out there. So
precisely, sir. I appreciate the call. Indeed, you would have to be ignorant to imagine that it's all over. There's nothing out there. Well, there is something out there. And if you listen, as you listen during the night, you will become convinced yourself, if you have not by personal experience. Of course, all the questions are, what is it that's out there? And if it is us, where are we? Heaven, hell? Somewhere in between? Why have we not gone elsewhere? Why do we remain? Wildcard line, you're on the air.
All right.
Yes.
This is Frank in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Down in Louisiana again. Yes, sir.
And I'm a long-time Civil War collector of relics, and have walked the battleground at Pleasant Hill for 25 years. And the doctor who owns the land, we've built a kind of expensive museum by finding artifacts. And all this time, for the last 25 years, we began running into strange things on the battleground. This old log house was used as a hospital during the battle and afterwards. And we had the commander of the Civil War reenactment. He was going to stay in the old house overnight to be on the scene early in the morning, and he had a lantern in there, and his daughter had put up a cot, and he was getting ready to go to bed because he had to get up early and command the reenactment the next morning.
Right.
And of course, they had Civil War reenactors everywhere, but he said he was getting late and he wanted to go to sleep. And he said he didn't want to be disturbed. He told the rest of the reenactors to stay out. And all at once, this ragged Confederate came in with straggly hair and beard and said, "It's your turn to take guard duty." And it irritated him real bad, and he said, "I got to command the battle tomorrow. You go do the guard duty." He says, "No. I'm tired. It's your turn." And that he laid down onto the cot where his daughter was laying asleep, and he dissolved into the cot where his daughter was, and it shook him up pretty bad.
Yeah, that would do it. That would definitely do it. Now, battlefields.
Yes.
Battlefields have long been extremely haunted places for obvious reasons.
Let me tell you one more if we have time. We had a New York boy that came down from up here, and I'd hunted the battleground extensively, and the 173rd New York had used a ditch there to fight hand-to-hand combat until they were wiped out. And so I, of course, used metal detectors to find the relics, and I'd hunted this ditch for about 5 years and found everything that could be found. And he said, can I go with you? I would love to go with my kinfolk. Now, he was from up north, and of course, I live in the south, and it's kind of unusual that way. So he went down there. He didn't know where he was. I didn't tell him where he was. And he found a beautiful brass spur right next to the ditch where the 173rd New York were completely wiped out. So it was a hot day, and we laid down in the ditch, and I never get any feelings like that. I don't know why, but he does, I guess. And he laid down in the ditch, and he didn't know all his kinfolk had all been killed in the ditch we were laying in.
Oh, my.
And all at once, Art, he just jumped straight up out of the ditch like if something had stuck him with a hot poker. And he said, something just passed over me. He said, I've got to get out of here. I've got to go. And I laughed, and I knew he didn't know where we were. And so I said, oh, John, just lay back down. Just because all your kinfolks all got killed right where you're laying is no reason to get upset. He jumped out of the ditch and sat down in the old road, and I had to have a little fun with him. I said, John.
Southern fun. This is Southern fun.
Yeah.
Huh?
And so I said, John, you just sat down in the old Civil War road. I said, pretty soon a caisson pulled by horses and a cannon will come roaring down the road, but don't get out of the way. It'll just pass on through you. Well, he was thoroughly shook because he was really nervous already and had something bothering him continuously. And he didn't know what to say to that, so I had to pull his leg a little more, and I said, pretty soon you'll hear the bugles blow, and there'll be time to leave. And he was so upset by then. We were a mile from the car and the road, and he couldn't contain himself. He said, something's here with me. I've got to go. I've got to go. And I said, no, John, wait till the bugles blow. And a coon hunter blew one of these old foxhorns. And John left that wood, leaving a trail of smoke all the way to the car, and I walked him out up there, and he was scared to death sitting on the hood, and he said, something was in that ditch with me. He said, I know it. And I said, and you couldn't even let me get in the car. He said, you had it locked. So we got a real fun thing out of that.
Yes, well, now I've had a little taste of a Southern sense of humor. Great. His whole family was killed in the ditch, and he felt something pass directly over him. And you didn't tell him. And you were having fun with him. Great sense of humor. Great. Maybe they just take those things for granted down there, huh? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello there?
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Oh, it's me.
Only you'd know that for certain, but it sounds like you.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I have a ghost story.
All right. Where are you?
I'm in Texas, Austin.
Texas. Austin, all right.
Right now, but the resident ghost was living with me on Long Island. And my son was about 3 or so, and we had a pull-down attic door, and he wanted the Jeep I had hidden for him for Christmas.
Yeah.
Up there. And I said, how do you know what's up there? He said, well, Irving takes me up there.
Irving.
I said, who's Irving? He says, he visits me at night. And I said, well, how do you get up in the attic? Does he pull the door down? And he said, no, we float up through the ceiling.
Through the ceiling?
Through the ceiling. And in days to come, Irving had taken him to where Irving lives, which was a box of bones in the ground.
A box of bones in the ground?
In the ground.
Through the ceiling to get to a box of bones in the ground?
Yes.
Okay.
So, in days to come, we had an occasion to walk through the community cemetery to see the Memorial Day parade.
Lots of bones in
and
the ground.
as we're walking through the cemetery, he pulls at me, he says, Mommy, there's where Irving lives. And I go over to where he showed me,
yes.
And it was Irving Riggs.
Oh, my God.
So,
you mean it said it right there?
It said it right there on the gravestone. So I worked for 30 years at a hospital.
Excuse me, but this really sucks. I mean, I don't like graves. I want to be cremated. I don't like bones. I don't like things buried under the ground. And the last thing in the world I'd want is to be in a box with Bones and Irving.
Well, that was Irving's bones. But I asked him, I said, does it, weren't you afraid? He says, no, Irving talks to me.
Yeah.
That he was afraid at first. But now, there was a question earlier this evening. You said to somebody, does this child see the person?
Yes, oh yes.
Well, I have that answer for you.
And it is?
Well, I worked for years with a girl by the name, whose maiden name was Riggs. So I told her, I said, Edna, do you have any ancestors by the name of Irving? She says, yes, a great-grandfather. So I told her the story. And in quite a few years to come then, she said her aunt had died. And she went over to help her take the stuff clear the attic out. And a picture fell out of a box she was carrying down from the attic. And she asked her other aunt, who is this?
Yes.
And her other aunt said, that's your great-grandfather Irving. And so she gave me the picture.
Yes.
And now my son's in his teens, and he hasn't seen Irving, and Irving has just, turned water on, and we always say, oh, it's Irving. Things are falling off the wall, there's footsteps. And so when I came home from work and I put the picture on the bulletin board by the phone, my son comes running in from work or something, and he grabs the phone to call his girlfriend, and he stops short. He hangs the phone up. He says, Mommy, where did you get that picture? Who's that picture of? I said, I don't know. I said, who does it look like? He said, remember that guy who used to come visit me?
Oh, man. Oh, God. So there's not much question about the fact that, at least in your son's case, he sure saw Irving.
And Irving was a real person, a real ghost.
Oh, man. Man, what a story.
We put a face to Irving. I wanted to tell you this story.
Better face than Bones.
I think he was better looking in the picture.
No doubt. All right, my dear, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Oh, no, thank you. I don't like that one. I don't like that one at all. Can you imagine being taken in the night by a spirit to the place underground where the body, what's left, is buried, to spend time with the spirit there? No, thank you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hi, how you doing?
I don't know. I was doing better earlier. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm calling from Sacramento,
Yes,
California.
sir. Yes.
I was privileged to live in a house that my grandfather purchased, got in the 30s. He bought the land and he built it up. He built it by hand and basically by cement. He was a cement mason. And over the years, he traveled during the war. My grandmother, they traveled around, doing contracts for the government, building, air bases and stuff. Well, they finally planted themselves on this piece of property. And my grandmother wouldn't move. Well, my grandfather passed away in the late 70s, and I came home and leave and saw him. And the night he passed away, we talked. Then my grandmother passed away in the late 80s. And me and my girlfriend decided, well, we'll move into the house. Now, this house was built by a bunch of drunken cement masons. So there was add-on.
A bunch of drunken masons?
Yeah, cement masons.
Cement masons.
And my dad and my uncle, they made the bricks by hand. My grandfather loved cement.
Yeah.
And he would cuss every time he said that house I made 100,000 of these bricks. Well, over time, I moved in, I was a nurse, and I worked at night, and I lived in South Sacramento, and over time the area deteriorated, but the plot of land we had and the house was there.
Right.
When we first moved in, things would start to happen. A light switch, we had these distinctive light switch. My grandfather was a scrounger, and if he could get it from a military base, he'd get it. Uh-huh. These lights would go click, click,
right,
click, click, and we'd be sitting in the living room, and there was a lot of stuff left over from them, but you'd sit there and suddenly hear a click, click, and the bathroom in the back bathroom would come on. The door would kind of jar, and then the toilet would flush. Click, click. The light would go off. These small things went on. You'd get cigar smoke. My grandfather was an avid cigar smoker.
Listen, sir, I'm going to interrupt your story, and we're going to finish it after the break. Is that all right?
Okay.
All right, stay right. Click. Bones in a box. Irving taking me to visit. Huh. You've got to be kidding. You're listening to Ghost AM. I'm Art Bell. Morning, everybody. We're telling ghost stories this night. It's called Ghost to Ghost AM. We'll get right back to it. I wonder if some cruise ships are haunted. One would think so. There certainly are some planes that are haunted, and here's my caller once again, sir. Please continue.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Back? Yeah, before I go on, I just want that Sea Crane Company, I found them very amicable and very easy to deal with, and I will purchase many more things from them.
Thank you. You're right. They are.
Yeah. Where we were at? We were at my grandfather's house.
Yes.
Yeah. He was a character, but as I say, he loved his cement, and he would get friends to do things for him and build things. And the house started off with one room, and then they added on. Well, over a period of time after they passed away and my girlfriend moved in, things, started happening. Cigar smoke, you could smell it. You could, fried chicken, lights would come on and off. You'd be sitting there and you'd get a whiff of my grandmother's perfume, or you'd get a cold breeze by your head. Nothing demonic. It was fun. It made you feel good. And my girlfriend would be home alone, and she'd be sitting in the garage room, which was where my grandmother spent most of her time. She'd say, "Dang it, Mike, she's back." And she'd say, "She's in here. She's turned the TV on and off a couple times," and she'd laugh. But then things would start to happen. My grandfather had a cement shed where he did all his work for his pots and stuff, and we were one night sitting in bed and we kept hearing this noise, and it was the cement mixer going around and around.
Oh my!
And we got up, went outside. Of course, it's not there anymore, but we kept hearing, and then you hear shovel scoops.
Yep. Don't you realize though the potential horror that you're talking about? In other words, dying, being so attached. I can understand being attached to the work you have done, the stonework you have done, the house you live in, the area you're in, your plot of land, whatever it is. I can understand that, but the hell of being forever more confined, unseen, to roam in these places, it's horrible to contemplate.
Yeah, well, I understand that, and I felt for him. So we would talk to him. I'd be sitting there working, and I'd say, "How you doing?" And I worked in his office. I lived there. I was actually lucky to live there for about 3 years. And the final kind of chapter in all this, my girlfriend and me were having a bad night, and we woke up suddenly. And she got up, and I got up. We walked outside in the living room. All the chairs were upside down. It was upside down. Well, the property was being sold. So they, I think, were upset that they were losing their house, because this was a hub of our family.
No, that's right. Oh, no.
Years.
I understand the chairs were upside down.
Right. And so then, finally, I was tasked, my girlfriend was taking a bath. She felt the door open, and then she felt her hand on her back. Well, that's it. She got up, went out, dried off, got up, and, the light went on, toilet flushed. There it is again. I got tasked to cleaning out the pump house, we called it, and there was a lot of stuff in there. And we were selling the property, so we had to clean up what's left over.
Right.
And this is kind of emotional because I cleaned it all out, and I was my grandmother was a pack rat. Everything. Well, I got done, finished cleaning it out, and there was this shelf that had been cleaned off, but it had just been sitting there.
Right.
And I went out finally to get the last load, and I looked up, and there were these two cars. They were those little die-cast pot metal cars from the 40s.
Right.
And, whoa, that's interesting. They were just sitting there. There was a red one and a green one. And I looked at them and said, "Where'd these come from?" So I picked them up and I took them in to my girlfriend. I said, "Wait, you messing with me again?" Because we used to play tricks on each other. And she said, "No." And she kind of turned kind of white. She said, "Where'd you get those?" I said, "Out in the shed." And she says, "I thought I felt something out there." Well, the cars turned out to be my father's when he was a kid. And I guess my grandmother wanted to have them because we were throwing all this stuff away, and they turned them back up. My dad kind of got teary-eyed. He said, "I haven't seen these in 30 years.
Oh.
So, unfortunately, the property was sold and things moved on. And I think they're still there. I don't think they're happy. I hope, there was a lot of other things that went on, but it wasn't an evil thing. It was very, very, very pleasant to be there.
I understand.
And I really enjoyed it.
Well, I've enjoyed your story, and I'm going to amplify on it a little bit. Thank you very, very much. If you're very young, you won't comprehend what I'm about to say. But as you get older, a place that you have built yourself, a place that you have designed yourself, your own property, your own place, would and does carry such a very, very strong imprint on your mind that I can easily imagine that if there is some sort of existence, be it heaven or hellish after this life, you would not easily, nor perhaps ever, in the real horror of thinking about it, detach yourself from this place that you were so connected to, that you so loved, that you knew every cranny and crook of that you loved, your place, your home, that you remain there. But that's quite a prospect to consider, isn't it? First-time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Bob. I'm from Alameda, California.
Hello, Bob.
Yeah, and I live on an island. It's called Alameda, and the significance of that will come up later.
All right.
But I'm a commercial pilot, and in January of 1998, I was working on building cross-country hours.
Right.
And so
Do you fly big jets?
No, I fly the small little airplanes. I'm still building up hours, going to do my certified flight instructor rating.
Gotcha.
But off of that, we'll go up to, I was going to fly up to Ukiah. I flew up there and visited with my friends, and it got kind of late. So I started to fly back, and it was about 11:30 at night. And as I left the airport area, it was about 3,000 feet. And all of a sudden, it got really, really cold in the cockpit. I was like, man, this is real cold.
In the cockpit?
Yeah, in the cockpit of this little 172 Cessna.
Mm.
And so I reached up and closed the vents, and I pulled on the heater, and it just stayed really cold. And I didn't think much of it. And I listened to a station called 960. It's an old 40 station. And I had that going on, and they were playing the old music. And all of a sudden, over my headsets, I hear, "Check your six, boy." And I was all by myself in the cockpit, and the communications radio, I didn't even have that on.
Yes?
So I turned around and looked behind me, check your six, look at your 6 o'clock position.
Right.
I turned around, and all of a sudden there's just this kind of glowing green light, and it's getting closer and closer. And I was like, yeah. I was like, oh, my God.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so
what was the voice like?
It just sounded like some old 40s voice,
Check your six.
Yeah, check your six, boy, is what he said.
Yeah.
And I turned around, and this light was getting closer, and so I go to turn and push forward, and the yoke wasn't moving. And these little planes aren't equipped with autopilots. And this thing was not, not pitching down and not turning or anything.
You couldn't change anything.
I couldn't move after that. And all of a sudden, the lights dimmed in the cockpit, and I'm getting real scared.
I hear you. Yes.
And so then I kind of get fixated on this thing coming up behind me, and as it gets closer, it had probably another, I'd say 60 or 70 knots on me, and it was creeping up, and it went around on my right side and came up to about my 3 o'clock position.
Yes.
And I'm looking at it, and it's a huge flying boat with one of the old Pan Am type clippers had pulled up alongside me.
You've got to be kidding.
Oh, God, I'm not. I wish I was, because it's really scared the heck out of me.
You swear as a pilot to be. This is true?
I can't lie.
All right, go ahead.
I don't tell people about this because they'll think I'm crazy, but I figured I'll go ahead and call. Anyway, this thing pulls up beside me, and it's starting to creep in, and I'm really frantically trying to get this stick to move, and I just look over, and all of a sudden I just see this face in the cockpit window, and this thing's huge, 4 big radial engines.
Yeah.
And the guy kind of gives me a wave, and then he turns off, pulls away, and then all of a sudden it just kind of vanished, and then I could start to hear things again, and I could hear the radio again. So I made it back to Oakland Airport, where I'm based out of.
Yes.
And I landed there, and my mom had bought me this book a couple weeks earlier, and it was called, I got it right here. It's Pacific Pioneers, Pan American Story. and I just was curious, and I was looking through it, and there's one thing called it's a M130 Philippine Clipper. It's a Martin flying boat, and it had crashed on it was January 21st, 1943. It crashed up in the Ukiah area, and I was like, wow, that's really amazing. Maybe that was the same one I saw. And then, I didn't think much of it after that. And then I was riding my bike up at the old Naval Air Station in Alameda, and it turned out that Alameda was the base for the Pan American Company for their Pacific flights.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I could not believe it, but yeah, it happened.
So, you had a midair encounter with a ghost plane.
Yeah, and ATC, I queried them on my way in. I said, have you seen any planes around me on your radar? And they said no. And I didn't really want to press the thing. I was kind of worried I might have a phone number to call when I got back from the FAA.
Definitely you wouldn't want to tell that story.
No. So I kind of say, keep it under your hat and all your millions of listeners, too.
We'll do that, sir.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you. But what does that tell us? What hints do we derive from that story with respect to things that are gone, dead, gone? Was it the plane itself that was in some slip of time or dimension suddenly there again? Or the occupants of that plane that had crashed? Whoa, what a story. Check your 6 o'clock, boy. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, this is Stephen, Fort Walton Beach.
Hello there,
You're on Talk Radio 1260 AM.
Yes, sir.
A station I played a very instrumental role in getting you on.
Well, a gold star for you.
You can just give me $1 million out of that $60 million you're going to get from them bozos.
In my dreams. That's not going to happen. We're doing that for reasons other than money. Money's never going to be there, but
I hear you.
But there's anyway.
Yeah, my thing that happened, it's not a very long story, but it freaks me out. It freaks me out every night I go to bed. And it's where I'd be sleeping, and I keep my room pretty dark. And then I just felt there was another presence in the room when I'm sleeping. It's dark, but you can still see silhouettes. But anyway, I'd be laying there, and with my eyes closed, I wouldn't be moving. And I just thinking to myself, now if I get up really quick and look really fast, if I'm going to see anything, just because I felt something else in there.
Uh-huh.
And I did. I got up really fast.
In other words, you felt the presence of something, and you were intent on surprising it.
Right. Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Because I always had a feeling there was something there. I'm not crazy or nothing, but...
So you jumped up?
I jumped up, looked up really quick, and most of the time there would be nothing there, but this time, back to the red eyes, 2 of them looking right at me.
Red eyes?
Yeah. For about 2 seconds maybe, and then they were gone.
Oh, God. So what that really means is that probably most times that you felt a presence that way, when you didn't jump up and look, you now know what was there.
Yeah.
Red eyes.
It's only happened to me twice.
It would only take once for me.
Yeah.
Red eyes are not good.
That's what I'm thinking.
Red eyes are definitely not good. I mean, when you think of angels and or heaven or God or the Creator or whatever,
exactly,
you don't think of glowing red eyes. Red eyes are not associated with that side of stuff.
No. That close thing the Amityville Horror?
Yes.
There's them 2 red eyes?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I seen.
Like that.
Just exactly like that.
I appreciate your call, sir. Thank you. Red eyes are bad. Very bad. It does not take a brain scientist to know that red eyes are not good. That red eyes are not your guardian angel. And now, it's got to make you wonder, doesn't it? How many times have you felt a presence near you? Not a strong feeling, but just a feeling that you were being watched. Next time that happens, why don't you try what that man just did? And sit up real quick and see if you can catch a glimpse of red eyes. If you want to. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, Art.
Yes.
Hello. Oh, hey, Art. It's nice to talk to you. My name's Rod, and I'm calling from Hayworth, Illinois. And I'm listening to you from WJBC here in Bloomington.
Yes, sir.
And I have a story. It's kind of ironic what this guy was just saying right ahead of me.
The red eyes, you mean?
Yeah. But the story I have is a friend of mine was telling me this just a few years ago, and I guess it probably happened within the last 10 years or so. And it happened in a little small town just south of from where I'm calling right now. But I guess there was a family that lived in this house, and there was a mom and a dad and, 3 little kids, and I guess they were pretty young from what I hear. But I guess one evening, after the kids had gone to bed and the parents were just sitting down watching TV,
yes.
And all of a sudden these 3 kids, they come tearing down the stairs, screaming, Mommy, we saw some red eyes upstairs,
Red eyes?
Yeah. We're scared, And, well, of course, the parents, they really didn't take it seriously, I guess. They just kind of, well, it's okay, don't worry about it. Just try to go back to sleep. I guess they went up, checked everything out, and reassured the kids and everything that everything was going to be fine and everything. And so they went to sleep. I guess it's kind of a tragic tale, but I guess a few days later, the house burned down.
The house burned down?
Yeah. And I guess these 3 little kids were killed, in the house fire. And so I don't know. I just thought that was pretty strange.
Well, it is strange, sir. Thank you. And again, red eyes. I told you, red eyes are not good. Red eyes are not good. All right, listen, 2 things, folks. Number 1, you may now begin checking my website because as he receives them, Keith Rowland, my webmaster, is putting the ghost photographs that you're sending, the good ones, up on the website. Now, we'll see what little section he has prepared for that. But no doubt you'll find a link on the front page. If you have a ghost photograph, a spirit photograph, or a demon photograph, this is the night we are not only collecting, but immediately posting them as we do Ghost to Ghost AM. Now, you may send them to webmaster@artbell.com. That's webmaster@artbell.com. A quick Terrence McKenna update for you. Terrence is now away with his lady friend for a couple of days. It's a location unknown. And I feel quite confident that next week we're going to talk a bit with Terrence McKenna. He has a rather grim prognosis with a malignant brain tumor in his frontal lobe area. But he believes he is not doomed. Those are his words. I spoke with him on the phone. He said, I don't feel doomed. He is a unique individual, and I imagine he has perhaps a different outlook on life right now, something I would love to explore with him on the air, and I think we will in this next week. At any rate, coming back soon with more Ghost to Ghost AM from the high desert. Touch not that dial. You are listening to Ghost AM. And oh, it's a good one. It's a really good one. Shortly, you might want to make your way up to my website at www.artbell.com and see the ghost photographs your fellow callers are sending in this morning as we speak. Keith is getting them up as quick as he can. Don't touch that dial. All right, as soon as we get the first ghost photographs up, and that will be within minutes, you will find them in the newest site editions. No doubt right above the article from Missoula. So, watch for it there. It will be appearing shortly as we get ghost photographs up. That's what we're talking about this morning. Ghosts. I don't exactly know what a ghost is, but you can begin to make some assumptions as you listen to these stories. On our international line, you are on the air. Where are you calling from, please? Hello?
Oh, Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Jesse. I'm calling from Japan.
Oh, no kidding. Where in Japan?
Okay, Fukuoka City, which is in Kyushu. Kyushu is, I guess, the southernmost island of Japan, the largest one outside of Okinawa.
Indeed, I spent a decade on Okinawa.
Yeah, and as you well know, there are lots of ghosts in Okinawa.
Oh, I know, the caves.
That's right. You know, Japan is quite a different world from America, and it's what's interesting about it to me is that so many people accept the existence of ghosts here, and also even encourage the belief in it. You know, Japan is an island full of island nation full of ancestor worshippers.
That is precisely right.
In summertime.
That's right. I used to actually go in and participate in some of the ceremonies, cleaning bones in caves of ancestors.
That's exactly right. Well, I'm married to a Japanese national here, and we spend a considerable amount of time cleaning the family cemetery and talking about the ancestors, inviting the ancestors to come back to the home. And so this is all part of a very ancient belief going back to the beginning of Shintoism and before, I'm sure. But there are quite a few fascinating ghost stories here in Japan. And one thing I just wanted to share with you this evening is I work at a woman's college in Japan, in Kyushu, close to the city of Fukuoka. And it's built on a battleground. In 1300, two large troops of samurai or warriors fought there, and right across the way from the school is this large, what it is a kind of practice field for the self-defense forces here, and then they drive trucks around and that sort of stuff. When they built this big field, this big area, and paved it over and that sort of thing, they found these old pieces of armor and bones and that sort of thing. And so every year the town does what they call an oharai, which is, they get together and they do a group exorcism of this ground because people, the farmers and the villagers in this small town see over and over again the spirits dressed in armor of these old warriors who died way back in 1300. And
can you perhaps help me out here?
Sure.
We are talking about what a ghost really is. Now, you say they exorcise them or have a yearly ceremony to try and release the spirits. So obviously,
that's right.
Obviously, the Japanese, as we do, believe that the spirit does not leave Earth in many cases.
That's right.
For some reason.
That's right. They encourage, this is what I was trying to say earlier. The Japanese encourage the ancestral spirits to stay. They don't send them on. They encourage them to stay and come back. And this is part and parcel of ancestor worship. When a person dies in Japan, they have a cycle. 7 days after the person's death, the family will get together and pray for their safe existence in the other world, and then another 48 days later, the same thing, all the way till 50 years after the death of the person. After 50 years, the ancestral spirit becomes part of the group spirit, if you want to call it that. They call it the kami of the family, and part of a kind of collective consciousness that kind of hovers around the family, I guess.
I understand perfectly. As a matter of fact, many people, sir, in this country are now coming to terms with the existence of this collective consciousness.
Yeah.
But as you point out, the Japanese have thought this to be true for more years than we've been alive.
For centuries.
Yes, indeed.
But to go back to the story, though, of the school, the woman's college where I work, the people who work there, the security guards, have seen these phantoms, if you will, these ghosts. And in fact, one Sunday morning, it was a couple years ago, one of the security guards was at his post, and he looked up and saw 3 or 4 of these phantoms walking down the road. And, in Japan, a ghost doesn't have feet.
Yes.
And he described it to me as being, a classic Japanese ghost dressed in kabuto and armor and lacking feet, kind of walking together single file down this road.
Oh, brother. All right. Well, listen, I really appreciate your call. And you're married to a Japanese national. What do you do there?
Well, I'm a teacher. I teach American literature at the school. And I've been there now for about, this is the 8th year.
8th year. So you should be in the process of turning native.
Well, yes and no. Anyway, but one thing I did want to mention to you, Art, is that I've written a book. And this is not particularly, I'm collecting Japanese ghost stories now, but I've collected stories from my hometown in Westminster, Maryland, north central Maryland, and it's a collection of folklore and ghost stories from that area. I don't know, may I make a mention of that?
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we do this?
Yeah.
You communicate with me privately. Send me a copy of the book, and we'll perhaps have you on as a guest, and then you can...
Art, I'd be happy to do that.
All right. I'll look forward to that. Thank you so much for your call.
Thank you, sir, and I'm a great fan of your show.
Thank you, and take care all the way from Japan. Anybody else around the world wants to chime in this morning? Our international line, and who knows how really far this line could go, huh? What barriers this line may actually break through. That's the international line. So if you're anywhere outside the country, you really can get through to us toll-free. Did you know that? You can get through to us toll-free. All you do is call your AT&T operator and have her call for you, 800-893-0903. That's 800-893-0903. Already, Keith has put the first photographs up. And you're going to love this one, clearly taken in a cemetery with a freshly dug grave, and above it you will see, without question, an apparition. This is a copyrighted photograph entitled Sweet Chariot. And I don't know whether that's a sweet chariot or not, but it's one scary photograph taken in a graveyard. We've got that one up now, we've got another up, and we've got additional photographs going up as you send them in. So if you would like to, by all means, and here's another one, taken from the USS Arizona. And if you look very carefully into the water, you will see clearly, without question, an apparition in the water. Now, how's that for different? On my website right now, at www.artbell.com. And if you have a good ghost photograph, send it now to Webmaster, that's Keith Rowland actually, Webmaster at artbell.com. That's Webmaster at artbell.com, and Keith will get it up for you. Keith keeps the same kind of hours that I do, and so it makes this kind of thing easy to do. Very interactive. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello there.
Hi.
Hi. Where are you?
I'm over here in Milan, New Mexico at the Petro truck stop. My name's Wes, truck driver.
You say in New Mexico?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I've been listening to your show going down the road. My hair's been standing straight up, goosebumps, the whole 9 yards.
Oh, it's been quite a night.
I got a ghost story for you. This I wouldn't have believed it, but this little girlfriend of mine that was with me seen exactly the same thing I seen. This happened back in the late 70s down in Redondo Beach.
Yes, sir.
Out in California. I was up for the weekend. I was in the Navy, and we'd rode up to the store to get a case of beer, go over to a friend of mine's house, and do a little partying. It's just right about sundown, just starting to get dark. We're going down the road on my bike, both of us totally straight and sober.
Yes.
And seeing this thing and like a black kind of like cape run across the road in front of us, and really moving, faster than any person could run.
It was, though, running like a human being would run. You could see the motion?
No, not really.
No. So more like a fast-moving, floating object.
I would probably say that, yeah.
All right.
Anyways, it took off up in this grass field where the power lines run through, and I turned up in there and went to try to catch it. Well, I started catching up with it, and all of a sudden it spun around, and it looked like a skeleton.
Mm-hmm.
And it took off back the other way.
Mm-hmm.
So I got my bike turned around and chased it back across the field, across the street, up this little alley by this park, and it ducked around this corner of this building.
May I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Why would you chase a skeleton?
I don't know.
If I saw a skeleton, I'd be going the other way. But you chased the skeleton.
I guess...
Now, is that a rational thing to do?
Well, at the time, I guess it must have been. I don't know.
Either that or you weren't rational at that moment. Either way, go ahead.
Well, anyways, it ducked around the corner of this building,
and
I got up there next to the corner of the building, and it took off back the other way. So in the process of getting my motorcycle turned around again, now there's two people standing there that weren't there before.
Great.
And well, the girl had long black hair. She had like on a white gown, and she had real white skin and wire-rimmed glasses.
Mm-hmm.
This guy that was standing next to her had on like a brown trench coat, like a really old-looking, old-timey suit, brown suit with a frilly shirt.
Right.
And kind of a, like a scissor-cut haircut.
Yes, sir.
He had a cane. And I stopped the bike, and this girl reached out and grabbed Roxanne's hands, my girlfriend's hands.
Yeah.
And she squeezed them so hard it hurt her for a week. And 3 times she said, Mama told us not to come out tonight. 3 times she said that. Well, in the course of events, all going on, I'm asking him, what's this thing up here going, running? And the guy never said a word. He just stood there, looking at us. And we roared off to go try to catch the thing, and it just disappeared.
Mm-hmm. Mama told us not to come out tonight, huh?
Yes, she said that 3 times.
What do you think you encountered?
Well, I got to talking to this one guy that I knew that was kind of into crazy stuff like that, and he told me we encountered something of the supernatural.
Mm-hmm. Crazy, I don't know about crazy. And not easily explained, perhaps, but I don't know about crazy. The one that still bothers me the most tonight is the box with the bones. As a child, going with your play friend to the box with the bones. Underground. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Todd in Minneapolis.
Yes, hi, Pat.
How you doing tonight?
Well, that's an interesting question. Deserves more time than I have right now to answer it. What's on your mind?
Well, I wanted to tell you the story of my encounter.
All right.
I work for a news station, and several years ago I was at a different station down in Florida.
A radio station.
Television.
Television, okay. Television news.
And one morning, very early, I had to go in, and I was supposed to meet someone to go out of town.
Yes.
So I walked into the building around 3 o'clock in the morning, and there was no one else in the building. And I started getting all my stuff together to head out, waiting for the other person to show up.
Sure.
Well, after being there a few minutes, I thought I heard someone else in the building.
Mm-hmm.
So I called out to see if it was my friend that I was supposed to meet. and there was no answer, so I thought, well, maybe I had heard something. Well, a few minutes later, I heard another noise. So again, I called out, and no response. Well, finally, again, a few more minutes, I definitely heard someone in the building. And I proceeded to walk around to try and find out who it was. Walked into the next room, which was just off of the newsroom, and saw a girl there. Well, basically looked like she was there, but really strange looking. It didn't look like an actual person.
No? Translucent, or in what way different than a real person?
Basically, I guess translucent would be a good way of putting it. There, but not solid.
Gotcha.
So I saw this person, and I said hello, and got no answer, and she looked at me, and then turned and started to walk down the hall toward the studio. So I followed, although looking back why I didn't take off and go the other way, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Followed and walked into the studio. Well, when I walked into the studio, the lights were on. All the TV lights, or at least it looked like they were at first.
Right.
And I watched her. She basically walked up onto the set and sat down, and then looked at me, and then everything went dark. And I kind of...
Let me guess. She had been an anchor at some point at this station in the past.
Well, as I found out, and jumping ahead a few weeks later, I asked someone if anyone had ever had a similar experience, and someone said, well, hadn't you heard the story?
The story.
And I said, no, what story? Well, as it turned out, in the late 60s, there had been a girl who worked at the station who one night had walked onto the set, and killed herself.
Oh, my God.
And from then on...
I get the picture. Believe me, sir. Thank you. Killed herself on the stage, huh? Somebody sent me this. Hey, Art. Some ghosts are connected to the work they did during their lives. This being so, when you move on to the other side, hopefully long from now, will we be able to hear you on the radio dial? I'll tell you what, folks. After I'm gone, check it out. Maybe up in the expanded portion of the band one night, you'll hear me saying something about coast to coast, ghost to ghost, AF. It is in the middle of the night, in the dark, ghost to ghost AM, nothing but ghost stories all night long from the high desert. And we're adding photographs now on the website quickly as you send them in. Keep checking. Keep reloading. New ones are going up just about every few minutes. It's all at www.artbell.com. You know what I heard earlier today on one of the financial channels? I heard that e-commerce, that means business done over the internet this year, exceeded the income of car companies, automobile companies in America. And I find that very difficult to believe, and maybe I got it wrong, but I don't think so. That's a lot of money changing hands over the internet, isn't it? A lot of money. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art. I'm Chris from Minneapolis.
Chris, you're going to have to yell a little. You're not too loud.
Excuse me.
That's right. Just get real close to the phone. Touch that phone with your lips.
Hey, right then. Hello, Art. I'm here with a couple of buddies. We try to get together every week and listen to your show. I'm calling about 3 incidences I had a while back. The last one was a while back. It was actually 6 months ago. The first one happened a long time ago, years ago, in a room with my sister. And some words about my home before I continue. It was built in the late 1800s, and for a while this fellow named Walter lived there who died, I believe in the 60s or something, and he lived in our home most of his life. Anyway, we're sitting there, and there's this light with two switches to it, and we're both a good 10, 15 feet away from both switches.
Sure.
And the light suddenly turned on. The light switch was off. And so I went down and to investigate. And the switch was on its on position, so you had to turn it, well, it was on its off position, so you had to turn it on in order to turn off the switch, the light, because the other switch is switched.
I understand. A two-switch deal, yeah.
Yeah, so the switch physically moved to turn on the light, which was kind of spooky because the switch would have to move up to turn on the light and not move down. And I waited for a while thinking about it, and I went...
Yeah, even imagining that gravity might be at work, it's not going to go up.
Yeah, that's what kind of spooked me.
Hear you.
And this happened again a while later, just a few minutes, and I kind of left the room there, but my sister witnessed that too. It was pretty spooky. The next thing is, in our basement, I only have two other things to say here. The third one's related to the lights. In our basement, we have this exercise bike, which is not too far from the base of the stairs.
Right.
I went down... Pardon me?
I said right.
Oh, sorry. I went downstairs to get something, and I went back up and forgot I had to get something else. I went back downstairs, and I wasn't quite in the basement. I could see the exercise bike through the little area above the stairs, and it was moving very slowly. It started moving faster and faster, and so I ran up. And
you mean all by itself?
All by itself.
Great.
Oh, yes. Bucket of fun. And that was really weird. Excuse me, my voice is a bit hoarse. The last thing I have here is I was in the room that this light switch thing happened just 6 months ago, and I was walking by, and I looked at the light switch not too far away from it, thinking about what happened, and I was looking at it for about 30, 40 seconds, and it turned off.
You watched it?
Yes.
As it turned off?
Well, I didn't actually see it turn off, but I watched the light as the light turned off. It was too fast for me to actually see it move, but the light switch did move.
Right.
Well, that's all I have to say.
Those are the three, all right. Well, the one thing that I would dredge from that and wonder about is why a spirit or why a ghost would need exercise. Now, the one thing you would think you would gain when you leave the physical and go to the other side is, we're done with this need for food stuff, right? And exercise, why would a spirit need exercise? Physical exercise, mental maybe, but physical why? So that worries me a little bit. Get over there, hell, you probably have to take vitamins, the way it sounds. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Chris in Denver.
Hi, Chris.
And just wanted to relate a little story to you.
You mean like things to do when you're dead in Denver?
Yeah.
Okay.
Several years ago, I lived in a house with my parents in Kansas, and we lived in an old house. And one night I got up late, and I heard drumming in the house.
Drumming?
It was very strange.
That's always good.
I thought it was a next-door neighbor or something.
Drumming.
And I continued to hear this for the next several weeks. So finally, I got up and did a little research at the town records and the local library and things, and come to find out when the church across next door and the house were built in the late 1800s, that they had been built on an Indian burial ground. An Indian place had been tore up to build these structures. And I was just as shocked as can be.
And was there more or just drums?
Well, that's all I ever saw. My sister claimed to see other things, but I'm not sure, can't confirm that.
Be enough for me. Sure would be enough for me.
Yeah, it was pretty frightening experience after I learned about this. But that's about all I have to say, so.
Glad you called, sir.
What?
Glad you called, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, goodbye. Let me tell you a humorous little story. I'm going to have to motivate Ramona, who is in the next room. This is not exactly a drum story. As you know, we've done a lot of, and what I'm referring to, hon, if you're listening, and there is the, oh, she knows the sound effects. We were on a trip, and we have taken many over the last few years, you know, to different parts of the world, some rather exotic parts of the world, as a matter of fact. And a lot of times when we've gone with Bob and Sue Crane. They're very good friends of ours. Bob Crane of the Sea Crane Company. Where were we? We were in Cape Town, South Africa, that's right. And we were in a beautiful hotel, actually, a beautiful hotel. This is such a funny story. Yeah, we had gone shopping that day. We'd gone shopping that day, and I don't know, what was it, about 3 or 4 in the morning?
Oh gosh, no, it was close to 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock in the morning. Your birthday, that's right. That's right, it was your birthday. We're in Africa, and Bob and Sue's room was down the hall from us. And we were awake because, you know, you're on a different time schedule, and here we are awake at 5 a.m. And we had acquired this little African thing that I'm holding up right now. You can see it if you're watching on the streaming video. And so I sort of crawled down the hall and got right outside of Bob and Sue's room, knowing they were still asleep, and I let loose with this. And I did that for a moment, and pretty soon you hear, "What the hell was that?" And you hear Sue going, "I don't know, what was it? Did you hear that? My God, it sounded like drums." And so I crawled away, you know, and I waited a moment. I came back to their door again a moment later, and we're in Africa, and by now they're imagining the worst. You're hearing, "Oh my God, what's outside our door?" And so I ran back to the room, and by now my phone was ringing. My phone was ringing. Bob got on the phone and said, "Oh my God, did you hear that out in the hall? Don't go out in the hall. You heard it, right?" I said, "No, I didn't hear anything. Nothing. No, it's quiet." And finally, we disengaged the conversation. I went down the hall again. Dead silence from the room. Got him good, man, I tell you. I really got him good. If they're listening right now, they'll recall this very well indeed. Yeah, it's better than a cup of coffee, I'll tell you. On the international line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello?
Hello there.
Yeah, this is Will from Victoria, listening to you on CFAX 1070, the News Authority.
Well, that's the way to do a promo. Do you have a ghost story for us?
Well, it kind of goes back when I was 10 months old at the time, and it's something that my sister and mom would tell me about.
Uh-huh.
And we lived in an old house there, and my dad was maintaining a farm and everything there, and my dad would go out on different trips and stuff. And
yes.
And they were alone, and I was up in my crib, and my sister and I shared a room, and they were sleeping there. And I guess one night, my sister woke up and went downstairs to my mom and said, "There's a lady in a rocking chair beside my crib." And my mom just says, "Oh, go lie down and go to sleep." And that's all she said. But my mom had seen the same thing, and it was just a lady sitting in a rocking chair over my crib. And my mom knew that it wasn't a harmful ghost. She got that feeling that it wasn't anything, to worry about.
Yes.
And so she just, let it be. And she had, heard later that apparently there was an old fellow and a wife there living, and the fellow had a heart attack. and fell on the lady, and she was trapped underneath this husky fellow, and she couldn't get up.
Couldn't move.
No. And she eventually died of suffocation or something like that. And it was not even a month before we moved out of there, and we moved before my dad came back there. So
I got you. Well, see, that's I think what bothers me more than just about anything else with respect to ghosts is particularly when they die in a way just described. I mean, imagine somebody having a heart attack falling on you and smothering you as they die above you. Bad way to go, huh? Bad way to go. And to be earthbound for whatever period of time after that because of that. It really is discomforting when you consider what may lay over there on the other side. It may not be what we think it is, huh? First time caller line, you're on the air.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I'm sitting in the dark listening to that gentle baritone voice. I'm Don from Long Beach, California.
Yes, Don.
1964, my wife-to-be at the time, and her girlfriend and I were sitting having a little fun conversation, and a friend pulls out a Ouija board.
Oh, here we go.
Yes, here we go. And the friend knew very little. First time I'd ever met her, knew very little about, or actually knew nothing about our individual families and backgrounds.
Mm-hmm.
And I got on the board with her, and we brought up an entity said it was from Texas. And we were asking questions back and forth, and he said that he had died some time ago, and that he had lost a lot of money, had investments in silver and gold and things like that.
All of this through the Ouija board?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. And as it turned out...
I really have to stop and ask.
Yes.
You know, as you're beginning to get a cogent conversation, a litany even, of this person's life coming from the Ouija board, how the hell could you sit there with your hand on that, moving?
At the time I was young.
Yeah.
I was a lot younger than I am now.
Young and dumb.
Young and dumb.
Okay.
Yeah, and also curious. Anyway, as it turned out, we had a family friend, my wife-to-be at the time, and myself, whose name was Bucks, and he had committed suicide a couple years before, and he had lost money in a silver mine.
So, there he was.
There he was.
Communicating, I've got to wonder, from way over on some other side, or there in the room with you.
Who knows? By the way, I have both of your autograph books. I've yet to read them due to time constraints, but looking forward to it.
You'll get to them. All right, my friend, thank you so very much. My books, The Art of Talk, which is now in reissue, by the way, or reprinting or whatever they call it. The Quickening, which we're right in the middle of right now. And, of course, the latest with Brad Steiger called The Source. So actually there are 3. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
I was just going to say, may the force be with you. Okay, you're going to get mad at me because I called on the wildcard line, and I'm Kathy from Woodbridge, New Jersey.
Well, that's all right.
That's
You're pretty wild. So
I should really call from...
No, you're allowed.
Yeah, how do you know I'm wild, Art?
Well, I don't know. There's just something in your voice.
Yeah, I guess so. My mother was right. Can't fool anybody.
You're a wild one.
Well, in 1984, we purchased the place we're living in right now. As I've told you many times, it's a mobile home. And it wasn't here. They moved it here. The previous place was taken away. Mm-hmm. And they had waited from anywhere from a month to 2 till the place was brought in. And then they said, give it time to settle. You know, no, you can't move into them right away. As they leave the wheels on these things where we live, we're not allowed to take them off. And we waited about 2.5 weeks. And as soon as I walked into the place, I got a really creepy feeling. It wasn't just that I didn't like it. I just didn't want to stay here.
Sure.
And
I know the feeling.
I even went through the thing, is there some way we could get out of the deal? But we had already sold our other place. So I hate to move because I got moved around when I was a kid so much that I like the grass to grow under my feet.
I know that feeling,
you know that
too.
feeling.
Yeah, you bet
okay.
I do, sure.
So, October, and bad feelings, and my daughter was 11 at the time, and she literally did not want to sleep in the bedroom, and no matter what we did, forget about it. So every morning I'd see her on the sofa sleeping in the living room, and this went on for past Christmas time. Our bedroom was constantly freezing, no matter what we did.
Right.
And this was a bedroom that got the afternoon sun. Couldn't understand it. Till this day, it's cold. There was a black kitten that was on the porch, and no matter what we did, half grown, we could not get this cat to come in the house.
Huh.
The neighbors chilled at us. They did not warm up. They gave us looks. I don't know why. One neighbor told us different things about the block, but never told us who lived here before, nothing about them. So you go figure. I started to see a strange, tall person. And I mean person. I could describe this person in the dark. Never saw them in the light. At night, right before bedtime, and during bed, looking out towards the hall.
They didn't have a beret on, did they?
This person was over 6'5", like almost 7 foot tall.
Okay.
Then shortly afterwards, there was another person, a female, with the person. Okay?
Yeah, well, that rules out Curtis.
Art, this was all the time. This was way into the summertime. You could see them. You could look into the hallway as I'm doing now, which is dark, and you could see them looking at you, and you could smell the beginnings of when you light a cigarette. You know the smell?
Do I know
okay?
the smell?
Yeah, just a little smell,
yes.
a good smell before you light. And we don't smoke, but I know what it smells like. I miss that smell.
Right.
And then you would smell alcohol, rubbing alcohol. That was in the house almost continuously, to the point where I asked them, what is going on? Is it formaldehyde or is it alcohol?
Okay,
what is it?
almost out of time here.
Well, we found out that these people had committed suicide, both of them. Their little boy had been put into foster care, and it was only 3 months after I had moved in that they got rid of this place because it had the old place that it had bad ill feelings.
Right.
But there is a part two. I had a visitor.
You had a visitor?
I had a visitor.
Well, I'm afraid we're going to have to hold that for another time because we are out of time for this hour. That's Kathy from Woodbridge, New Jersey. Well, at least it wasn't. I was afraid that story was going to Curtis somehow, but it didn't. I'm Art Bell. Don't touch that dial. Good morning, everybody. We're talking about ghosts. They're real, you know. And if you've been listening all night, by now you already know that. There'll be more of it this hour from the high desert. Pretty good memories actually connected with this one, you know. Keith Rowland, my esteemed webmaster, informs me we now have Ghostorama up there for you. We have 9, count them folks, 9 brand new ghost photographs on my website right now. Ghost photographs that were sent in tonight. You'll see it right there on the newest, latest items. 9 brand new ghost photographs tonight alone. Where do you see them? www.artbell.com. And as you scroll down, you'll see the listing for the ghosts. 9 brand new photographs tonight. Good going, folks. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine.
I'm Mark from Gig Harbor, Washington.
Yes, sir.
And before I relate my ghost story, I just want to tell you how much I enjoy listening to your show. I listen to it every night, laying in bed and reading probably a Graham Hancock book or two.
Well, it's a little different, all right.
And I've been in broadcasting for many years myself, except I went the way of spot sales.
Oh, you're a salesman, radio time salesman.
Well, I started out at 6 o'clock in the morning reading the farm report when I was 17 years old, and went into the sales manager one day and said, I want to sell some spots after 9 o'clock. I've got a free day.
In other words, I want to really make some money.
Yeah. I noticed in the parking lot that the guys who had the nice cars were the ones who were selling the spots instead of the ones on the air.
Yes, you're quite correct. You're quite correct. The people, people think that you're an immediate sensation, because you're syndicated now on almost 500 radio stations. But right. I'm an overnight sensation that's been at it for about 30 years.
Yeah, God bless you, Art Bell.
Thank you. Anyway,
my story is I was about 15 years old, and my mom and I had moved into this house, and this was back in the Cleveland, Ohio area.
Oh, yes.
And it was a typical two-story Victorian kind of house with, the front porch, and they're very set. Their houses are very close set together, and there was this one empty house that was next door and sat a little higher on the hill. And at the time, I guess she was 3 years old or so, sister, she was standing on the back porch, and she was looking up at this old house, this empty old house, and said, said to my mom, see the man? See the man? He's drinking something in the window. And we later learned that a guy had died in that house, and he was alcoholic, and he used to walk up the stairs every night, and you could hear him fall into bed. And my little sister described that. But we were told in the house that we moved into that it too was haunted. And of course we didn't think anything of it, but it was rather interesting when that happened to my little sister, because she couldn't make up that story.
What if, when you die, if you're an alcoholic, your hell is to stay as you are?
What, drunk?
Yeah.
Or restricted to 7-Up for the rest of eternity?
No, drunk. Maybe after the first 50 years, after the first several millennium, maybe drunk wouldn't be so good.
Well, I just hope that heaven has at least some single malt scotch.
Well, I can see where you're going.
So anyway, in the house that Mom and I moved into, we were told, because the people that lived there were actually friends of the family, and we were told that the house was haunted, and we said, yeah, ha-ha. And when you go in the house, it was a typical, like I said, old two-story Victorian house, and there was as soon as you walk in the front parlor, there was an immediate set of stairs that went up to the second floor to the bedrooms.
Yes.
And there was 3 bedrooms up there and a bathroom. And then there was another door in the hallway there that led up a very tight set of stairs up into the third floor attic.
Sounds like a cool house.
Yeah, it was a very cool house. In fact, it was built in the turn of the century, late 1800s, with wooden pegs, no nails in it. So
a lot of them had secret passageways. I lived in a house once with secret passageways.
Never found a secret passageway, but we started hearing noises in the attic. And you could hear a sound like somebody dragging a trunk across the ceiling floor, or across the ceiling.
Oh, yes.
And my mom would come out of her bedroom and she'd knock on my door. Do you hear that? And I'd say, yeah, I hear that, Mom. And so I one night I had a friend of mine over, Gus, and we went up the stairs, and it was one of these deals where you pull open the door, and there was a string that hung down from way up above that would pull on to pull a light.
Sure.
And we pulled on the light, and nothing happened. The light didn't work. So we decided to go up the stairs, and we would take 2 flashlights. And Gus and I went up the attic stairs, and we got up to the top, and we each had a flashlight in our hand. And up there was also a rollaway bed, one of those old rollaway beds that folds in half. And somehow, this honest to God happened to us. Both of our flashlights went out at exactly the same time, and my belt got caught on one of the springs on that rollaway bed, and it was like Laurel and Hardy. We both fell down those stairs.
That'd be me too. See, now this sounds like a real story to me. other people chase skeletons. Not me. No, sir. I'm down the steps with you.
We fell down those stairs, and I finally went back up a couple of days later and changed that light bulb. And then I decided, this would be a great place, a groovy place to have my bedroom. I could put my Janis Joplin posters and my Jimi Hendrix posters up here and over here. And
so you did?
And I did. I made a bedroom up there.
Okay, we don't have a lot of time.
Well, anyway, I'll speed it up here. I started sensing that somebody was in the room with me.
Right.
Things would happen. The car keys would disappear and then reappear.
Mine do all the time.
Yeah. You could smell flowers. You could smell things. And there was at first it was like a pleasant presence it felt like a feminine presence. And then it became very oppressive, and it was like I had to move back downstairs.
You had to move out of the room?
Yeah, I had to move out of the attic. It was a great place to have a room at 15 years of age, 16 years of age, but it was
haunted.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've got you, sir. Thank you. I lived in a in a very unusual house. We were near a place called Fort Ritchie, Maryland, in Blue Ridge Summit, Pennsylvania. And the Mason-Dixon line actually crossed through our house. Actually crossed right through our house. So you could, depending on what part, we had a lot of trouble with taxes, where we paid taxes. But the Mason-Dixon line cut through the house. And this house was up on top of a mountain. It was a very, very, very large house, 35 rooms. An architecture that my mother called early Halloween. I mean, this place looked like your classic ghost house. And it had secret passageways. When I was young, we had a lot of fun with those. And the secret passageways were left over from the days of slave trade, when people, Southerners, who were sympathetic to freedom for the slaves, had a kind of a system where they got them from the South to the North. And this house had been one of those houses. And as a result, there were secret passageways everywhere, behind walls. It was really cool. Wasn't haunted. I never met a ghost there. But as a teenager, I spent a lot of time in those secret passageways. They were really cool. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, this is Brian in Philadelphia, listening to 1210 WPHT.
What a monster radio station that is.
Yeah, I just have trouble getting it where I'm at.
Uh-huh.
At the moment.
People, on the other hand, in Nova Scotia, they receive it just fine.
Well, I'm deep in the bowels of a building.
Yeah,
and,
I hear
got to
you.
put the radio outside the door, and it's pretty crazy here.
You know, there is a solution for that.
Yeah.
And Bob Crane has got it.
I was going to ask you that.
Yeah, it's a little tiny FM transmitter, and what you do is hook it up to your AM radio, and it will then transmit on FM in perfect clarity. So you put a second radio inside, and you listen on FM.
So what would you be tuned in under?
In other words, you're retransmitting the AM signal that your radio is receiving outside.
Okay.
And you're retransmitting it on FM. So you just set it to a spot on the FM dial. You got actually a little transmitter.
Oh, wow.
And it's clear as a bell.
No pun intended.
No pun intended. Anyway.
Yeah. I'm not sure what kind of story this is exactly, but I consider it a ghost story.
All right.
And I guess like most ghost stories, the real creepiness doesn't kick in till the punchline, and it scares the heebie-jeebies out of me.
Go.
This happened about 10 years ago. At 10 or 11, my grandmother died. I was never really particularly close to her. And about 3 days, I was having a lot of trouble reconciling with the grief, and about 3 days afterwards, I had this dream. And initially, if it wasn't for the punchline, I would just dismiss this as a dream.
Sure.
It's one of those dreams where you dream that it's morning and you're waking up.
Oh, I've done that.
I hate those kind of dreams.
I've done that. I've actually done that.
Yeah, it's like the dream pulls a trick on you, and you get up and you think you're going about your morning.
That's right.
And there was a knock at the door, at my bedroom door, and my dad's saying, someone's downstairs.
Actually, it's disorienting.
Yes. Yeah, well, it's disorienting when you actually wake up and it's still dark.
Yeah, and so, that's right. And so at that moment, the knock comes.
Yeah, knock, and it's my dad at the door, and he's getting ready to get in the shower, and he's like, there's someone downstairs. And I go downstairs, and there's a buddy of mine saying my grandmother had come to his house and asked to be driven here. And he came in, but my grandmother refused to come in. She was standing out at the door. And so I go to the door, and there's my grandmother looking older and more haggard than I had ever remembered her looking.
Oh, yes.
And she's in bare feet, and it's snowing, and it was fall when she died. We had no snow. And she's like scratching on the glass. And I go and I see her, and I'm shocked. And she just says, Brian, let me in. And I just got really, really spooked by that. And I'm like standing there saying, come in yourself. And she's like, no, let me in. And I refused to do that. And finally just went, you are not my grandmother. And I closed the door on her. And she started scratching on the glass going, there is no heaven, there is no heaven. And it really, really spooked me out. And I went in, and my friend gave me some kind of comment about, man, you're really cold or something like that. And I went up the stairs, and at the top of the steps, there was my father in a dripping wet towel because he'd gotten out of the shower, and he just said, who was that? And it was his mother that had died, and I just broke down crying, and all of a sudden woke up.
Oh, my
And I woke up, and it was the middle of the night, and I'm just shaking in bed, and I'm like, oh, man, that was really, really scary. And it bothered me for a couple of days, and I finally decided to mention it to the family.
Yeah.
And when I mentioned it, my father got real quiet, and he said, 20 years before, when I was like 3, maybe 4 years old, we had this neighbor that lived next door she was this old woman who had never married, and she had gone a little loopy, and her relatives had carted her off to an institution.
Yes.
And my father relayed, he had a dream one night that he heard a pounding on the door, and he got up out of bed, and he went to the upstairs window, and he leaned out, and there was old Miss Esther scratching on the glass, begging to be let in.
Oh, God.
And his only response to her was, you are not Miss Esther. And he closed the window on her, and he went back to bed, and then, of course, woke up himself. A few days after that, he was at the supermarket, and he ran into Miss Esther's brother, who told her, oh, my sister just passed away this week.
Oh, brother.
I don't know what to make of that. I don't believe it was the actual spirit.
Just out of curiosity,
Yeah.
had you let her in, what do you think would have happened?
That is something that has racked my brain for 10 years. Had either my father 30 years ago or myself 10 years ago actually said, yes, come in, the consequences really, really freak me out.
Or worse yet, have you done something sinfully wrong by not letting her in?
Yeah, well, there was just this overwhelming feeling of that is something that is very wrong. It was just, there was an all-pervasive, like when I said to it, you are not my grandmother, it was not out of fear, it was not out of like, oh, I don't want to deal with this. There was a sense of, this is something masquerading.
I got you, and I can't handle it anymore. Good night.
Okay, Art.
Oh, man, scratching at the window. Let me in. Huh. From actually very serious cactus country out here, indeed. I don't think too many programs come from this part of the world, but we do. This is kind of interesting from Charleston, South Carolina, which is a pretty spooky place, I'd like to say anyway. Hi, Art. My husband and I loved having this little black cat named Bucky in our lives for 15 years. She was correctly labeled as intuitive, intelligent, funny, and loving by many. She passed away last January. After her death, I instinctively told my husband that we would never find a soul as special as hers if we took in 100 cats. And that's when the felines began inundating us. Well, we took many pictures of the first group of 4 premature kittens that we bottle raised, and in the upper corner of one is a fuzzy, cloudy shape that is easily recognized as Bucky, sitting upright with her tail smugly wrapped around her body. We'll send you the picture today. We're now up to 11 new cats and kittens now. It seems an appropriate, loving prank that she's been able to play on us after her departure from this life. Kathy and Michael in Charleston, South Carolina. Yeah, I buy that one all the way. Cats are as individual and full of soul as we are. And that may apply to other animals. I'm, as you know, a cat fancier, and so would they make themselves apparent after this life? Oh, yes, indeed. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
This is Sterling from Oregon.
Yes, Sterling.
Got a good one. This one happened, when I was about 14. We lived in a church.
You lived in a church?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it was we had moved to Alaska, to a town, and my dad was the caretaker of this really, really large church, and so we lived inside of it.
Okay.
And they had like in a little apartment. It was all attached to the side of it.
Now, one would think a church would be a relatively safe place to live.
Oh, yeah. you would, but no.
No.
It started like, I don't know, probably 4 months after we got there. You'd hear people like knock on the door. And so you go to the door and answer it, and there's nobody there.
Nobody there.
And they had the typical church doors where, you have the push bar and you have the little window that's probably a foot long and 6 inches wide. So you can look through, and so you shut the door and you turn around and boom, 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 on the door again, and you spin back around, you're looking out through the door, and there's nobody there. And so I'm like, okay. So I start, telling my parents, that really weird things are going on, and they're like, well, just keep it quiet, it's probably just kids playing jokes, and
of course,
all this. And so then I started going down one night when it got really bad. It started getting like worse towards the end of the summer, going into the winter. It started getting really, really bad. And I walked downstairs. My mom told me to go get my dad, so I was going downstairs one night, and I passed by the youth pastor's office, and I just glanced in. Well, here's this black ghost of a figure, and I said the only thing I can ever equate it out is, I don't know if you remember the old Equalizer, that show that used to be on TV.
I do.
The Equalizer. Remember how he stood in front of that car?
Yes.
In front of that car in the beginning of the show?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's what this thing kind of looked like.
This is in the counselor's office.
Yeah, in the youth pastor's office.
Pastors, yes.
And I would see just kind of this outline of this person, and you could tell it looked like a person, and you could see kind of, I don't know, it's really hard to describe, because you could tell it was a person. You could see his face, but yet it wasn't real distinct. And then he would just kind of be crouched down, and then he would just kind of shake his head like in a no, like no,
yeah.
And just kind of shake his head and look away,
yeah.
And then he would disappear, And I saw this guy like, oh man, dozens of times, and every single time after he would disappear, I would think, okay, next time I'm going to ask him where he comes from, or why he's here, or something, And then a few days later, I would see him, and you'd be standing there just going, say something stupid, and nothing would come out of your mouth,
Yeah, you're in shock.
Yeah, you're kind of like frozen, and my brain is thinking, ask him where he's from.
Yes.
And then your mouth is going, yeah, okay, and you can't talk. And it just got so outrageous. They had built me a room because the house was only designed for just a family with no children. So they had built my room off one of the end of the classrooms upstairs.
Right.
And that's when all heck tore loose.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the church was kind of in a big octagon shape.
Yes.
And so because of fire code, they had to put a door from our apartment into my room, and then also a door on the opposite side,
right,
so people could pass through if there was a fire. Well, this door was right adjacent to a classroom, and I'd lay down, I don't know, 1 o'clock or so at night, you'd be sitting there listening to the radio or whatever, like this, and all of a sudden you'd hear just tables and chairs and stuff just being thrown all over the place. Sounded like somebody was demolitioning the room. And so you'd go like this. I'd go over to the door and I'd open up the door and you'd look and you think you're losing your mind.
Yes.
There's nothing out of place, nothing going on. You'd shut the door and then you're standing 6 inches from the door, and the doorknob's rattling back and forth, the door's banging in the latch,
oh,
kind of a loose fitting door, and it's just going bang, 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 bang,
oh man,
like this, and you're like, and
wow.
so you grab the knob. I'm almost shaking telling you the story again, because it was such a thing when I especially being that age, it was just quite a traumatic thing. But you'd grab it, swing it open, and there's just nothing there.
Nothing there.
And it perpetually got worse and worse and worse. Finally, I just wouldn't sleep in that room anymore. I'd sleep over on the living room floor. And then they decided, because the living room was attached right to the kitchen, so then this thing or things or whatever decided that the kitchen door was the door to play with now. And they went to the kitchen door and rattled that all night long.
How long did you have to put up with this?
Oh my gosh. Well, till they moved me to Wisconsin. They sent me to go live with my uncle in Wisconsin. So I was, it was, we moved there July of '83, and I left, September of '84, so a little over a year.
I got you. All right, well, that's horrible. Horrible. The only thing that could be worse would be the special effects you see in horror movies, where a wood door bows inward. But I mean, to sit there shaking with the knob going back and forth, and then to grab it and open it and have nothing be there. I couldn't go through that. Well, once again, you as an audience have outdone yourself, and we have selected 9 brand new ghost photographs sent tonight, this very night, to Keith Rowland, my webmaster. And they're on the website right now. Not 1, not 2, not 5, but 9 brand new ghost photographs of varying scary intensity. So you're welcome to go look. They're on the website right now. www.artbell.com. If you don't get in tonight, then get in tomorrow. Wildcard line, you're on Ghost to Ghost AM with Art Bell. Hi.
Good morning, Art. This is Craig from Northern California, listening to you on KSRO 1350.
Craig, welcome. Speak good and loud for me.
Okay. You and your callers have scared me pretty good tonight. I was driving down the 101 freeway. I don't know if you're aware of Northern California freeways.
I know about 101. I even know about 1, that twisty little thing that goes through the fog.
Yeah, I was coming back from Eureka here back to Santa Rosa from a business trip, and it's pretty dark out there on the 101, and your callers are talking about red eyes.
That's right.
All these things, and it started burying me deeper and deeper in my seat as I'm driving down the road. And looking in my rearview mirror, there's red lights, and fortunate for me, it wasn't the supernatural. It was the California Highway Patrol reminding me to slow down. Nice officer, didn't give me a ticket. I told him what I was listening to anyhow. But the story that I have for you is as true as I can believe. It was told to me about 10 years ago by a Boy Scout leader of mine. I was in a Boy Scout troop when I was younger, through a Mormon church. This was a Mormon guy, real nice guy. And he took us up to Philmont, New Mexico, on a trek, about an 80-mile trek into the mountains. And we were up above the tree line about 12,000 feet in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And one night we were telling stories. This is about the 4th or 5th night into the trip, and we were all pretty worn out. And he was telling me he's a Hawaiian guy. His name is Alton, and he come over to the United States when he was a teenager. And well, anyway, he was telling me this story. Him and a friend, when he was younger, about 14 or 15 or 16, I guess he had just gotten his driver's license, took a couple of girls out on a date. And they decided to scare him. They were going to give him a good scare, so they took him to a cemetery in Hawaii. And if you know anything about Hawaiian cemeteries, are very sacred places, and people leave food for the deceased, and you don't touch the food, you don't walk on the graves.
That's right.
Several other things, and so they left the car. They pulled up to the cemetery and left the car and ran around the other side of the cemetery, and we're going to sneak up on the girls in the back of, I guess it was like a 51 Ford. He was telling me, a huge car. And as they came up behind it, they thought the girls were laughing in the back seat. They were, the car was kind of rocking back and forth, and as they got closer, they could tell they weren't laughing, that they were actually screaming. And so they couldn't, they ran up to the car, and at this point, the car was going end on end, side to side, tires coming actually up off the ground the way he was describing.
Oh, my.
They finally get the car door open. They couldn't open the door. I mean, they tried for minutes, and finally the car stopped shaking. They opened the door, and their girlfriends were frantic, talking about red eyes. There was red eyes just all in the windows, and they were just totally frantic. They got in the car, and they drove home immediately. Well, when they got home, my friend Alton he felt some pain underneath his sock, and he pulled back his sock, and there was a bite mark on his ankle.
A bite mark?
A bite mark. And he thought, I must have tripped, I must have hit something. And the next morning, he lived with his father and his grandfather, and his grandfather was an old Hawaiian, kind of like a medicine man, a very wise old man. He was telling his grandpa what had happened. He was laughing about it, and his grandpa said, that's bad stuff.
Yes, it is.
You've got to make amends for what you did, and that is a bite mark that you have. Well, his older brother, Alton's older brother, was in the same room when his grandfather was describing what he had done. And his older brother, really, the way Alton described it to me, disliked being Hawaiian. He disliked his culture and, said, you guys are full of beans, that there's no such thing as those types of things. And that later that night, his older brother had talked him into going back to the cemetery, and Alton reluctantly went. And they ran all over the cemetery, from one end to the other, over graves, kicking over food, the whole 9 yards. And when they got back, his brother had a lot of pain, like Alton had felt, and they woke up their mom, and Mom came in the room, and he took down his pants, and they counted over 200 bites all over his body. In fact, he had to go to the hospital to have some of these sewn up. And
you're sure of this?
Yes, I kind of have some proof of it. The doctor at this particular hospital, the way Alton describes it to me, was a white man from continental United States, and he was about ready to call the police. He said, look, obviously there's abuse going on in the house. I don't believe your, podunk story of ghosts biting you and such.
Yep.
So he, in fact, called the local police chief who came out. He was a Hawaiian himself, and he knew exactly what that was from. And, no charges were pressed, but Alton was also bitten again in the hip, and where he needed to have several stitches. And to this day, he still has that bite mark in both his ankle, very deep, and she showed them both to me. And I mean, they are bite marks. They are teeth marks. You can see the indentations of the individual teeth. And in fact, he says he doesn't have too much contact with his brother to this day. But he told me that, in fact, when he talks to his brother still talks about, he doesn't wear he doesn't wear shorts because he's embarrassed of the scars all over his legs that he received from that. But
I tell you, even going back in your story to coming up on a car, literally shaking with its tires coming off the ground on each side, and girls inside screaming.
Right.
Could I go up to that car? Could I open that door? I don't. I think tough luck girls. I'm out of there.
I think I would agree with you. I mean, he wasn't aware of the folklore until, after, he had talked to his grandfather. I guess, I went to Hawaii when I was about 10 or 11, and my family and I had toured some cemeteries, and I remember specifically the guide saying, stay on the path, never touch the food. And it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. People put McDonald's bags with, quarter pounder with cheese next to the gravesites because they believe that the deceased still eat and need food and water and drink, and they need company and conversation.
Well, I can understand that. A good quarter pounder every now and then, here or there, would certainly make sense. Do you have any idea, just out of curiosity, why so many stories like this come from the islands? Why there are so many Hawaiian stories?
Well, you're talking about a culture of, several hundred, if not thousands of years. I mean, we are all mutts from other nations where they had their culture and we were displaced when we came here on boats. Those people have, several hundred, like I said, if not thousands of years of written culture and ideals and stories where we really don't. I mean, we're basically the newest country in the world. We're, not even 300 years old, so we haven't really had the time to put together our stories and our folklore and such.
Well, that's true. And it's a good point, and I certainly appreciate your call, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell.
And the vision of that car rocking back and forth to the degree that its tires are coming off the road, the surface, with two girls screaming inside, that'll be with me for a while. And this whole thing about red eyes, glowing red eyes, it comes up again and again and again when we do nights like we have done tonight. So tonight, when you get home, or if you're on the road, I'd keep an extra eye out for those red eyes. That's never good. Red eyes are never good. Well, listen, folks, I'm sorry to say that's it for tonight. Don't forget we've got 9 new ghost photographs from just tonight on the website, www.artbell.com. Now, tomorrow night, you're going to definitely want to listen, because a good friend of mine, Mike Murphy, who has done the same kind of material that I've been doing for years on KCMO in Kansas City, is going to be filling in. I think you'll find it a fascinating experience. He's going to have Mark Davenport here, and it's going to be a good night. That's Mike Murphy tomorrow night on Coast. I'm Art Bell for now. Night all. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening or good morning on this Friday night, Saturday morning. It's going to be different tonight. There will be no guests tonight. It's just the two of us, actually. And what we're going to do all night long, I repeat again, all night long, is tell ghost stories. On Halloween, we did Ghost to Ghost and had Ghost to Ghost interrupt us because of the Pegasus story, so tonight there shall be nothing but ghost stories, your ghost stories. Why are ghosts so interesting? And the answer is, from me, a simple one. In my eternal search for knowledge of the other side, one great field to look at is that of spirits or ghosts, or we don't really exactly, precisely know what ghosts are. They apparently are many things, and they may be proof that we do exist after we die in one form or another. It may not necessarily always be good. It seems like and I've been doing this for years now, but it seems as though people who die early, people who die young, people who die unexpectedly, people who die tragically, people who die with things left to do yet in their life, many times seem to remain. The collective evidence, I think, if taken to court, would be nearly irrefutable. Collectively. And by the time this night is out, I suggest to you that you too will begin your own journey, your own search of trying to figure out what happens to us after we die. Do we remain on Earth? Do we go to another place? And can we get back from that other place? Houdini is said to have been trying to do so. Set it up before he died, hasn't yet made it. But there are so many, many stories. Now, I'm going to Vancouver next week. I'm going to be doing an episode of Millennium, which I'm going to get to play myself, kind of neat. But here's a story from the city of my destination, Vancouver, entitled The Headless Brakeman. It's a simple, short story. It is said, Art, the CPR yards at the foot of Granville Street, Vancouver, have been haunted by a headless brakeman since 1928. Now, that was the year that Hub Clark, a railway brakeman, literally lost his head in the yards. One dark and rainy night, he slipped, he fell off a freight train, and his head hit the rail next to the freight track. He was knocked unconscious, and a passenger train speeding down the track severed his head from his body 2 inches below the Adam's apple. Thereafter, stories circulated about how a headless man in railway overalls was seen in the yard on dark and rainy nights. Apparently, for years, Vancouver railwaymen joked, "Don't throw your pumpkin away after Halloween. Hub Clark can use it." The headless brakeman was last sighted on a dark and rainy, very rainy night, as a matter of fact, darting between boxcars in 1942 by a railway worker. This story is told by Ted Ferguson in The Sentimental Journey, an oral history of train travel in Canada. And this is a very, very interesting story. It's not a very specific ghost story, or maybe it is. I don't know. It kind of goes with Somewhere in Time, in a way. Dear Art, this is a rather unconventional ghost story, but it shows how those on the other side can manipulate things. In 1992, I was working as a 911 emergency paramedic in Oakland, California. One night, as I was getting ready for work, I was kind of half watching this TV show about ghosts. One of the stories caught my attention, so I sat down to watch. Now, this might also come under the category of synchronicity. You tell me as you listen. It was about the Hotel del Coronado in Coronado, California. You know, the hotel where Some Like It Hot with Marilyn Monroe was filmed. In the story, this woman named Kate was apparently haunting the hotel. I watched the rest of the story, then ran out of the door, almost late for work. As my partner and I sat waiting for a call, I began to tell her the story that I'd seen on TV. But for some unknown reason, I couldn't remember the name of the hotel. At that moment, we got an emergency call. We ran the call, brought the patient to the hospital. The whole time I'm trying to remember the name of that doggone hotel. Well, we arrive at the hospital and wheel the patient inside. As I'm giving my report to the nurse in the emergency room, I just happen to glance behind the desk, and hanging on the wall is a calendar. And the full-color, large picture on the calendar is, you guessed it, the Hotel del Coronado. Well, I tend to pay attention to these little things. and took this as an invitation from Kate to visit her hotel. So, I reserved one of their smallest, cheapest rooms, and the next time I had a 4-day weekend, I packed up my convertible, drove down the coast from San Francisco to San Diego, arrived at the hotel, went up to the desk to check in, and the clerk says, "Oh, I'm sorry, all of the small cheap rooms, like the one you had reserved, are booked up." Let me see. Oh, we do have this suite with a balcony overlooking the courtyard in the old section of the hotel. Will that be all right? He said, "I'll give it to you for the same price as the small, cheap, cheesy room you had reserved." Naturally, I say okay, and I'm beginning to think this is going to be a very interesting stay. So, up I go, took a bubble bath, drank a beer out of the room bar. Shouldn't do that, by the way, they're terribly expensive. Jumped on the bed, as is my habit any time I stay in an expensive hotel. I took a nap and got dressed for dinner. Went down to the bar for a cocktail. The bartender brought all of my drinks. Had dinner in one of the restaurants, and when I asked for my check, the waiter told me that a gentleman who had been seated across the room had paid the check. The rest of the visit was uneventful, no apparitions, no funky stuff, until the stay at the hotel never showed up on my credit card bill. Now, I'm a relatively honest person, and under normal circumstances, I probably would have called the Hotel del Coronado, told them about their oversight. However, when viewed with everything else that occurred, the calendar, the upgrade, the free drinks, the free dinner, it was rather apparent to me that I had indeed been a guest, Kate's guest, at the Hotel del Coronado. She is a fine hostess, and I hope to return one of these days. And I have, of course, many more like this. And if any of you have a particularly good ghost story, we're going to do two things. One, we are going to tell ghost stories from those of you who call on the call-in lines. And we are going to also invite you, rather than sending in a fax with your ghost story, if you have a particularly good one, send me a fax with your phone number, and I will call you. I will call you because your odds of getting through, obviously, are rather slim. So if you just give me a brief outline on the facts of what your ghost story is, and then provide a phone number, I will call you. So we'll experiment, do things a little differently tonight, but make no mistake about it, all night long, we are going to do absolutely nothing but ghost stories. If you wish, call it Ghost to Ghost, call it anything you want, but I suggest you dim the lights and prepare yourself. All phone lines tonight, including the international phone line, which, by the way, is open. I normally use that for guests, so I don't get a lot of international calls, but tonight, it's open. So wherever you are in the world, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, if you have a ghost story, and I do have one sent to me here from Belgium, I've got another one from South Africa, we are heard worldwide. To access this program from any other country, get hold of the AT&T operator. Now that's very important. Get the AT&T operator and have her call in the USA, toll-free. Be sure you tell her toll-free. 800-893-0903. That's 800-893-0903. But all lines, all night, all ghost stories. Here we go. First time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Carrie calling from Eugene, Oregon.
Hello, Kay. How are you? You're going to have to get good and close to the phone because you're not too loud.
How's this?
That's better.
All right. Well, my boyfriend's brother, he moved into this house in Providence, Rhode Island. And come to find out, it's it used to be a funeral home. And, like, they have the places, like, in the basement where, you know, they burn the bodies and did all that crazy stuff.
Cremation.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And now he feels like there's a ghost there. Like, things will be missing, like things you don't misplace, like toothpaste, cutting board, just gone.
Gone.
And one time, his roommate, you know, they were just sitting there drinking coffee. His roommate went into his room because he finished his cup, and he came back out, and it was completely filled, hot. Jason didn't get it for him or anything. And it wasn't even made right how he likes it. And he says sometimes, you know, like a door will slam. One time he actually had to leave because he was so scared because there was like rubbing all on the walls and clanging noises.
You know, let me tell you a little story back now.
Okay.
I saw a movie the other night. I can't recall the name of it, unfortunately. Now a million people will send it to me. But it was about a man who went to work in a morgue.
Uh-huh.
And he was a guard in the morgue. And he would have his little guard desk, and he'd have his little, you know, guards have keys, and they have to make the rounds and turn the key so that the owner knows they really made their assigned rounds at night. And he had a desk and a workstation when he wasn't having to make his rounds. And there was this red light behind him. And in the morgue, they would have the bodies all lined up on these cots covered with sheets in a what's called a cold room. But above each body, there was a pull cord. You know, a cord you could pull.
Just in case.
Just in case. And should somebody pull that cord, it would obviously mean to the guy sitting at the desk that one of the bodies in the morgue had reanimated. Not unheard of. And I'm not going to tell you any more than that, but I will tell you, it went off.
Wow.
Okay?
Yeah, it's pretty weird. And
Well,
is there like, who would you go about calling? Say if you wanted to have like a specialist come in there and see, you know, what was going on. Any ideas?
Oh, yes. I have many people. In fact, the guest I'm going to have on this coming Monday night might be exactly the person you're looking for.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy because, you know, they have...
His name now, listen to me, is Jerome Clark, and he wrote a book called Unexplained, Strange Sightings, Incredible Occurrences, and Puzzling Physical Phenomena. Now, he'll be here Monday night, Tuesday morning next week. Okay. Somebody like that is the kind of person you need. Okay?
Definitely. Thanks so much for your help.
You bet. Take care, and good luck. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Yes, Art, this is Greg from El Cajon, California.
Hi, Greg.
How are you, Art?
Just fine.
I have a good one for you.
Okay.
Do I have about 4 or 5 minutes?
You do.
Excellent. My wife's mother had died back in February, actually on February 13th of this year. And prior to her death, my wife and children and I had stayed with her overnight in that house on many occasions.
Sure.
It was just a normal home. Nothing strange, very comfortable there, no problems whatsoever.
You would just be visiting her and stay the night?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Taking up the house at the time of her death went into probate. And, of course, my wife and her siblings not wanting to leave the house empty, of course, because of vandals and that sort of thing. My wife and our 2 daughters and our unborn son moved into that empty house on March 1st of this year.
Makes sense.
Shortly after, my family and I took occupancy of the home. Certain events started to take place.
Like what?
Well, just to paraphrase you, also at this time, on or around March 10th, we adopted a German Shepherd Beagle mix that it made my wife feel a lot better, of course, because I worked late at night, sometimes till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Like me.
Yeah, there you go. And it gave her a peace of mind because the house was out in the country. Okay.
Like me.
Yes, sir. And within the first 2 weeks that we took up residence in my wife's deceased mother's home, my wife would relay to me from time to time that she felt as she was being watched intensely. I myself, at the time being a complete skeptic, dismissed the information as an overactive imagination, which I probably should not have. That was my belief until the evening of March 16th, 1998, when my eyes were widely opened. On that evening, I was having dinner with my wife and children, and my sister-in-law and her 2 children, teenage children, were over to the house for dinner, just, a few weeks after moving into the house. Everyone had left but my wife and I was sitting in a position in the dining room, at the dining room table area, that allowed me to look all the way down the hallway into one of 3 bedrooms, which was my youngest daughter's at the time.
Sure.
At that point, I saw something that is still hard for me to describe. It was an aura of what seemed to be a woman's form, with a lot, to me, of what seemed to be energy around.
In other words, indistinct, kind of a foggy light aura.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And it definitely was. It seemed to be the shape of a woman to me.
Mm-hmm.
I was so motionless and locked into what was happening at the time that I almost lost relative consciousness of what or where I was, except for what was going on in that room. My wife was sitting over to the right of me and asked me what I had seen, and I described it to her, and she said something to the effect of, "You too?"
You too?
Yeah.
You mean she saw it as well?
She had seen and felt things before me, and yet had never, over that period of time, that 2-week period since we'd moved in there.
Can you hang on through the break?
Absolutely, Art.
Stay right where you are. When one sees it, you can imagine a bit of undigested meat. When 2 see it, well, my suggestion, turn the lights down, turn the radio up, get as comfortable as you can, because some of what you hear is going to require you be in a nice, comfortable place. By the way, with respect to my story about the Hotel del Coronado, I just got this. Hi, Art. My sister-in-law actually works at the Hotel del Coronado as a concierge. She says the ghost stories are real, and you can, even if you wish it, rent. I repeat, you can rent the haunted room. That's from Jeff in Amherst, Ohio. Wonder if that's really true. Thank you, Jeff. And by the way, for any of you who have ghost stories out there, just send me a fax and tempt me. Tell me how good it is and give me a phone number, and if I am tempted enough, I will call you and get you on the air. My fax number is area code 702-727-8499. If you can't tempt me in one page, you can't do it, so hold it to one page. Now, back to the gentleman who saw the apparition down the hall in the bedroom and then turned to his wife, and his wife saw it too, right, sir?
Yes, she had seen it, but it was at a different time.
And so then what? I mean, did you sit there and compare notes with her, or what?
Well, the hair was standing up on the back of my neck, Art.
I'm sure it was.
And I didn't know what to think. I just moved my wife and my children into a house, and I didn't know how long I was going to be there.
Did you think about getting out?
At that point, I really didn't know.
You know what? I actually, it's so easy to say, man, I'd be out of there like a shot. But the fact of the matter is, there are financial considerations, there are physical considerations. You have a wife, you have children, you have a lot of furniture, you've moved into a house. So you don't just immediately make a decision to split.
Let me tell you, Art, the rest of my notes that I have here for you that I compiled today, you're going to think more and more why we didn't actually get out. On or around March 22nd, I was alone in the house. And my wife had left with her sister, and my children, they went over visiting for the day. It was around the noon hour. I was preparing to leave for work. I'd just come out of the restroom that adjoined our master bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
Bear in mind, our bedroom used to be my deceased mother-in-law's bedroom.
Oh.
In a fairly quick instance, as I looked over my right shoulder, and I can see this as plainly as the day that, in my mind, is the day that I did see it, In just a few seconds' time, I saw my deceased mother-in-law leaning over the dresser area where her dresser used to be in her room. And it appeared as if she was leaning over to place something down.
This time she was of more form?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Shortly thereafter, that situation, an interesting yet strange phenomenon began to occur. My deceased mother-in-law there was a beautiful type plush white carpet, very white carpet in her home.
Mm-hmm.
It was throughout the home. There was no variance throughout any of the rooms whatsoever, and I'm just giving the details so the listeners understand what I'm about to say. One morning, I would believe it was the end of March, 1st of April, my wife said, "Honey, come look at this." And I said, "Well, when you walk barefoot on the carpet, Art, it would leave almost a type of imprint of your foot."
I understand exactly what you're saying, yes.
And so we experimented a little bit. This was not my wife's footprint, Art. It wasn't my footprint. And it was much too large to either of my daughters.
Sure.
So we just stood there looking down, and my wife said, "I know it's my mother's. I know it's my mother's footprint." And she lived with her mother until she married me, until she was, 19 years of age.
Mm-hmm.
She felt that, also too, from that time on, that the constant set of eyes or being watched was all the more ever present. Our dog, on many occasions, Art, would stand up and stare across the house into our bedroom, whining, staring. In the summer,
I've got to ask. It's an embarrassing question. You don't have to answer this, but if it was your wife's mother,
yes, sir,
haunting the house, present in the house, didn't that kind of take the edge off moments of intimacy for your wife?
Well, at that time, Art, and that is a personal question. My wife was only about 3 months from delivering our son.
I see. You say no more. That's
she
fine.
Was very pregnant.
Otherwise, I can imagine it would be a problem.
I can understand what you're saying, and I do agree to that with that.
Mom, if you're listening, you know what I mean.
Okay. In the summer months, another factor started to come into play, and this is one when I was writing it earlier this evening. Because I'm listing this in as much of a chronological order as I can.
Sure.
I was reluctant to discuss this, and the only reason I am discussing it right now is after we'd moved out and we're living where we're living now, I asked my wife if she, I didn't want her to think I was nuts. So I asked her, and she looked at me and said, yes, I had too, and this is the next part of the story. At night in my wife and I's bedroom, which of course was my deceased mother-in-law's, at times my vision in the dark, I would lay awake at times and it would start to blur. Eerie, if not demonic type faces would appear in the dark room. They would come, it was very sharp to me, and they would fade out slowly.
That would be enough for me.
The thing that bothered me about this, Art, was if this was my mother, it wasn't that obviously to me was not my mother-in-law.
Obviously. Her
appearance was not as foreboding as this particular situation. And that's when I started thinking, my God, is there a portal or something else that's followed?
That's exactly where I was about to go. We've got to wrap this up, but that's exactly where I was going. Is there a clothesline to this, or is that essentially it? Did you get out of there, or what?
Well, at that point, those things were starting to happen at the end of the summer. There were thumping noises on the wall. Many occasions at the noon hour, almost on certain days, frequently the phone would ring. There would never be anybody there. And the one thing that I would like to say, Art, and this is probably of some interest to you, I often wonder at this point if the intrusion, taking that nothing but a appearance by my mother-in-law in the last few recent days to my wife has appeared. There hasn't been anything since we moved to our new home.
Mm-hmm. Well, all right. Listen, thank you so very much. There are two things here. One, it's pretty well known, and I can't explain why. Maybe you can. Maybe one of you can. Why a spirit apparently trapped on Earth, or one that has not yet moved on, remains essentially in the same place, the same house, same geography, the same place. Why? Why? And the second thing that I would draw from that is, he said it himself. Do you think it might be true that once something has come through or is visible on both sides, depending on how you want to look at it, that in essence a portal has opened, allowing not just the spirit of his mother-in-law, but more to come through? That's worth some thought. On our international line, you are on the air. Good morning to you.
Hi, this is Mark from Auckland, New Zealand.
Auckland, New Zealand. Yes, sir. Welcome to the program.
Yes, I have a bit of an unusual ghost story to tell.
All right.
I frequently have out-of-body experiences, and one time I managed to catch a glimpse of my own ghost.
What? What?
Yes.
Now, if anything would stop me from having OBEs, assuming I could have them at will, that would do it. You saw your own ghost.
Yes, well, people who frequently have out-of-body experiences will know that you can sometimes get stuck in your corporeal body or physical body. This frequently happens to me, and this one time, a part of me separated while my vision remained in my body, my physical body, and I saw this watery ghost.
Oh, my. In other words, you saw your spiritual self in a visual way, with the vision from your own body, leaving your body?
Yeah, I saw it walking across the room. Well, I saw myself walking across the room. It was sort of like a third-person perspective.
Did that stop you from doing that?
No, that I've had more hair-raising experiences than that. That was unusual though, but no, it hasn't stopped me.
It would have stopped me cold. All right, my friend, thank you. That's from New Zealand. That would have stopped me cold. To have the physical vision remain in a somewhat active mind, and to see your spirit leave your own body, and to realize that your essentially dead, spiritless body is observing its own spirit leaving. No, thank you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, where are you?
I'm in Austin.
Austin, Texas, all
Yes.
right?
This story is kind of secondhand because it's something my mother told me happened before I was born.
It's all right. What is your name?
Sarah.
Sarah. Okay, Sarah.
Okay. She was living in Salem, Massachusetts with my father. They'd gotten married recently.
Right.
And in the house they were living, I think it was probably an old house, these things started happening. First, the cats started acting weird. Like, they'd be running across the room and all of a sudden they'd stop like there was a wall in front of them.
Yes, I've seen cats do that many times. They see things we don't.
Yep. And once or twice she said she found them in shut dresser drawers.
Cats?
Yes. They'd have gotten inside the drawer and it was shut behind them.
Yes.
She was alone in the apartment. And once the bathroom door was stuck. And she wasn't sure why it was stuck. She kept trying to get it open. My father wasn't home, so she had to get a neighbor to help her open it, and it took him a lot of work to get it open. And when they got it open, it was like 20 degrees colder in the bathroom than it had been anywhere else in the house.
Really?
Yes. And then my father would start, he would say he felt a hand on the back of his neck, but my mother was across the room or in a different room and there was no one else in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last thing that happened, my mom said this was the last thing that happened, and after that nothing ever happened. My father came in the room where she was, and he was like all white and shaking, and told her that he had been walking up the stairs, and he saw this woman walking down the stairs towards him, and that she was wearing like old-fashioned clothes. That was all they told me. I didn't get any more detail than that.
Yes.
She was walking towards him, and then when they passed each other on the stairs, he felt like totally cold all the way through, and then she vanished, and then they never saw anything else again.
I sure do appreciate the story.
I thought you'd want to hear it.
Oh, you're right. Thank you. I wonder what it is about the presence of an entity that causes temperatures to drop. And by the way, I might add measurably drop. I have interviewed any number of ghost researchers, and it's about half and half. Some say they're unable to measure the temperature drop, but they can certainly feel it. The other half say they have measured up to, as this young lady said, up to 20 degrees and more of difference. Sometimes right down to freezing. She mentioned cats and brings to mind the following. Again from Canada. Canada must be a very haunted place. Art, where I live, we have woods by our house, about 7/10 of a kilometer by 6/10 of a kilometer in size. And in this woods is a man some time ago who hung himself, actually 70 years ago, when his wife had died at an early age. 70 years ago, the land that everyone is now living on was farmland. And ever since those woods have been left alone. The only thing about the man was he was a cat lover. He had about 4 cats. And I can tell you there is something about those woods that is pretty freaky now. Every now and then, even now, there is a gathering of cats in the woods. No lie, I've seen them. They just sit around, 10 to 20 of them. Tell you what I'll do. I'll try and get a picture of it next time it happens and send it to you. I believe the cats are gathering in this man's name. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Aloha, Art. This is Mike calling from Kihei, Maui, Hawaii.
Hello, Mike. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Actually, I told you this briefly a few years ago. My wife Bonnie and I had gone over to Kauai pre-Iniki, the year before Iniki hit.
Oh, the big terrible hurricane, yeah.
It was a nasty one. We stayed at an older, fairly flat resort called the Cocoa Palms. It was nice. We had driven around the day. We went back to the hotel, pretty tired, and we went to bed after listening to the little band downstairs. Sometime in the night, I woke up. I was on my back in the bed, and something fairly large, kind of glowing, was at the foot of the bed.
Bad.
It was human-shaped, and it scared the bejesus out of me, to the point where I was petrified and could not move.
Describe it more than that. Human-shaped. Sort of a mist, you mean, or try and do a little better.
Well, at least 7 feet tall. If it was a person, it probably would have weighed several hundred pounds.
Oh, so this is very large.
Like 250, 300 pounds.
All right.
The perception I got was that it was kind of glowing like a glow stick. You know those green glow sticks you crack at night?
Yes.
Okay, well, it scared me so bad, all I did was close my eyes. Whatever it is, it's going to go away. I'm closing my eyes. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Woke up in the morning. My wife and I finished our time on Kauai, went to Oahu, and driving from the airport over the Poly to the other side, I told her on the Poly, I said, you know what, babe? Last night, there was something in our room. And she turned to me, and the chicken skin started. That's when you get the goosebumps.
So they call it in Hawaii chicken skin.
She freaked out with her big Hawaiian eyes and looked at me and said, I saw it too. And I said, well, what would you see? Apparently she must have seen a little more than I did, and or perceived more than I did.
Maybe she didn't close her eyes.
I sure did. My wife says that she saw a very large Hawaiian float in through the window and stand at the foot of our bed, and it was, to her, she said, it was very pissed off.
Mm.
It was
A pissed off Hawaiian.
a pissed off Hawaiian. Now, I'm white. My wife's almost pure Hawaiian. I'm wondering, is this a Hawaiian ghost looking down, seeing a local woman with a white man?
I hear you.
Angry.
I hear you.
That was very perturbing, and we both had chicken skin for quite some time that evening. One more recently, unfortunately, my wife's lovely father, who lives over in Waimea on the Big Island,
Yes.
was diagnosed with a terminal cancer around May this year. And he decided that he would prefer not to fight it and would go with hospice care and prefer to live out his remaining time in the living room at home. And with a lot of the homes here in Hawaii, we have day beds in the living room.
No, I understand that. I think I would make the same choice.
So, Shem, that's his name, her dad, spent out his remaining time in the living room on the beautiful hospice bed provided. Mom lovingly cared for him, and it was wonderful because he had time and all of us family could come by and say aloha. Well, we're staying there, and he has not yet passed away, and the only room left because of all of the ohana, or family over, is Mom and Dad's room, which they really don't sleep in too much anyway because they sleep in the living room. Anyway, Dad is still alive, but getting near the end. This was within 3 days of him passing on.
Mm-hmm.
My wife and I go to bed about 11 o'clock at night in the parents' bed. I'm sleeping on my stomach, and something gives me a finger jab poke through the mattress into my ribs. It felt like it came up about 2 inches.
Yes?
It woke me up, scared the hell out of me, and I said, "Bonnie!" She goes, "What?" "It was something poked me in the ribs." And I rolled over onto my back, and she goes, "Are you okay?" I go, "Yeah, but what was that?" She goes, "I don't know." And then something, the pressure of someone sitting down on my legs. And I said,
On your legs?
On my legs. I said, and I'm getting chicken skin now. I'm freaking out remembering. I said, "Babe, it's sitting on my legs. What am I going to do?" She says, "It's okay. It's all right. It's probably just Dad, his spirit coming into the room saying, 'You're in our bed.'" I said, "Well, he's not dead yet." She says, "I know, but this is his house and he can move around when he wants."
Sure.
I said, "Babe, can I please sleep in another room? I can't handle this. It's too much." She said, "Okay." So we switched with her sister. And Dad passed on shortly after that. We have not yet, myself, she's returned to visit Mom twice. I'm a little leery about visiting.
Why do you think the state of Hawaii is such a haunted state?
I don't know.
It is, though. I've had guests on who have told story after story like the ones you just told. Hawaii is a very, very haunted set of islands. There's no question about it.
You and your wife, your wife's from Oahu, right?
That's correct.
Thank you for listening, Art. I hope your audience keeps in mind that the loved ones are close by.
All right. Take care, sir. Aloha. All right, that's it. Tonight, all we're doing, as you can already tell, are ghost stories. Real ghost stories. And it's so easy to do. You know why? Because there are so many of them. Almost as many of them as there are you. We'll be right back. All right, I'm on my way toward being caught up here. Sorry about that. I get caught up in the stories, and it just happens. Here is a gentleman who works, or did work, actually. He did the same thing I did in a 911 dispatch center. I guess fire dispatch center. Where are you, sir?
I'm in Birch Bay, Washington.
Welcome to the program.
Well, thank you, Art.
You're about to tell me that you have had ghosts call 911?
In a way, yeah. It was basically to, it would be well over 100-year-old emergency, I would say, of a dying woman in a small Mexican village on the banks of the Santa Ana River.
My God. 100-year-old emergency.
Mm-hmm. Middle 1800s, 1864 to be exact. So it's a time travel story as well as a ghost story.
I guess it is, huh? Well, it may be that where the spirits are, there is no time as we quite, exactly understand it or think we do.
Oh, sure. And, if they have a story to tell, it can wait for eternity if it has to.
Well, apparently, one did, at least part way.
Well, let me tell you a little bit about how this started. I had just started at this fire communications center. It was on the banks of the Santa Ana River. This was in 1984.
Okay.
And basically it was a 24-hour operation. We were on a 24-hour shift, so we would sleep and eat and pretty much live there for an entire day and then be relieved by the relief crew and work that type of schedule. So normally my shift would end at 8 p.m. From 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. I would get to sleep from 8 p.m. till 1 a.m. and then go back on the board till 4 in the morning.
Gotcha.
And that way we could at least get a couple hours of uninterrupted sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I thought the strangest thing was that none of the dispatchers would sleep in the dormitory, which struck me as really odd. They all seemed afraid of the place. And the dispatch personality, they're usually guys that are rock solid individuals.
Oh, yes.
They're pretty fearless people, basically. But we'd have guys sleeping in the hallways or bedding down in the lounge, that type of thing. Well, I'd been on for about a week, and I got woken up in the morning by the intercom saying that, I could sleep till noon because I was going to have to work a 12-hour overtime shift. Someone had called in sick, and I was basically up for it. Well, about a half hour later, and usually these things happen when you're dead asleep, I felt something lay across my legs, and there was a groan like somebody going, when they're stretching.
Yes.
And I woke up and I saw this kind of it wasn't a mist, it was almost like a gelatinous fog breaking above my head, and the room was pitch black dark, which was really a strange thing. So anyway, I stumbled out in the dispatch center and asked the people if, what the heck was going on and, why are they playing games, and they all gave a conspiratorial look to each other and said, go back to bed, we'll tell you about the ghosts later, right? So I slept real good after that.
Yeah, right.
Well, anyway, it was uneventful. I came back for the next shift, and that's when the weirdness happened. 1 in the morning, just a little bit before 1 in the morning, I went into the strangest dream I've ever had. I was walking along the banks of the Santa Ana River, and I knew it was 1864. I just knew it. And I thought, this is the strangest dream. For one thing, I'm here. I can feel the wind on my skin. It was just barely blowing. I could hear the leaves rustling. I could feel the sand crunch underneath my feet along the banks of this river.
Right.
And I thought, wow, this is really interesting. I know where I'm at. I'm right by the fire dispatch center, but the city's gone. There's nothing here, and, where are all the children and the animals?
You mean you were literally seeing the same geography minus the buildings and the people?
Except for, differences, the variations of a river as it changes over the year, but my internal radar and compass told me I was exactly at the fire dispatch center. I was actually walking up to it, approaching northbound along the banks of the Santa Ana River. And I saw this small house.
Yes.
Kind of like an adobe little house like you would see, part of a rancho or a very small village. And this woman appeared in the door. And she was what you would call, probably about a 20-year-old, really beautiful senorita. She was just gorgeous with long flowing hair and a smile that would melt your heart. This was like, wow, what's going on? Anyway, she beckoned to me to come to the door. And as soon as my foot hit the threshold of this little house, I was kind of transported into her, if you know what I mean. It's like she melded with me, for want of a better word. We were like one person.
Spock would say mind meld, yes.
Almost like that, but not quite as as trite as you would expect something on Star Trek. This was like a total 2 bodies and 2 souls instantly mingling together.
Wow.
And it was an instant feeling of like warmth and love and a tremendous sexual rush, which later on I found out that happens sometimes. Anyway, she kind of separated from me and beckoned me into the house, and I went in there, and she showed me this old woman laying on a bed. And prior to entering the fire service, I'd been an ambulance driver in L.A., and you pretty much know when a person's ready to breathe their last. And this woman was definitely, she was what they call chain stoking, that, final type of breathing. And she had on a kind of like a floral print shift dress.
Yeah.
And this girl started to tell me that, she was the last of the small village, and she had stayed there and taken care of all the people that were sick, and they had a drought and a famine, and some type of terrible disease had come through the community and killed a lot of people. And basically everybody just packed up and went upriver to try to find a better place to live, took all the children and healthy people and animals, and they all just split.
Makes sense, yeah.
And she was the last one, taking care of the last person alive that could not make the trip. Well, to make a long story shorter, she basically started telling me how all these people died. This is when the dream got really bad. I mean, it was like I was trapped in this place. If you know, well, you obviously know the personality of a dispatcher that's fully in control of his environment.
I certainly do.
I mean, you are the savior of the city, otherwise you'll never make it. Anyway, it was the first time in my career that I ever felt totally trapped and scared and wanting to just get up and run from the dispatch center, even though, I wasn't there, but I was.
Right.
All these faces started coming at me. They were all like Mexican villagers, which is what lived in that part of California at the time. And as each face came at me, I died with them. And they were talking to me. And one after another. It must have been 100 faces just coming. I mean, like, literally face to face with me. And I felt the pain of their death.
I take it you didn't sleep in there again.
Oh, I did. I was not going to let this, I was going to get to the bottom of what the heck was going on with this thing. Anyway, there was I used to hate it when 1 o'clock would roll along and a dispatcher's voice would come on the speaker and say, get out of the sack, it's time to hit the board. Well, the dispatcher that was handling the shift came on and he pulled me out of my sleep. Anyway, I stumbled into the communications center, didn't even put on my uniform. I was drenched in sweat. I had this big lump in my throat. These tears were just like pouring down my face. And he looked at me and said, what in the heck happened to you? So I told him, I think I just got visited by a ghost. And that's when he finally said, oh, these darn ghosts, it's like they've been banging on the switchboard all night. I've had this creepy feeling like something's standing here watching me, and I can't take this anymore. I'm going to go sleep in the lounge. I'm not sleeping in that dorm anymore. So I figured, okay, well, there is something here. It's not just me. Well, what ended up happening is once my story came out, all the other guys and the women that worked there started opening up to me and telling me their stories.
Sure.
We had a Mexican dispatcher. He was basically a guy that, to him, true love was finding a hooker that would take $25. And, he was just the most lazy person I've ever met. Took a shower maybe once a week if he needed it.
Yeah.
But he told me this really interesting story about how he would have these nightmares that he was totally trapped in his bed, like something was crushing his chest. And he would talk in Spanish, and the other dispatchers would say, yeah, when this guy's sleeping, he starts speaking Spanish, and that's when he's having these nightmares.
Well, it's obvious to me, sir. Thank you very much for your call and your story. It's obvious to me what was occurring. I, too, worked in a 911 dispatch center in Monterey County. And on a daily basis, even an hourly basis, you deal with life and death. Actually, I found it to be too much, and I spent a year at it and bailed out. But you deal with life and death. I'm the kind of person that takes my work home with me. And so it was not the job for me. But a place of haunting? Oh, yes, of course. Place of crisis, a place where death is documented nearly on an hourly basis, sometimes more. Yes. Yes. On my first-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi there. Where are you?
Paul from London, Ontario, Canada.
London, Ontario. Haunted Canada. Yes, sir.
Yes, and actually we are pretty haunted. Actually, the one I've got happened when I was about 8 years old. We were a bunch of us sitting around messing around, and the guys I was with decided to hold a seance. And we were sitting in my friend's basement, and...
You decided to hold a seance?
Well, yeah, you're right.
That's like you're really inviting it.
Well, yeah, that's what I didn't take part. I sat off in the corner going, no, this isn't for me.
Uh-huh.
Besides, I didn't really believe in that stuff at the time. After that, I really changed. Halfway through the seance, I kept hearing these strange noises, and we were sitting in his basement, and they just kept going, shh, stop making noises. And I was like, well, it's not me. They're like, yeah, sure, just shut up. We're trying to get a hold of this ghost. And all of a sudden, something made me look off in the corner. He had an old TV that his dad was going to throw out sitting in the corner. Well, when I looked, I noticed it started to glow.
Mm-hmm.
And after a few minutes, it just exploded.
The television exploded?
Yes. The whole screen blew out, and what did it for me was the fact it was unplugged. The thing is, the TV was unplugged. When I looked on top of it, I saw other people have called in before about it, seeing the dark man.
The dark man?
Yes. I saw a dark, I could tell it was a man. He was sitting cross-legged on the TV, wearing a long coat. He just looked at me, smiled, nodded, stood up, and disappeared.
I'd be out of there so fast.
Well, the thing is, no one else saw it but me. They were.
Well, I mean, yeah, but what about the television? You said the television.
Oh, they all saw the TV explode. His mom came downstairs yelling what happened, and we were just nothing. I couldn't tell her. Well, there was someone on top of the TV made it blow up.
Mm-hmm. First of all, a television under no circumstance, sitting there, sedentary, not plugged in. Televisions do not explode, period.
Oh, I know that.
Even plugged in ones. That'd be it for me.
Well, the thing is, for me, you'd think you'd be scared, but I was just looking at it going, okay, that was odd. And, I mean, since that day, I've seen the same dark man every so often out of the corner of my eye, or it's almost like he's watching me.
Maybe he's waiting for you.
Well, that's what I think, because, ever since then, I've seen him, and if I don't see him, I'll hear him call my name.
Yes.
And the thing is, it's loud and clear. Other people have heard it, and we can be in an empty hallway, and we'll hear my name clear.
Maybe one day when he calls your name, you will go with him.
Oh, that's what I thought. And the thing is, though, like I said, I'm not afraid of it. It's almost like he's there protecting me for something.
Maybe. Maybe you should be afraid.
Well, everyone says that, but I don't know. Like I said, it's just something about him doesn't seem to be scary.
Uh-huh.
He just seems to be there. He doesn't seem to be presenting any harm to me.
Uh-huh. I mean, you've got to consider that he's there for a reason.
Oh, that I'm pretty sure of. I mean, it was since that day I've started seeing other ghosts as well, so.
I understand. All right. Well, I appreciate your call. I'm a little hesitant to suggest to you that you may be associating with somebody who is going to take you from where you are now to where you will eventually be. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. This is Alan in Pahrump.
Here in Pahrump?
Yes, sir.
Excellent.
Almost neighbors, I guess. Before I start my story, I had to chuckle when I don't remember, I guess it was a letter you read or a fax about someone from Canada and the cat story.
Oh, yes.
Might want to mention to the listeners about the fire we had here last week, and they pulled out, what was it, about 104 cats that were dead out of the home? I don't know if you read that in the newspaper.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, it was pretty gruesome.
Pretty horrible, yes. Pahrump is a strange place in so many ways. Are you outside?
Yes, I am. As a matter of fact, I'm on the porch.
Not mine, I presume.
Well, I'm not exactly sure where you live. No, my wife says I talk loud, and I didn't want to wake the kids up.
Oh, I see. So you're outside, and we're getting a little bit of wind tonight. It looks like we're going to get some rain, huh?
It sprinkled a little bit and chased me in earlier.
Actually, it's kind of a spooky night out here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's overcast. It has been all day, but not quite this bad.
All right, listen, I'm at a break point, so I'm going to hold you over, and since you're in Pahrump, obviously, there is no charge.
Okay.
So stay right where you are. We're telling ghost stories this night, and that's all we're doing. If you wish, call it Ghost to Ghost. If you wish, call it anything you want. It happens to nearly everybody, as I said earlier. There are nearly as many stories as there are all of you out there. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Kind of fits, doesn't it? Good morning. I'm Art Bell, and all we're doing tonight is telling ghost stories. We'll get right back to it. We have a lot of documented ghost photographs. By the way, you should see the one on my website now. From 1906. Here in the desert, when the clouds and the wind and the rain come, it's very eerie indeed. And here is my caller again. Out on his porch still?
Yes, I am.
Uh-huh.
After a quick turkey break.
All right, sir. From here in Erie, Pahrump, what have you?
Well, back in 1983, I was a young married father, and I took my wife and little baby. We moved to California to Long Beach. I had a rather low-paying job, and I had an uncle that offered us an apartment in his apartment building if we managed it, so it was for free. It was a little one-bedroom apartment, and we were so poor we didn't own a bed yet, so we had a fold-out couch. So we put the baby in his crib in the one bedroom, and we slept out on the couch until we could get a bed. Every night, usually about 9 or 10 o'clock, the baby would wake up just screaming, hysterical. We'd bring him out, and as soon as we brought him out, he would calm down and go to sleep. And it got to the point for about a month where we wound up having him sleep with us every night. We finally got a bed, excuse me, and switched rooms. We put him out in the front room in his crib, and we slept in the bedroom.
Sure.
I guess it was about a month or so went by. One night I was sleeping, and I started having this weird dream that turned really scary. Now, as I was growing up, there was a period where when I was a young kid, I had scary dreams all the time, and I guess out of necessity, I taught myself to wake up when a dream got too scary. Now, this happened to me. I woke up, I was laying face down on my waterbed, and something had a hand in the middle of my back, and had a hand on the back of my head and was shoving me down into the waterbed, into the pillow, and I couldn't breathe. So I opened my mouth to talk, to call for help to my wife,
Yes.
and whatever it was, it bound my tongue. I couldn't talk. All that was coming out was a bunch of gibberish. And so I was struggling back and forth, and whatever it was incredibly strong and shoving me down into this waterbed. And I figured, well, if I wiggle back and forth enough, I'll wake my wife up. Well, she woke up and she says, my gosh, what's going on? And she flipped on the light. And as soon as she turned on the light, whatever it was released me. And I looked up at her and she looked at me and she says, oh my gosh, what happened? I feel this, she described that the room felt like it was just filled with hate. And I explained to her what had happened, and it was just, I didn't sleep very much that night.
Oh, thanks a lot. I've got a waterbed, and up until now, I've loved it.
Well,
I can only imagine that. That was attempted murder.
Well, let me finish the story, and it gets even creepier. We said a couple of quick prayers, and the room still felt creepy. We didn't sleep much that night. I was also working for my uncle, so the next day I told him what had happened, and he kind of scoffed at it. He goes, oh, yeah, right. I've never had anyone else complain about living in that apartment. And I said, well, I wonder what happened. And then he got kind of serious for a minute, and he goes, well, there's something I didn't want to tell you. He said, a year before you and your wife moved in, we had a couple that lived there, and the man was a drug dealer, and he wound up getting murdered in that room. Somebody came in and busted in and shot him with a shotgun. And I said, and you're trying to tell me you don't believe, what I'm telling you, that you think it's just a bunch of mumbo-jumbo. And he really didn't say much after that. And that's basically my story. Up until then, of course, I never believed in ghosts. And after that, I've been...
That's enough for me, sir.
I've been converted.
I appreciate the call on the dark, rainy night.
You bet.
Take care. That was attempted murder. That was attempted murder. Can you imagine having that happen to you? A presence that you can't possibly fight, pressing you down into the bed, pressing your tongue so you cannot speak, your head, your back into the bed. No, thank you. Good morning. You're on Ghost to Ghost AM. I'm Art Bell. Where are you, please?
I'm in Tampa, Florida.
Tampa, Florida.
Yeah, I'm listening to you on your net.
Okay.
my story goes back to when I joined the Navy. I joined in 1980 as a nuclear power electrician and got assigned to the USS Enterprise in 1982.
Oh, the Enterprise.
Right. And the biggest nuclear power carrier in the world. She will not fit through the Panama Canal. She has to go all the way around.
I believe that. I went through the Panama Canal myself on a large, cruise liner. And as we went through, we scraped the sides of the ship, so it was that close.
Well, it has to do with ghosts that have been there for quite some time. They've been there for a very long time. The refit took 3 years before I even got to the ship. They took the superstructure off, put a new one on, and I was just getting to the boat as she came out of her refit. And so these guys who assigned watches were telling me, do you want a mid-watch in 5 and 6 switchgear? And I said, I don't know. And they said, well, there's a ghost.
Well, I'm not a Navy guy. 5 and 6 switchgear, what's that?
That's where the 5 and 6 switchgear is where the controls for the ship service turbine generators are for paralleling and taking up and down.
Generators, okay.
Okay. And so I didn't really much believe him, and he gave me a mid-watch. And I stood a mid-watch on 5 and 6 switchgear and heard somebody roaming around in the back room. Because what we had in one switchgear, we had our little office where we had our morning meetings, and we had our gear pullers and our electrical equipment in there. And it sounded like someone opening, closing drawers and moving around. And I walk in there, and there's only one way in and out, one door, and you can see it from the switchgear where you're at. And I open the door, and there's nobody in there. And I thought, well, maybe somebody's messing with me, but there was never anybody in that switchgear. And then I come to find out there was another ghost haunting number 2 and 3 switchgear. And by the way, if there's any listeners who were on the Enterprise who were in EE30, Electrical Engineering Group 30, they can verify this. And 2 and 3 switchgear, there was also a ghost. Now, from what I was told, these guys who were haunting had been vaporized by opening disconnects when they were fully energized. Yeah. And what that had done is it drew an arc and created a fireball and vaporized him and the switchgear around him. It just vaporized everything it touched. And so these people were instantly turned into gas.
Yeah, cinder.
Right. And the 1 and 2 and 3 switchgear was more prevalent. One guy told me, he says, yeah, you can't sleep in 2 and 3 switchgear because he'll keep you awake.
This is very common. When people die that way, completely, unexpectedly, instantly, tragically, that's when they seem to remain.
And the thing was, he was like a guardian. You know what I mean? He was making sure that the guys didn't fall asleep on watch, because he'd do something to you. Now, I was just, I was wondering about the 1, 2, and 3 because I hadn't ever seen it, so I decided to play a trick. And I decided to pretend I was nodding off. And it felt like someone grabbed the back of my hair, and yanked my head and jerked it to wake me up. And I was like, man. And that just, sends a shiver up your spine.
I take it you stayed awake on future watches.
Yes. It was really, really something.
And you're telling me that anybody who was on the Enterprise, EE30 that time, could verify this?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. There's absolutely no doubt. In fact, one guy left his post screaming from 2 and 3 switchgear and said he'd never stand watch there again, ever. And he never told anybody what happened. And he wasn't in Electrical Engineering Group 30. He was a conventional electrician. Sometimes really good conventional electricians, they'd let stand watch on those switchgears. But the thing was there was the nuclear electricians and there was the EE30.
What kind of voltage and current were running through those?
450.
450.
Right.
Tremendous current.
The ratings of those generators.
Tremendous, I'm sure.
We had 8 turbine generators in all, and there were four main machinery rooms and 2 reactors for each. So we had a total of 8 reactors, and each reactor, I believe, was 1 megawatt each. So we were running about 8 megawatts of power when we were churning and burning.
I appreciate, I'm sure you were glad to get off the Enterprise.
Well, you know what? I never really had a problem with them. It didn't really scare me.
Was there any doubt about the fact? Now, you say you sort of pretended to be asleep.
Yeah, I was trying to see if it was real.
Do you think that it could have been your imagination?
Oh, no. Oh, no. When someone comes up to you and grabs your hair and jerks your head, you know it.
You're right.
You know it. I mean, that's something, and it happened to anybody who ever fell asleep in 2 and 3 switchgear. Boom. They get waking up instantly. You could never fall asleep on there while you were on watch.
Appreciate your call, sir.
Yep.
Thank you. Take care. He's right. There would be no mistaking somebody grabbing your hair and yanking your head up, would there? First time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bell.
How are you?
I'm sorry?
I said, how are you?
Pretty good, and yourself?
Fine. Where are you?
I'm calling from southern Indiana.
Southern Indiana. Yes, sir.
I'd like to answer your questions first. You had a couple like, why do ghosts stay in one place? And I think there was something right up about why does the temperature change when there are ghosts around?
Well, I think the last caller was a very good example of a ghost that remained exactly there. And if that one didn't do it for you, I've got one from San Antonio, Texas, that'll curl your hair.
That was fairly scary, but I was wanting to explain to you why ghosts stay there. Now, I'm speaking from the philosophical point of a ceremonial magician. I don't know if you know anything about like ceremonial magic or Kabbalah or ritual magic or anything like that.
I know a little bit about it.
Are you familiar with the philosophical elements like earth, air, fire, and water?
I am.
Well, they have spirits associated with those. They're intelligences of sorts that are similar to animals as far as their intellectual level.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes the elementals can feed off of emotional energy that people put out.
That's right.
And when people pass away, they'll leave their astral shell or astral body behind. And sometimes these elementals can take control of these astral shells. And they'll present themselves as a ghost when, in fact, they're elementals, but they'll take on this form. And, like, for example, a deceased father or a mother or something, and when this person feels an emotional attachment to this image they see, that elemental can draw energy from that individual.
Mm-hmm.
That's one reason why ghosts stay around like that.
So, in other words, they produce one of the greatest emotions a human can have, mortal fear, and then feed from it.
Yeah, fear, love, any kind of emotion, anger, hate, anything, elementals can feed from that. Not all elementals will do that, though. That it has to be something that's learned from them, kind of trained. Like I said, they have like the intelligence of animals. So,
mm-hmm.
But that also has to do with the temperature change in the room. Because, for example, like a water elemental could produce a cool temperature in a room.
But why would a spirit be bound like the spirit on the Enterprise or the spirits to, in effect, stand guard? Now, I'm going to tell you a very quick story, very much like it. I think a lot of the audience may have heard this or perhaps not, but it is a true story, believe it. In San Antonio, Texas, a school bus full of children stalled on a train track. A train hit it broadside, killed all the children, or the majority of the children on the bus. A horrible tragedy in the San Antonio area. And ever since, at that particular intersection, if a car stalls, in fact, people go and test it. They actually take their car and they drive onto these train tracks and stop and put the car in neutral, and the car is always pushed, or seemingly moves by itself off the tracks and onto the road on the other side into safety. Now, they have tested this. They have taken cars and put them on the track with talcum powder on the back of the car.
Actually, I have heard of this, Mr. Bill.
This is a true story. And when the car reaches the other side of the tracks, there are children's handprints to be found in the talcum powder. And this can be done repeatedly. It'll occur again and again and again. And the story from the Enterprise reminded me of that.
See, something like that would may work on the same lines that a talisman may work. Now, a talisman, I don't know if you're familiar with how talismans operate, but when a talisman is created, it creates a vortex of energy that draws things to it. So, like if you create a talisman to say bring money into your life, or love, or whatever else you make the talisman for, it creates a magnetic attraction to that. Now, it's curious that there were several people involved in the accident. When there were quite a few people together and an accident like this occurs, there's a great amount of fear for a split instant before they're killed that goes through their minds. Now, this would be imprinted on the material that was around them at the time, so that could work very similar. It could create a
imprinted on the material.
Yeah, like for example, the land around it, the specific area where the accident happened, the railroad tracks.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, iron is a very good conductor for etheric energies like that.
Let me tell you a little story, because we're out of time, but you mention it. Scientists are now believing that material things, wood, glass, crystal, in fact, most material objects carry memories, and scientists are actually getting to the point where they can extract these memories, kind of like a video show, kind of like if that motel bed could tell a story. But I'm very serious about that. Material things that soon may be able to relate what has happened around them. Here we go, and I think we're going down to San Diego, California, and we're going to hear from a police officer named Steve. Steve, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am, on this dark and stormy night.
Yes, the bad weather, the eerie weather is sweeping up through your state toward us very quickly indeed. Steve, you are a member of San Diego PD?
Yes, I am. 12 years.
12 years?
Yeah.
How long ago did this occur?
This actually happened about 12 years ago. I was just out of the academy, and I was assigned to a field training officer, and we go through a couple phases of that. And I was working in the southeast area of San Diego, which at that time was a pretty high activity area, a lot of crime. And the guy I got assigned with had been on almost 30 years and was pretty much the classic grizzled and beaten veteran.
So it's kind of like the rookie and the old warrior.
Yeah, basically the new blood and the crusty old guy. And we were driving down one of the boulevards down at about 3 in the morning, and as we approached the intersection in a residential area, we saw a male standing on the corner, and as we passed him, he appeared to be bleeding profusely from the head and from the face, and just looked like he'd just been stabbed several times. And as we passed by, we both looked at each other and said, "Hey, did you see that?" And I said, "Yeah." And I was driving at the time. I flipped the car around real quick and drove back, and we both got out of the car, and we couldn't find him. He was gone. And this happened over a period of probably maybe 3 to 5 seconds in the time it took me to put on the brakes and spin the car around and drive back. And
he was gone that fast.
He was gone that fast. And we got out of the car, and we checked up and down the street, and there was no blood trails. There was absolutely nothing that ever indicated he was there. And we got back in the car, and we sat there quietly for a moment, and we looked at each other, and we asked each other again. We said, "Hey, did you see this guy? I mean, he had to have been there, right?" And we both confirmed that we both saw him, and we pretty much decided not to tell anybody after that. But I was pretty convinced that that's what we saw. We were thinking maybe it was a recent murder victim or something that may have again been restless or something. And
did you write a report up?
Oh no, no. We just we just talked about it with each other, and I don't think we let it go out of the car at that time.
Mm-hmm.
It was just, from that point on, it really was, something that I've thought about occasionally and convinced me that certainly there's something out there that, we're just, not aware of.
Boy, do I appreciate the story, Steve.
You betcha.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Take care. San Diego police officer. Convinced me there's something out there. That's right. There is something out there. Something we don't understand, we may never understand, but you can be sure it's out there. As I keep saying, there are probably as many stories out there as there are all of you. And you don't really get them until you invite them, and you've got to invite them in a certain way. You can't invite them and ridicule them. You can only invite people to share once they become aware that others have seen some of the same things that they have seen. And then the outpouring is hard to stop. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Mike from Sacramento.
Hello, Mike.
How are you? My story starts, I'm a stuntman, and I do a lot of traveling around the country, and I was in Coral Gable, Florida, and there's a big hotel there called the Coral Gable that used to be Al Capone's, hangout.
Mm.
And so I went down there to do a film with a couple of buddies of mine, and as I walked into the hotel, it's this huge palatial hotel that, it's like a huge mansion.
Was it a movie I would remember?
Bad Boys?
Bad Boys.
With Will Smith.
I think I do recall that, yes.
Yeah, I've been in a lot of films. And I've come across a lot of ghosts, too, but this one was the scariest one that's ever happened to me. And so I walked through the door, and I was with my friend Richard, and I turned to him and I said, this place is haunted, man. This place is haunted. He goes, I said, did you feel that when I walked through the door? It's like a cold wind. Now, this place is huge. It's not little. It's massive. And so we got assigned to our room, and I was the only stuntman that was on the 5th floor. And so I went to bed early because I had an early call that morning. And so around 11:30, I hear a knock at my door. I get up, look out, and there's nobody there. No, one of the guys is playing a joke on me, right? So I lay back down, start to go to sleep, and I start feeling my covers being pulled off me. Right? And I sit up, and I look down, and I thought someone snuck in, right? So, okay, whatever. Knock at the door again. Go to the door, nobody's there. Now I'm getting kind of irritated, and I'm hearing like a party going on down the hallway, and it's like noisy. I'm trying to get to sleep. I got a 4:30 call. I'm getting real agitated. So I lay back down again, cover myself up. The covers start pulling off me again, and I'm saying, someone's short sheeting me or something here, right?
Right.
I get up, door knocks again, open up, and there's a guy at the end of the hallway wearing a tuxedo and a red carnation with his hair slicked back, and he looks kind of odd because it looks like a period suit.
Yes,
like a 1920 period.
Yes, sir.
And I looked at the guy and I said, hey, bud, I'm trying to get some sleep. I got to go to work tomorrow. Could you just knock it off? It's not funny. And he kind of laughed and turned and walked down the hallway. So I shut my door, and all night long, party. I called downstairs and I said, look, you know what? I'm going to have to change rooms. This floor's way too noisy. And she says, oh, you're on the 5th floor. I went, yeah. And she says, okay. So I hang up, go to sleep, and I didn't sleep much that night, and I get up the next morning, and I go down to the lobby, and there's a historical society booth right there.
Yes.
And I said, excuse me, I said, is this place haunted? And she started laughing. She says, oh, this is one of the most haunted places in North America. And I'm going, oh, thanks. She says, you weren't staying on the 5th floor, were you? And I said, yeah. She said, well, that was where the morgue used to be during World War II. It was converted into a hospital, and that was the morgue.
Oh, my.
And I went, well, great. So immediately I went to the front desk and I said, I'd like to be moved off the 5th floor.
That's what I would have done.
It was true, and even talking about it gives me the heebie-jeebies. But can I tell you one more quick story?
Very quickly, yes.
Okay, I was at Rosemary Clooney's house, and the house used to belong to Russ Columbo. And Russ Columbo was a crooner during the 20s. He's like kind of a predecessor to Bing Crosby.
Yes, sir.
And so I went into their bathroom. I didn't know their house was haunted at the time. I went into their bathroom, and I started going to the bathroom, and some guy behind me goes, hey, buddy, what do you think you're doing? And I jumped literally out of the bathroom, zipping myself up and running into the front room going, oh my God, there's a guy in your bathroom.
You're probably not needing the bathroom.
No, my friend, Miguel, who's Rosemary's son, started laughing. He goes, oh, that was Russ Columbo. He goes, he's always playing tricks in the house. He's been dead. He got shot in the head here.
Oof. So, wow. Oh my. Shot in the head.
Yeah, by accident. It was one of those, fake cannons that, you buy through mail order or whatever, and someone had put a BB or a marble inside it, and when it was set off, it ricocheted around the room and hit him in the head.
All right, I appreciate the call, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Art.
Take care. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
Hi there. Where are you?
Houston, Texas.
Houston. All right,
Yes.
You're going to have to yell at us a little. You're not too loud.
Oh, okay. Well, my name is Mary. I'm originally from Houston, but I lived in Georgia, a small town in Georgia, just outside of Atlanta, called Covington, Georgia. Very historical little town.
Beautiful area. Old southern mansion-type homes.
Yeah, oh, beautiful. Yeah, well, I lived behind the mansion in a garage apartment overlooking the cemetery on Elm Street. And when we moved into the apartment, my brother-in-law was kidding me about it, saying I would never be alone. Okay?
Yeah.
Well, I figured, it's because of the cemetery. Well, one night, my husband, he worked out of town, and he would only come in on the weekends. So I was there by myself all the time, which is kind of spooky anyway. But I'm not, prone to let my imagination run wild with me. Well, early in 1975, I was at the house, the apartment, all by myself. I'm shaking just thinking about it. And I had the TV on, and it started acting funny and was picking up Houston, Texas. Ads.
Really?
Right. Okay, the apartment, I could not get it to stay warm. And I was just restless that night and just wandering back and forth between the bedroom and the living room. And at the top of the landing, it was 13 steps down to the front door. And had a little window. Okay, in this little window, I saw like a face. Okay? And I kept hearing this humming. I kept turning off the TV and everything and listening, and I heard this humming. Now, it wasn't like a heater humming, the air or anything like that. It was actually very cold. So I was nervous. I stayed up all night. I could not sleep. I kept hearing this humming, but it wasn't like a mechanical humming or anything like that or electronic. It was like a voice humming. Okay, so being I was up all night and everything, I decided the next morning I would take a walk. So I walked out there and I was looking at all the old Confederate tombstones, everything, all the unmarked graves,
Oh, yes.
the cross on it and everything. And when I came back over to the apartment, there's one little sectioned area there with wrought iron and everything, and it had about 6 tombstones in it, so I walked around it and I'm looking. This was so freaky. There was a young lady whose tombstone was there. She died back in, I believe it was 1873. Her name was Mary Robbins. She died when she was 16 years old. My maiden name was Robbins.
Oh.
Needless to say, we moved.
You got out of there.
Yeah, it was just too strange, too frightening.
I must say, graveyards are very strange places. I mean, they really are very strange places.
Well, they are quiet neighbors, but that night...
Quiet neighbors? No, you can feel them. I thank you very much. I've got a little story for you. My wife and I love Paris, France. City of Lights. We go back there and we'll go back again. Paris is a magical town. Whatever you may say about the French, and there's a lot you can say about the French, Paris itself is just, there is no city like Paris. Very romantic town. In our last visits to Paris, we decided to travel about, 20 miles outside the center of the city and visit the burial place of Jim Morrison. It was a very, very, very large cemetery, and we had a very difficult time finding the burial place of Jim Morrison. And I finally got sick of looking, and there were tombs everywhere, and they were truly ancient, back in 1800s, late 1700s. It was creepy. I mean, they were all around you. You were literally in a field of graves, many of them decrepit. Many of them, the inscription's very difficult to read, and I finally got sick of looking, so I said, I'm just going to sit here and wait. And Ramona would hike up the hill and look for Jim Morrison's resting place. But just sitting there by myself, in the middle of all these very old stone graves, I don't want to tell you because I would be lying that I could feel a presence. Because I didn't. I felt a kind of universal presence. A kind of reverence that I can't quite explain for a place where many lives came to rest. So no ghost story there, just a very eerie feeling. We did, incidentally, find the resting place of Jim Morrison, ultimately. But sitting there by myself, with all of these crypts, many of them crypts around me, very odd feeling. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello?
Hello.
Good morning, Art. How are you?
I'm okay. You're going to have to kind of yell at us a little.
This is Dave from northern New Jersey.
Yes, sir.
About 40 miles west of New York City.
Okay.
A lot of people out here love you.
Thank you.
And we're tired of the Art Bell bashing from the local affiliate.
Oh, you refer not to the local affiliate, but to Curtis Sliwa.
Correct.
And his little angels, his band of angels. They're supposedly coming out here to talk to me.
He talked about it for the whole past week and a half.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
In any event.
He ruins my NFL Sunday, and there'll be hell to pay, I'll tell you that right now. Anyway, do you have a story?
I've got a wonderful one.
All right.
It's a little bit long. I'll try to condense it for you. I got my parents a puppy back in 1980 because my dad had recently lost his hearing. And I had read that it was very cathartic to healing to get an animal for a person that went through a traumatic loss of the sense.
It absolutely is. It lowers blood pressure.
Right.
Scientifically proven again and again. Listen, it's going to take obviously a moment for this story to unwind. So let me go ahead and do the break and come back, and we'll get it full on. All right?
Okay.
Okay. Stay right there. Yes. Yes. If Curtis and his little band of so-called angels come out and screw with my NFL Sunday, they're going to be haunting the halls of WABC. You hear me, Curtis? From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. This is Ghost to Ghost AM. Once again, here I am. We're only doing one thing tonight. That's ghost stories. And they've been good ones, too. So, in a moment, we'll continue. Go right ahead.
Okay, I got the puppy from my dad back in 1980. It was a highly evolved little animal, a Cairn Terrier, kind of like Toto.
There are some dogs and cats that are more evolved than others.
Yeah, she was definitely a unique animal.
Mm-hmm.
And even though I didn't live with my mom and dad, she was my dog, which is kind of weird.
No,
Anyway,
no, not really. It happens.
In October of 1991, she developed a lump on her back that got bigger and bigger and bigger.
Oh.
We took her to the vet. Turned out she had an inoperable type of cancer called fibrosis sarcoma with a 1 to 3% cure rate,
Right.
which is like a death sentence.
Right.
So I didn't want to accept that. And I must have taken her to 8 or 9 vets throughout the state of New Jersey. And my friends thought I was crazy, getting obsessed, being obsessed, whatever.
No, I understand.
Anyway, to make a long story short, I finally got networked in with a veterinary oncologist down in Red Bank, Central Jersey. And he was affiliated with the University of Pennsylvania Veterinary College, a teaching college. And he had just heard of a new interferon-based drug that had been approved by the Department of Agriculture, which is the government arm for drugs for animals as the FDA is for people.
Sure.
And he gave her the treatments, and she was cancer-free within 3 months.
The tumor receded.
It receded, and it just kind of popped off, and it was like a kind of bowl of jelly on her back, and they operated, and it was gone, and there was no trace.
Wow.
And she made the front page of the Asbury Park Press, which is the main paper for Central New Jersey, with a readership of about 1.2 million.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, she finally got cancer back again in August of 1993.
Yes, sir.
So it extended her life about 2.5 years, approximately. And we had to make the decision to get her euthanized.
Right.
Even though we didn't want to.
Right.
But it was for her best interest. And it's tough when you lose something you love. And I felt very, very close to her.
It's very hard.
And I prayed. And I prayed. This is down at my mom and dad's, about 80 miles south of where I live. And I asked God if God would please give me a sign to let me know that she was okay. Now, I just have to interject one thing in here. When she was a younger dog and healthy, because she was a little dog, I used to have this little game with her where I'd pick her up, kind of rock her back and forth, and gently, like, throw her on the bed.
Sure.
And she would land with, like, a boom, you know, passing on the bed.
Right.
Wagging her tail and waiting for me to pick her up to do it again.
Right.
So I get back home the following morning, you know, after we had her euthanized, got back to my apartment, the middle of a beautiful August day, and I'm sitting on my bed, and I think this happened during the day, purposely, so it wouldn't frighten me. And if somebody had told me this, Art, I would have a very tough time believing it if it didn't happen to me. Sitting on my bed, all of a sudden, I hear a thump to my left, and I instantly turn.
Right.
And as God is my witness, there are 4 indentations of like paw prints on my bed, right into the mattress. It was not of this earth.
Ooh.
And at that point, I got a chill, and I'm getting a chill right now. But it made me believe that there really is something after, in respect to the fact that this happened, because I prayed for it, and I felt incredibly lucky that God heard me and God answered me.
I believe every word of it. Every single word of it.
And it was the most incredible thing that ever happened to me in my life, you know, to this date.
I really appreciate your telling the story. And I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Art.
I had a cat. You know, I'm a big cat person. And I had a cat named Yesu. I named him Yesu after the Yesu radio company. They make ham gear, you know, so I thought it was cute to name a cat Yesu. And Yesu was 20 pounds plus. Yesu was a big black cat. And Yesu was an outside cat. I now don't let cats outside, but Yesu was an outside cat. He was a macho SOB, I'll tell you. There were a couple times I actually got into fights with Yesu, but most times we loved each other. And somebody shot Yesu, and I didn't realize it. But I did realize that my cat was extremely ill, possibly dying, and unfortunately, the bullet hole was not visible. Somehow, the bullet had gone in and exited and gone right through Yesu's body and wasn't visible. You know, the fur, I guess, the blood clotted, I don't know, the fur covered it. I had no idea this cat had been shot. Yesu, to make a long story short, died in my arms. That's something I will never forget, just died in my arms. And ever since then, I have felt at various times, many times, the presence of Yesu. That cat and I were very close. And I felt the presence of that cat many times. So, do I believe that story? Oh, you bet I do. Good morning, you're on the air. I understand you have a rather interesting story for us. Where are you, please?
I am in beautiful downtown Monticello, Minnesota.
Yes, sir.
Just north of the Twin Cities. I'm listening to you on KSDP AM 1500.
I suspect KSTP goes all the way to the North Pole.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does.
Yeah.
I, with a partner, do a lot of work with ghosts in the Twin City area, and we've had several.
You mean you do this professionally?
I would say semi-professionally because it's not constant enough to be professional by any means.
All right.
It's occasional. Once every month or two, you get somebody says, "Help me." But we did have a very interesting encounter about a year and a half ago. It was my brush with fame, and the most famous person I can say that I've had a long conversation with would in fact be the late great John Dillinger.
I beg your pardon?
That in fact would be it. John Dillinger, public enemy number one.
You spoke with John Dillinger?
Or an entity claiming to be such.
How? Please explain the circumstances.
Okay. Let me go back a little bit, and as with the work I do, I don't like to use the term seance. It's a very superstitious term, has a lot of negative connotations.
Yes.
I prefer the more enlightened term of circular gathering for communication with the mortality impaired. Okay.
Well, let me get that straight. Circular gathering for communication with the mortality impaired?
That is it.
I've got to remember that one, all right.
But we decided about a year and a half ago to, a group of us had a strong interest in 1930s gangsters. And so we decided to have one of these circular gatherings to talk to Mr. Dillinger on the anniversary of his death, which was July 22nd.
Uh-huh.
And so the first half of the evening, we invite whatever entities want to come to us. It's like kind of a warm-up. And we spoke to several different entities during that time period.
Aren't you afraid to do that? Aren't you afraid to open a door which you have no idea what's going to walk through?
We take precautions.
Mm-hmm.
We do a lot of work to protect ourselves. We call on higher powers. And whatever your faith system, be that God, angels,
mm-hmm.
we do call on their assistance. We're not gonna be foolish about this. I have a healthy respect for these things. Being interested in documenting this occurrence, we did have tape recorders on hand, and because sometimes you can get something known as electronic voice phenomena, which is basically recordings of ghost voices.
You bet.
And, that was the ultimate hope, but at least just to kind of document what happened that night. The first half of the evening, we spoke to several different entities, and we did have the recorder in operation, and played back that first half of the tape. And we don't get any EVP, but we do get, at least the room noise and the human side of the conversation. Take a short break. And after that short break, we call on Mr. Dillinger. And about 5-10 seconds after we begin our work, something enters the room claiming to be John Dillinger. We speak to him for about a half hour, 45 minutes.
Now, when you say you speak to him, via Ouija board?
No.
You mean aloud?
Aloud, and we get basically psychic impressions back. Ouija boards, I kind of have a very strong feeling about Ouija boards.
So do I.
They can be a useful tool, but it's a little bit spiritually like opening your door and inviting the first person that passes by on the street to come in.
That's right.
You just don't know what you're going to get. So we were speaking to this entity, and it answered a lot of questions. We know a little bit about Dillinger and had some specific questions, like the fate of some of his gang members. And at the end of the evening, we played that tape back, and about 5 to 10 seconds after we begin the work, the tape goes completely blank. Not even the human side of the conversation, yet most of the people at the table could see that the tape recorder was in operation.
Okay. I'm curious, with all the work you did, you must have some recordings, some interesting recordings. Have you kept them?
I've kept them. I have yet to come up for any of our works where we contact anything or cleanse a house. We have yet to come up with any decent EVPs, although I have not had really good recording equipment there. It's usually pocket recorders.
What was it that Dillinger said to you?
Well, we had quite a few questions for him. One of the more interesting things was one of his gang members, Red Hamilton, was supposedly shot in the back in a chase from Hastings, Minnesota to St. Paul, Minnesota, and died several days thereafter. There have been rumors that Red Hamilton indeed did not get killed and made it out alive and hid undercover, much like the rumors about Butch Cassidy. But we asked John Dillinger about that, and he said, well, yeah, of course Red got it out. He was fine. He lived to a ripe old age. What was interesting about that is 3 or 4 people at the table did get the distinct impression that at that point we were definitely being lied to. And some of them even went so far as to suspect that maybe John Dillinger killed the guys to speed the death along so he could run further faster.
Well, what would you expect from John Dillinger?
Yeah, well, I mean, he got a reputation as a cold-blooded guy, and then there were some apologists recently saying, well, no, he wasn't so bad, but maybe he was.
Maybe he was. I sure appreciate the story, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, and take care. Hello, Art. Having just heard the story from your fellow townsperson, or Perumpian, if you will, I thought I would multiply the impact of that story. About 15 years ago, while sleeping in my upstate New York, very old residence, I was aroused by the growling of my husky shepherd, but I could not awaken. I was paralyzed, unable to move or speak. The absolute sensation of a person kneeling on my chest and restraining me delivered one of the most solid moments of panic I've ever known. I was, I assure you, totally conscious, but powerless to move my limbs or cry out, as the weight of this apparition seemed to increase. The entire time, my dog kept barking and growling. I concentrated on the sound of his voice until I was suddenly able to sit up and force the intruder off my chest. Within a heartbeat, to my utter amazement, the curtains of my room were shoved aside. Even though the window was closed, my dog confirmed what I had seen by leaping to the window and continuing the barking and growling. It took a full 30 minutes before my dog would come and sit with me on the bed. And there was no more sleep to be had that night, and I stayed with friends for a few nights following that incident. Yeah, I really love hearing stories about Pahrump. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, Art, hi.
Hi.
Some frightening stories tonight, and by the way, my name is Dana. I'm calling from Woodland Hills, California.
Yes, sir.
I got another terrifying story to share with you.
Fire away.
Yeah, it actually happened to my father back in 1961 down in Dana Point, California. And like I said, it is rather terrifying. He was coming home late one night from work, and the house he was living in had partially burned down, so he was back in an add-on home in the back. He was getting ready for bed, and like I said, this is 61, and there were some of those rather kind of deco lamps hanging up in there that had the strings that you pull to turn them on.
Oh, yes.
You might remember.
Sure, I do.
But anyway, he had just gotten ready for bed and turned the lights off, and the lights were controlled from a switch on the wall.
Right.
And so he didn't turn them off from the pole, he just did them from the switch. Well, he laid down to go to bed, and the room was completely sealed, and the mattress he was laying on was rather low to the floor. It didn't have one of those box springs.
Right.
Well, he laid there just for about a minute or two trying to get to sleep, and as I said, the whole room was sealed shut. He started to notice and actually hear these strings for the lights jingling, just ching, 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 ching. And he started getting, wondering what that was, and he was just looking straight up at the rafters on the ceiling. And at that moment, it still frightens me today to talk about this. He heard actually just didn't hear it, but he felt a moan and a breath blow into his ear like a like this.
Oh boy.
And it's the kind of stuff that you hear about, but my father's a very serious man, and he's never had experiences like this before, and it really affected me. So he was laying there, and of course, as I've been hearing this evening, he was just completely petrified. But he heard the thing still rattling, as if there was some kind of motion in the room, and this thing did it again, moaned into his ear louder and longer. Well,
you go into a kind of a state of shock is what happens.
I guess it is. I guess the system goes into a complete shock. But he definitely had a sense. This happened a third time. And this happened over probably would seem eternity for him, but he said it was just a couple of minutes. He definitely had a sense beyond the shock that he had to move. He was in utter danger for whatever reason. I don't know if it was possession or what.
Fight or flight. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess so. Anyway, so he was there, but like I said, he was overcome even over that with a sense to get out of there. So he summoned every ounce of courage he had, and he jumped out of bed, ran across the room, flipped the light switch on, looked back, and of course there was nothing there. But the things were still moving up there. Well, needless to say, he got out of there and never slept in that room again.
I wouldn't.
But it's affected me so much that I actually cover my ears when I sleep at night because of that story.
For me, it's closets. I never go to sleep with an open closet. There are things in closets. You always close closets before you go to sleep if you're smart. If you don't want things coming out of them, you close them.
Amen.
Thank you for the call, sir.
Sure.
All right, we're going to break here at the top of the hour. There is more. If you can handle it, if your heart can handle it, there is more. This is what we call Ghost to Ghost AM, and I do it when I get in the mood, and this is one of those nights. It's dark, it's kind of windy, and a little bit of rain in the air in the desert. Kind of eerie. It's good night for this. I'm Art Bell, and this is Ghost to Ghost AM. Here we go again. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
How are you, and where are you?
I'm fine. I'm Derek. I'm calling from Metairie, Louisiana, which is right next door to New Orleans.
Which is also the home of Anne Rice.
Yeah, that's right. And she gets lots of attention around here.
Sure,
we've got a nice spooky night down here too. It's extremely foggy right now, so.
Well, look, you live in an area, fog or not.
That's right. That's right. It feels like you're swimming no matter what time it is.
Right.
But anyway, about 10 years ago, around 1988, me and my girlfriend's friend, ex-girlfriend, these are all ex, but me and my ex-girlfriend's friend, my ex-girlfriend's younger sister, and my ex-girlfriend's younger sister's friend were all together one night. It was a Friday night, and we were looking for something to do. So we said, hey, let's try a Ouija board. What's that? You know, and I really wish that I would have known what your earlier caller said about you never know what you're going to get into, because we really didn't. And I, being the, scientifically minded, decided to do it in a way that, it couldn't be faked. I just wanted to make sure that all the bases were covered and that whatever happened would really happen,
Yes, I have a lot of respect for Ouija boards. Thank you.
Okay, good. We turned off all the lights. We lit a few candles. And I had my girlfriend and her friend sit across from each other with a Ouija board on their lap. And the other two youngsters were just on the side watching. This was great Friday night entertainment. So I just started asking questions. And I said, the two girls, my girlfriend and her friend, had their hands on a little pointer thing. And I said, I want you two to look eye to eye the whole time, because I wanted to make sure that they wouldn't be able to see what was going on the board. Okay?
Right.
So I was asking questions, very general questions, like, is there anybody out there? Stuff like that. And, they'd move the thing around and it'd go, close to yes, stuff like that. And I was like, okay, well, let's narrow it down a little bit more. Are you a boy or a girl? And it'd fool around the board, and eventually we ended up getting some sort of man. Okay, I couldn't tell you the history of this man, But it started to feel a little bit eerie. It started to feel like the board was not joking around. You know, it was starting to talk to us.
Right.
And so needless to say, we were all feeling a little tense to begin with. And I started asking questions like, "Are you a good man?" And I go to no, of course. I say, "You're a bad man." And then I go to yes. And this whole time, the people who are moving the board are not looking at the board. And I was asking the questions, and I was reading the answers. So the younger girls are starting to freak. I'm starting to freak. So I say, well, It's about time that I ask a question that's going to call his bluff. It's going to prove that this really isn't happening. So I said, well, how many people are in this room right now? And it went to 6. And at first I was like, oh, you see, I told you. But then it hit me that there were 5 of us in the room, and he was the extra one. And it was 6, and we just freaked.
Yes, of course.
The young girls bust out into tears. We felt a presence in the room that scared the living daylights out of us. It was unbelievable. So
all I can tell you is my experience with the Ouija board was similar, and I won't get within 1,000 miles of one.
I'll never touch one again. You know, and the weekend after that, we were like, you know, y'all want to do it, but no thanks.
No thanks.
It really,
right.
to this day, 10 years later, I'm still remember it, and I still tell this story.
And I believe every word of it. Thank you very much for it. Look, I won't even talk about it, but I'll tell you that you be wary. Don't think it's fun. Ouija boards are invitations to... It's like... I guess it's like getting on the radio and inviting everybody in the audience over to your house. You know, you have no idea who's going to come through the door. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
How you doing this morning, Art?
Well, I'm okay, I guess. I'm getting a little freaked out at my own program, like usual, but I'm all right.
It just goes with the territory.
Yeah.
Now, this is from an earlier caller. He was on the Enterprise back in 1982.
That's correct.
I was on the Enterprise in 1984.
Really?
I can verify what he was saying. I was in a different department, but I can definitely verify what he was saying.
Really?
Yeah. Mine is from the same time frame, 84 to 88. I was in a squadron, one of the fixed-wing squadrons that was on board. We were to do some temporary duty on the USS just Independence. And so a few of us went over there with it. I'm one of the cooks out of that squadron, so I said, yeah, I'll go with the guys, no problem.
Right.
And we were told that, some strange things happened on board that ship. And I'm going, okay, yeah, whatever. Well, I'm in one of the voids. It's a room that's just used for whatever. And this one just so happened to be for a lot of our dry storage for the galleys.
Mm-hmm.
And me and this one guy from that's normal ship's company, we're sitting there, we're talking, we're going over inventory, and he goes, hey, you want to hear something really freaky? I said, okay. I said, first of all, you got to turn down the radio. Well, there was no stereo in the room. Okay, there's a bunch of music. He goes, well, that's part of it. I said, okay. And he goes, you just stick around here for a little while. You're gonna see something really strange. Now, there's boxes all over the place with cans of dried goods or fruits and stuff like that. You're talking around 25 to 30 pounds each box. And all of a sudden, at the complete other end, the boxes are just starting to fly.
What?
Like something is just going right through them. And I'm the one that's facing it, and the guy's looking the other way. We're standing right there by the hatch. And he just sees this look on my face, and he grabs me, and he pulls me right through the hatch, and he slams it shut, and it sounds like something just ran right into the hatch.
Oh.
And I'm going, what in the hell was that? He goes, oh, that's just the beginning. You don't know about this ship. And there was nobody else in there but us two. Mm. And we had already looked everywhere. Right, we were going through making our inventory. He goes, come on, I'm going to show you something else. So we go into this other void that's completely empty, except over on one of the bulkheads, one of the walls, there was a former hatch there, but it was all bolted down.
Right.
I'm going, okay, so this is, nothing new. I used to play poker in some of these rooms and stuff like that on the Enterprise. And he goes, oh, no, just sit here and listen. So we're sitting there just shooting the breeze for a little bit, and all of a sudden I hear a whole bunch of banging and a whole bunch of yelling. And it was kind of muffled. It sounded like it was coming from the other side of the wall. And I'm going, okay, so what's going on? And it was getting louder and louder and louder, and it was, the more that you listen to it, the more you can hear, help us, don't let us drown, just, help us, all this. I'm going, what is going on here? And he goes, come on, we're going to go explain it to you. So I'm sitting there with a whole bunch of these other guys.
You're telling me this is a bolted hatch?
Bolted hatch. What had happened was a torpedo hit perfect right into the one of the old tanks where they used to hold the jet fuel. And there were a whole bunch of guys down there at that time scrubbing it out because it had been contaminated with something. They had to completely empty it, scrub it down, dry it, and then refill it with jet fuel. No problem. Well, these guys were down in it. I believe it was during World War II. A direct torpedo hit right into that tank. It was already empty, so it didn't, completely blow up. But all these guys drowned in there. They had to close all the hatches that led to it, so it was called watertight integrity. This way, the water wouldn't spread out throughout the ship.
Right.
All right. But all these men drowned in there. And
that's what you were hearing?
Oh, yeah, that's what we were hearing.
I don't know if I could stay on board a ship like that.
Well, there's a lot more. Going up now this is all on the Independence. Go up there to the bridge to go visit a couple friends of mine that I knew from high school that I knew were there. And I was telling them about these two experiences, and they said, oh, that's nothing. Oh, yeah, there's more. And just as I said that, all the instruments were blinking. The standard compass that we have, a humongous compass, at least 3 feet in circumference.
Yes, sir.
Was just spinning. It was just going like, it was hooked up to a mechanism to where it was just going to start spinning.
I hear you. Well, electromagnetic disturbance around things like this, fairly common.
Yeah, it was just, to this day I will never forget it, especially hearing the screams that were on the other side of that bulkhead where those guys were that had drowned, and then seeing all those boxes fly around, 25 to 30 pounds each.
I would not handle that well. I appreciate the call.
Sure.
Appreciate the story. Thank you. I wouldn't handle that one well at all. Not well at all. The implication of that is, and I'm still trying to figure this out as we handle these kinds of stories. What is that? Certainly it cannot be the lingering souls of men who died such a horrible death. Can it? Reliving that again and again? With some kind of hellish consciousness? No, I wouldn't handle that well at all. Good morning. You're on the air on Ghost to Ghost AM, if you will. I'm Art Bell. Where are you, please?
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, my name's Denise. I'm calling from Sacramento, California.
Hi, Denise.
And the story I have for you, by the way, I've really been enjoying those stories.
Well, enjoying is a word, I guess. I'm not sure if it's a proper one for some of what we've heard, but...
Not some of them.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Anyway.
So anyway, my story is, my mother, she drove down to Lodi, California yesterday. Both of my grandparents are buried there.
Oh, yes.
And she went down to see her uncle, my grandmother's brother, with her brother, my uncle. And they usually stop by the cemetery to see my grandparents. And she is not a believer in ghosts. But I think, I don't know, she might have changed her mind after yesterday. She went by the grave site, and she usually goes by to do a little visiting. And she was knelt down, she was saying some prayers, she says to herself.
Right.
She says, all of a sudden, there was this film in front of her. It was just like a film. And she said it wasn't there that long. And she said, then pretty soon it was just gone. And she said, it was strange. And I said, you don't believe in ghosts, huh? She's not a believer, but I am. And there are a couple other odd things that have happened with that particular.
Well, I'm a believer. I don't know exactly what ghosts are.
Oh, I don't either.
But they are something, and what I'll tell you what I want to believe. Thank you. I want to believe that they are the echo, the remnant of what once was, not the remaining consciousness of what is. Because to believe that, as that man said in that terrifying story, that those men eternally remain reliving that horrible death again and again, that drowning, that's too much. I don't want to believe that. I would rather, I'd much rather believe that, like an endless tape loop, it's some sort of a weak echo of what was. But I can't be sure of that. Can you? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning to you.
And how are you doing this eerie evening?
Well, I was better earlier.
I understand that. Well, like one of the previous caller, I am calling from New Orleans.
New Orleans again?
Unlike Metairie.
Yes.
Now, for most listeners, if you've never been to New Orleans, it is a very eerie place to come to.
It really is.
Yeah, especially at night. They have vampire tours now.
Oh, vampire tours?
In the French Quarter, you can take a vampire tour. You can take haunted, mansion tours.
I absolutely am coming to New Orleans.
You know what? It's amazing the things that you'll find out here. Especially, one of the most amazing things to visit if you are not, a native of New Orleans, one of the things that you'd want to come to if you were a tourist is the cemeteries.
Mm-hmm.
The cemeteries are unlike any other cemetery in the world. Okay, because all the cemeteries are above ground.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they're tremendous, and just some of the sculptures and statues in these cemeteries are just...
It kind of sounds like the one I was in Paris.
Oh yeah. But what I'm calling to tell you tonight is, there's suburbs of New Orleans called New Orleans East, and I do live in these suburbs. There's one particular suburb called Village de l'Est. Now, as story goes, from way back when, Village de l'Est used to be kind of like an Indian, you can't really call it reservation, but the Natchez Indians used to settle on this land. It was a lot of swampland.
Right.
Now, how the story went was when an Indian died, or when a Native American died, one of the Natchez tribe, they would take the Native American and put him in an old oak tree. When that oak tree fell, whether naturally, or if lightning struck it or something, the soul of that Indian would go up, to wherever. Okay? Now, here's how the story goes. There are a lot of haunted houses, or houses that are haunted, or people hear things or whatever in this subdivision.
Yes.
Especially on one particular block, where I have a good friend of mine who lives there, Teddy. Now, we've heard, things go on in that house. Like sometimes real late at night, you'd hear like a faint jingle of bells, something like that. Or you'd hear beating on walls, or you just feel gusts, small gusts of wind from nowhere.
Yes.
Eerie things. So we had a friend of ours she was a Native American also, and she had an uncle who practiced and always went to the tribe things. I can't remember what you call them.
Tribal gatherings.
Yeah, exactly, in Mississippi.
Listen, we're at the bottom of the hour. I've got a break here, so stay right where you are, will you?
Okay.
Now, I've never heard that before. It reminds me of a book I read. They would actually bury their dead in a tree and wait for the tree to fall for the soul to ascend. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
There is more in this world than we know, isn't there?
I hear things cry. Feel like much more than I ever knew.
I have such reverence for that line. Good morning, everybody. We'll get back to it in a moment. Back to New Orleans, Louisiana, a very haunted city at the best of times. You're back on the air, sir.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Okay, now, like I was saying, we had a girlfriend of ours, but anyway, her uncle was a person who was Native American, and he, practiced in it. I'm sorry. Anyway, but I'm going to get to that in a second. What happened was, basically, my friend Teddy, he did experience, this beating on the wall, and just weird things happening in his house. Now, his parents are divorced, and he has a sister. Now, whenever his sister was in that house, they never had any problems. That was something that we always found weird. But whenever she was out of that house, when she was at her mom's, there was always problems,
That's very interesting because that's almost opposite of a lot of other ghost stories. Typically, teenage girls carry these incidents with them, and this seems the opposite.
Exactly. But one night, we were all stupid teenagers. We decided that we wanted to put on a little seance, and bring up Jim Morrison.
Jim Morrison?
Yeah. Because we were avid Doors followers, so we lighted our candles. We had a book on, seances, and we tried to do it, nothing happened. Now, the following weeks to come wreaked a lot of havoc in that house. The first incident to occur was the microwave going off on his dad's hand while his dad's hand was in the microwave. That was one of the first occurrences. The biggest occurrence was when the garage windows blew to the outside. In other words, the glass didn't blow inside like somebody threw a rock in the garage. They blew out onto the grass. Okay? And that kind of freaked us out. That with more beating on the wall, late at night, and everything like that. So we got Andrea's uncle to come in, okay? And he said something as soon as he walked in the door. And he walked in every room of the house, and in every corner that pointed toward the north, he burned a little bowl of sage. Apparently he explained to us that sage was a peace offering. Now, what he explained to us that there were 3 souls in the house, or on that land. 2 of them were bad, and 1 of them which was good. He said that the jingling that we'd hear at night sometimes was that of the good spirit, okay, trying to ward off the evil from hurting him and his family,
right?
Teddy and his family. He said the banging on the wall and everything else that occurred that went wrong were those 2 evil spirits. Apparently, Andrea's uncle was explaining to us that they're evil and that they're upset because they're stuck in, like he said, limbo. They're not going anywhere. They're staying right there, and they cannot get out. But the day that he burned that sage, there has never been another incident occur in that house.
Well,
he said that we shook something up in there when we played around with something bad. He said that what happened was we were getting in over our heads, in other words.
Very easy to do.
We were playing, he said we were playing with fire too close to gasoline. And he said that really, really upset the evil spirits that they have in that house, and it kind of, peed off, the good spirit. Because the good spirit was trying to keep the evil away from us. But Andrea's uncle came in, and he was the one that explained to us about the Natchez Indian burying their dead in the trees. And when that tree would fall, from age or whatever, then the spirit, of
would
that
be
body
released, yes.
would be released.
Mm-hmm.
And he explained to us that those were a couple bodies, and there are a couple other spirits in other houses out there in Village de l'Est that are haunted.
All right.
And
as I said earlier, even at the best of times, sir, in your city, it's a haunted kind of place now. I think that the book that I read that kind of parallels what he just said, actually it comes pretty close to it, is called Speaker for the Dead. You ever get a chance to read Speaker for the Dead, definitely do it. In fact, I've been meaning to interview the author of that book for some time, and I had it lined up, and I don't know what I did. Must have slipped by me. I'll get on that again. Good morning. You're on the air in what we call Ghost to Ghost AM. Where are you, please?
Hi, this is Kelly in Soda Springs, Idaho.
Kelly, we have a big hum on the phone here.
Oh, okay. That's the other line. Can you hold on 1 second?
Sure.
You have to hang on, Santa.
Oh, I see. We've got you on the line here.
That was my husband on the other line.
Well,
we have a couple stories for you.
Okay, but we still have hum.
Still?
Still have a lot of hum, yes.
Wow.
I mean, I can hear you, but it's like something's,
Let me shut off my computer. Maybe that's what it is.
Let's see if that's it. Could be your computer. It is now safe to turn your computer off.
Okay.
No, it's still there. Anyway, go ahead and tell us one.
Is that better?
No, but go ahead and give us your best one.
Okay. Well, about 3 years ago, my daughter was 2, and every night at 12:26, every night she'd wake up screaming, not screaming scared, and not screaming upset, but screaming pissed. Like if you went in and you shook somebody awake and then you hid.
Oh, yes.
Okay. She was mad. You could tell she was just mad.
Yeah.
So I'd run upstairs and calm her down, put her back to sleep, and I'd go back down to bed. Well, one particular night, it was hot. It was just dripping sweat. I got to bed. I told my husband, if that booger wakes her up tonight, I'm going to be so mad. He's going to get it. I don't know how do you get a ghost, right? So she woke him up, or he woke her up. And at 12:26, I go upstairs. I'm trying to calm her down. I'm ripping this ghost a new butt. And I finally get her calmed down. I go back downstairs. I'm even more dripping wet because of the heat from upstairs. And I'm tossing and turning, trying to go back to sleep. And all of a sudden I feel this, cool fingers go across my neck. And I was turning around to, ask my husband what he did that for. And he's rolled over on his other side, sound asleep.
Oh, my.
And I'm thinking, oh, wow, that was kind of weird. And it never did scare me. Within 20 seconds, the temperature in the room dropped a good 15, 20 degrees to cool it off. And I got the feeling that he was apologizing to me in his own way, appeasing me. I don't know. Never woke her up again after that night.
So in other words, your little tantrum.
Yeah, I did throw a tantrum. Yes, I did. And it worked.
Wow, what a story. What part of the country are you in?
We live in a very small town in Idaho called Soda Springs. It's like 1,300 people, or 1,100 people, I'm sorry. A lot of old buildings. It's an old mining community, a lot of deaths in the mines. And this so happened to be a little boy who turned out to be my daughter's best friend for a while. And they'd walk along holding hands and talking, and she'd hold his hand, and they'd walk along, and all of a sudden a chair that'd be in the middle of the room would tip over like he walked right past, right over top of it. And she was, with her hand was a good foot away. I mean, it's just weird. All kinds of fun stuff like that. But never a bad thing. We never felt threatened in any way. He pulled tricks on us.
Well, that is a remarkable story. I mean, thank you very much. To take off at a ghost, to get angry at a spirit, and to literally read it, the riot act. First of all, I don't know how you'd have the guts to do that, but I suppose eventually waking up enough times to a screaming child, you might do it. And then to feel a cold hand on the back of your neck and feel a temperature drop of 20 degrees in a room. And then to have that entity go away. You've got to wonder. Some of it seems so conscious. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you?
I'm from Redding, California.
Redding, California. Mm-hmm. All right. You've been having some earthquakes up there, haven't you?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I have.
Been really rocking and rolling. As a matter of fact, it's swarming up there, so.
Yeah, there was 2 yesterday and then 1 today.
Uh-huh. So what's up?
I have a story from, I'm 15 years old now, and it was in 8th grade.
Okay.
Yes, and 8th grade, junior high, my junior high has a theater. An old theater. The junior high is dated back from 1911.
Mm-hmm.
And I was doing a play there. It was my first play. I had the lead role, and all throughout the play, well, there has been plays before about speculation that the theater is haunted, because all the time the house lights, brand new house lights, would go on and off and on and off and on and off. The whole audience saw it, and the stagehands backstage could see the light switch going up and down and up and down.
Your name's not Carrie, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's Heidi.
Heidi.
Yes. Heidi.
That's just as good. All right, Heidi.
And then there'd be pounding on the top part when nobody would be up there.
You could actually, going back, you could actually see the switch going on and off?
Yes, my friend was the stage manager, and she was there doing the house lights, and she wasn't even touching them. The light switch was going on and off and on and off by itself.
Enough for me right there.
Uh-huh. It was pretty scary. And the pounding on the top part, the catwalk on the top, above the house lights,
yes,
was pounding like footsteps running across.
Yes.
And then the side entrances going to backstage, the curtains were flapping back and forth like somebody was pushing them around.
Mm.
And, well, while all this was happening, I was the lead of the play, so I was getting into costumes and stuff, and I knew something wrong was going on, but nobody was really, I really wasn't following, but I was really nervous because it was the first play that I was ever doing, and I was the lead.
Sure.
And I could, I don't know if I could actually physically hear it, but I felt like a girl's whisper in my head saying, "You're gonna do all right. I'm looking over you. You're gonna do great. Just go on there and you're gonna do fine because I'm watching over you." I could hear this person whispering in my head. I could just feel a presence of a ghost or something around me, and it was actually kind of neat. I wasn't that scared. But the first stuff, the house lights going on and off, it was just kind of like this child having fun.
Who do you think was talking to you, Heidi?
Nobody was around me. I was behind the curtain by myself.
No, I know. You were hearing this. Who do you think it was?
Well, I have heard stories, but they have been just stories. I thought they were just stories of a girl, a long time ago, like when the school just opened, performing a play, and I don't know if she died in the theater or she died, but she really liked the theater itself, so she might have kept that as a home or something. And I think it might have been her, telling me that I was going to do all right.
Right. I don't want to believe that somebody like that would remain, even in a theater, even in a place they loved, eternally. I mean, Heidi, doesn't that seem to you like a hell, sort of?
Yes. It does.
One imagines something,
it feels like a restless kind of spirit, like she doesn't want to stay there. That's why she makes so much mischief and everything,
Precisely.
Flicking on the house lights and pounding up in the stairs ways and messing with the curtains and everything.
Heidi, how did the play go?
It went fine after that. Besides, everybody was just, they all thought that it was a trick, which was all right. We didn't want the audience to get scared, so we just let them think that it was a trick. That
So they never really knew. They thought that was part of the act.
No, I think they just thought it was part of the act, yeah. Afterwards, like, the backstage people told their families and stuff, but, yeah, it was, we all felt it, you know, and we were pretty serious about our, craft, so we wouldn't really do anything like that, because it's pretty unprofessional anyway.
Uh-huh.
So, it was something else. It was pretty interesting.
I really appreciate your story, Heidi.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Good night, and I'm glad you did well in the play. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
Okay.
Okay, well, I had a story that happened about 24 years ago. I was living in a rooming house, and the lady that owned the house was 89 years old. She lived in the front part of the house. It was separated from the other sleeping rooms.
Right.
And I got out of the military and kind of a rogue and stuff. Anyway, I had stayed there for, maybe 6 months or so, and she asked me if I wanted to come in and play a game, and I thought, well, she's going to have to play checkers or something like that, or something along that line. I got in there, and the room was dimly lit, and she sat down at the table, and she pulled out this Ouija board.
That kind of a game, huh?
Yeah, and she started to tell me how to do it, and we proceeded with it, and it started spelling out old-fashioned names, first names, like Horace and Elmer. She had been married 4 or 5 times before, and she told me that these were the names of her husbands. And the more we played it, probably went on 45 minutes to an hour, the faster that would go across the board, that little triangle-shaped thing would go across there.
Yes.
To the point it was almost flying off there. At one point, she had some tea there. She asked me to go to the kitchen and get a cup, and I went to the kitchen and opened the door, and this is no lie, she had hundreds of cockroaches crawling all through her cabinets. And she had honey in jars where she said she was catching them. And so I had enough of that. I didn't want any tea or anything else. I went back, and we continued to play that game, but it turned into, I just felt real eerie, like the hair was standing on the back of my neck, and that it got so out of control that triangle little deal that we were working would just fly off the table just about. So that was a pretty scary.
My friend, that would be it for me. I've got to go. We're at the top of the hour. Oh, my God. We'll be back. Once again, here I am. All right, I'm going to plug my books. You notice I'm not doing very much of it because I don't want to sign that many. Every year at about this time, twixt Thanksgiving and Christmas, we do a special where you can get an autographed copy of one of my books. Actually, I have 2 books. The Art of Talk is redone, and boy do I mean redone. 260 pages, 60 photographs, story of my life. From the time I was but a bulge in my mommy's belly till just about now. It'll tell you a lot about me. I'm a pretty weird person. And that's $24.95. It's a hardcover book. It's called The Art of Talk. Pretty cute title, huh? The other is The Quickening. The Quickening was written well over 2.5 years ago. And I'm sorry to say that most of it is coming true now. It also is a hardback book. It covers what is going on environmentally, politically. Volcanoes, earthquakes, tornadoes, weather changes, all the things going on right now. By the way, have you heard about Mount Poco? It's ready to let go down in Mexico. They're evacuating. So here's the deal. And it's a short deal, indeed. You can get both books, The Art of Talk and The Quickening, autographed. You can buy either one individually, or you can buy both and get a buy. It's $44.95 plus shipping and handling. There are a very limited number of copies available. And this offer will end without notice. In other words, when I get tired of signing, it's all over. Without notice. So, there you have it. That's my book plug. If you want one or both autographed books, and I don't think I'm going to do this next year. This may be it. The number is 1-800-522-4700. 864-7991, 24 hours a day, including now. Can't get through now, get through over the weekend or next week or whatever. That number again, 1-800-864-7991. You can call that number right now. Here it comes. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM, or is it Ghost to Ghost AM? Good morning.
Hi.
Hi there.
This is Joe. I'm calling from Jamestown, New York.
Hi, Joe.
Hi. I'm just so glad you called me. I can't believe it.
Well,
I
I'm
love
doing
your
that,
show.
selectively doing that, looking at stories, and if they seem interesting, I'm calling a few people.
Well, this is so great. First of all, I guess to start the whole thing, I've been living it's my dream home, and it was a home in Frewsburg, New York, which probably no one's ever heard of before because it's kind of like a Mayberry, and a very small town but beautiful community. And but it's been known to be haunted because it was built in 1840, and it's a part of the Underground Railroad. So it has the tunnels and the false fireplace.
There may be some people who don't know what the Underground Railroad is.
The Underground Railroad was all of the connections that were made from the South all the way up to Canada to help the slaves escape from the South. So this was a home that was built. While it was being built, he was an abolitionist, and he actually built his home to provide for this, so that he would help keep the slaves in a safe area, even though they wouldn't just hide in these little cubby holes or anything for a long period of time. Only if the sheriffs would come would they need to hide. But they had it all protected so that they could help to when it was safe, then they would move on to another station closer and closer, like up through the route came through Silver Creek, Buffalo, that kind of area, and then up into Canada until they were free
Right.
from the country.
Right.
So, and this is, and it's written up in all the books and everything because it's one of the few places left standing. Which makes us kind of nervous because it is old and it's huge and it has all its little hiding places and beautiful wood. And the reason I chose it was because I love antiques and I knew it was haunted from the stories that I'd heard in this small town. You know, people talk. But it didn't bother me because that kind of thing doesn't bother me. But we had right away. We were doing as we moved in with my 1-year-old. We were doing all the painting and refurbishing the home and doing things that we needed to do to fix it up. But right away we could tell that there was an entity there.
Right.
I had the first thing that happened was when my little girl who has cerebral palsy, she couldn't even turn or crawl, move to crawl, but she was eyeing a ball that was like six feet away from her, and she wanted it so badly. But and we were busy painting, and I took one little break, and I sat down in a chair, and I had one eye on her and one eye on still my work I was going to do. But instead, I see this little red and white ball just not roll to her, but move to her about 6 feet, just slide across the floor to her, so now she can see it and she's playing with it, and I'm standing up thinking, I can't believe what I'm looking at. This just doesn't seem. I know what I want to describe to people, but I don't know how to. And that was just the beginning. And in that house, we knew that the entities were friendly, but we just knew that they were doing a lot of things in the house, but mostly friendly things, and nothing to scare us. Just to they wanted to let us know that they were there. We have like those latches, the antique iron latches that are on the inside of these older homes.
Right.
You have to have the thumb on one side, to lift up the latch on the other side. And after there was just some knocking noise to let me know that it was kind of like a warning that there was a presence in the room. And then the next thing I know, I'm standing right at this door. It's an inner door. No wind, no scientific reason why they should move, and all of a sudden just the inner latch is going up and down. So I thought, well, you're supposed to talk to these spirits to see if they might, do something else to communicate with you. But as soon as I did, then it stopped. And there've been, like you can hear someone speaking downstairs. Like if you're upstairs, you can hear voices, and you know how if it's in a different room, you don't really know exactly what they're saying, but you know someone is speaking. You can't really actually hear the words that they're
It sounds
saying.
exactly like a story a man sent me, a really eerie story not long ago. As a matter of fact, let me tell you that story. And thank you. This man is technically knowledgeable. He's a ham, as I am, and I'm sorry that I didn't save the story. But roughly, here it is. He and his wife slept in one room, his children in another. They were small children. And the children would be awakened in the middle of the night with voices. Indistinct, busy voices. You could sort of just barely hear what they were. Kind of like you would hear voices carried on the wind from a neighbor's house, something like that. But the voices were so loud in the children's room that it would wake the children up at night. And the man finally went into his children's room, and he had to stand on a chair in order to hear the voices. But he heard them not clearly, but with enough volume to be bothered. And he had to be in one particular spot. Now, this man monitored these voices for months. And here's the really eerie part. You had to be in one particular place to hear the voices. And the voices would move about an inch or two every day. Every day. And he monitored these voices until finally they exited the house, spot where you could hear them, and literally moved across his backyard until finally he had to literally stand on the brick, the block wall by the back of his house to hear the voices. And there they were, chattering away. Months later, they had moved, 50 or 60 or 70 feet, and they just kept going. Now, you tell me what he was hearing. He ran through just about everything. Could it be RF from a radio station nearby? No. He ruled that out. What could it possibly be? Some sort of rip, some sort of tear in the continuum? Something from time past? Almost probably that. And as far as he knows, they just kept moving. This little spot where the voices could be heard just kept moving. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
How are you?
A little freaked out, but okay.
This is Marie, and I'm calling from Crowheart, Wyoming.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're on the Wind River Indian Reservation, and they call it the land of the little people.
Ah.
But my story doesn't start here anyway.
All right.
We lived in Oregon, and this happened to me about 22 years ago.
Right.
In 1976. My daughter had a friend, and she would come over and stay at our house. My daughter would go down there and stay with her. And one night, her friend and her brother were driving down this little road. We lived way out in the country, about 15 miles out of Sutherland, Oregon. And her brother and her were going down our country road, and I'm not really sure what happened to him, but they wound up going off an embankment about 100 feet down into the ravine. And he helped her crawl up the side of the hill, and they were hurt pretty bad, but he got her up to the side of the hill, and just as she got up to the top of the road, he fell back down. Well, she made it about a quarter of a mile to a half of a mile to where the fire department was, and she got some help. Well, needless to say, he didn't make it, and she wound up in the hospital. And I worked nights. I worked at the Denny's restaurant there, and I worked graveyard shift, or actually wasn't graveyard, but until midnight, and I'd have to come home through that road. Well, like the day after the accident happened, I would come to the area where they had gone off the road, and there was this Aborigine standing in the road with his hands up in the air.
Oh, my.
And it kind of scared me, and I didn't know if I should keep going or stop or what I should do. And I said, no, I'm going to go past. So I went on home, and I told my husband about it, and the following night the same thing happened. And this happened for like 3 or 4 nights. And my daughter got a call from her friend that was in the hospital, and she asked her if she could come and see her. So I took my daughter in to see her, and I really didn't understand why I was seeing this in the road. I mean, to me it was sort of, what do you want, what's going on, type thing. It was like he was restless or something was going on and trying to tell me something. At least that's how I felt. So I took my daughter in to see her friend at the hospital, and she went in to see her, and then she asked my daughter if I would mind going in and seeing her.
Right.
So I said, well, okay, I'd go in. And my daughter waited for me out in the hall, and it was just her friend and I in the room. And she started telling me that it was all her fault, that her brother died, that she could have done something to help him, and she was just crying. And I finally told her, I said, it was not your fault. There was nothing that you could have done to change the situation. And after that, I didn't see him in the road anymore.
Wow.
It was almost like I was to go to tell her, because she wanted to commit suicide. She wanted to end her life because she felt like she was responsible for what happened to him. And after I went and saw her and told her that it wasn't her fault, then I felt like a big weight was lifted off of me, and she got well.
Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable.
It was really a strange situation.
Did it make you a believer?
Oh, definitely, because I had something else happen to me in '80, and it was sort of a situation where we lived in a little tiny trailer, and I kept getting this odor, and I couldn't figure out what it was at first, and we had this dog that kept looking behind her. Well, this odor that I kept getting was sort of like, I could smell like my grandfather. You know how certain people, they eat certain things, and they have just an odor about them.
Sure.
Well, he always ate Cheerios and All Bran for breakfast and toast, and that's what I kept smelling. Now, they lived in New York, and we were in Oregon. And my dog kept looking behind her one day and growling, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong. And the following day, I got a phone call from my mother that my grandfather had passed away. And I knew he had been there.
There's every reason to believe that those who pass away, even those who move on, linger long enough near loved ones.
Well, I hadn't seen him in probably 20 years. And I think it was just his way of making sure that me and my family were fine, and then he was okay.
A very common story. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Listen, I'm getting a lot of email here indicating, well, let me read you one from Jay. Warning, 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 solar images. Look out, here comes a big solar flare. And this one is a big one. We'll try and get the information up on the website tonight, if not tomorrow. So there apparently has been a very, very large solar flare, and we'll try and keep you updated. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, how are you, Art?
I'm okay. Where are you?
I am in Kansas City, Missouri.
Kansas City. Oh.
The story I'm about to tell you, although it does not happen here, happens in central South Dakota.
Central South Dakota.
Right, Mitchell to be exact.
Tell me something. Are they saying bad things about me on Kansas City Talk Radio?
You know what? My husband turned me on to you this evening, and I work in a bar. And he said he kind of got freaked out yesterday about some Catholic pastor talking about...
Oh, yes, that was another program. No, this relates to a possible curse placed on the Kansas City Chiefs. I've been getting some really nasty... Anyway...
I'm a Raiders fan, so...
You're a Raiders?
Yeah.
Yes, so am I, actually. All right, go ahead.
About mid-1991, I had just filed for divorce, and I found out 3 weeks later that I was pregnant with my second child.
Oh, boy.
Which is, not great.
Not great.
And I was living with this family in a little town called Parkston, South Dakota, and not very happy. And I was thinking about an abortion, which I have a very Catholic family.
I understand.
And the Catholic upbringing, but at the time I was so sick of religion, I didn't think about church, I didn't care.
No, you were in the middle of a divorce, taking
And
a
I
long
had
way
a
home,
child
sort of, and thinking about an abortion. Listen, this sounds like a very interesting story. We're at a break. Can I put you on hold?
You bet.
All right. We will come back after the break and finish this one up. Can you imagine that? Are there worse, more serious human situations than that? You file for divorce, you're with your family, and you find out you're pregnant. You begin thinking about an abortion. It's your second child. I don't know. It doesn't get much rougher than that, does it? From the high desert, where the clouds and the rain and the mist are moving in on kind of a creepy night, this is Coast to Coast AM. Stay buckled in. That's my recommendation. It sure is. And this is the Stretch Run. Boy, what a night, huh? When I ask for ghost stories, I get them. No question about that. Young lady on the line got disconnected. Somehow we got her back. That's almost a miracle. So we'll get back to her in just a moment. You're back, and I cannot imagine a worse situation. Filing for divorce. You find out you're pregnant. You're living with your family. And you're thinking, pardon me?
His family.
His family, even worse yet.
Mm-hmm.
And you're considering an abortion.
Right.
Okay.
So at the time I decided to take a part-time job to get away from my situation, collect my thoughts. And I happened to land a job in Emory, South Dakota, where he grew up, actually, where he went to high school and grade school.
Mm-hmm.
Working for a couple, husband and wife, well into their 80s, and this gentleman's wife had Alzheimer's.
Oh, yes.
You know, and not being in a great situation as I was.
Not
it
at
was
all.
very difficult for me. And so things proceeded, and one afternoon I just got fed up, and not to be, caught, I used a payphone and looked in the yellow pages. I was desperate. And I looked under abortion. This wonderful lady came on the phone, and I said, I need help. And she says, let me pick you up this afternoon. I'm going to take you to my office here in Mitchell. I said, you have it. You got it. So she shows me all these films, and I was totally disgusted. And she says, I'm going to give you another option. So I have this wonderful lady who lives down the street. She's 73 years old. She's looking for a roommate. I said, really? Because you know you don't want to do this. So you're right, I don't. So I moved in with this lady. She was 73 years old, and she got me back into church.
Mm-hmm.
And I started going to church faithfully and doing church functions, and I decided to get rebaptized in a Christian church.
Right.
And so I was going through the classes, and I was teaching some youth classes, and at the time I was working at a computer place that made floppy disks, and I was going to school. And I remember the pastor telling me, Tracy, there's going to be a time, there's a door here, and you're about reaching that time. You're going to have to make a decision. Either you want to go with the Lord or you want to go elsewhere. He says, and someone will try you. And I thought he was just full of it, Growing up in a big family, big Catholic family, I'd never been in that kind of position.
Mm-hmm.
So one evening, and it kind of struck me weird, one evening I left both doors open. I slept in the basement, and there was 2 doors to my room, and I left the television on. And I read my path out of my Bible, and I went to sleep. And I don't know what time it was in the morning because it's awful dark in the basement, being one little window underground.
Sure.
And all of a sudden, I hear 2 doors slam and the TV turn off. I'm freaking out.
Yeah, of course, somebody's there.
And then I open my eyes, and I see not an apparition, but a silhouette with 2 red eyes like you saw from Amityville Horror.
Yes.
I have chills right now remembering this. And this voice said, come with me. Come with me. Now, I heard other people talking about being paralyzed.
Yes.
I was paralyzed. I couldn't scream. I couldn't say anything. And all of a sudden in my mind, all I remember in my mind saying was, Jesus, save me. Jesus saved me. And then I was able to roll over on my belly and put a pillow over my head. And it was gone. And the next day, the doors were still open, and the TV was on. Mm-hmm. So we went and we talked to the pastor about this because I'm freaking out. Selma, being in her room right upstairs, never heard a thing. And the pastor came down and he anointed all the doorknobs, and he blessed the whole house, and I never heard anything again after that. And now I have...
Do you wonder sometimes whether there was a subliminal or not such a subliminal suggestion given to you by the priest, which caused this in your own mind, or if it was absolutely real?
It was real. I mean, I even thought through that, you know, being, I was 22, and, you know, I'm like, I know I'm more intelligent than this. You know, my mind doesn't play tricks on me. And, I mean, I looked a couple times at this thing, and I just saw those eyes, and they came close.
I take it you went ahead with a divorce?
I went ahead with the divorce, and I had a very happy, healthy child that was born on Valentine's Day.
I appreciate the story. Thank you.
Thank you.
You take care.
You too.
Red eyes. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello. How are you doing, Art?
I'm okay, sir. Where are you?
Northern California.
All right.
I'm an investigator for the county here, and I had to go up to this place about 25 miles up this old dirt road.
Yes.
And the people I was talking to, they told me that this house is haunted. That was on this property, and nobody lived in it.
When you say you're an investigator for the county, what do you mean?
I'm a fraud investigator.
Fraud. Okay. Mm-hmm.
And anyway, I was talking to them, and they told me a few stories about this house getting attacked by this mean male ghost. And I kind of just blew it off. Then I talked to my girlfriend the next day and told her about it, and she talked me into going up there. So we spent a total of 6 nights up there, and got some really neat pictures. When we first went into the house, everything seemed to be okay, but then we smelled like rotting flesh.
Rotting flesh.
Yeah. Real strong odor. Excuse me. Along with a lot of cold spots in the house. And the majority of it seemed to be in the kitchen and the hallway. We looked around, couldn't find anything. Of course, this house hasn't been lived in 10 years either. So later on, my girlfriend and her daughter decided to play with the Ouija board.
Mm.
And that's when everything really started to get exciting. I'm taking pictures and playing with the Ouija board, and it's probably around 11, 12 o'clock at night. And all of a sudden, the chair flies back that she's sitting in, my girlfriend. She gets up, she's holding her knee, and she got kicked in the knee, or hit in the knee, which left a bruise. Immediately after that, the door, which is right behind me, the handle turned. Now there's no one around, and it's close to midnight if it wasn't midnight.
Right.
I was ready to go at that point, but since, we're so far back there on this dirt road, so I had to go ahead and spend the night. Of course, I can't sleep, and we're all laying in the living room, and then I hear footsteps upstairs, like children running. There's also supposed to be 2 ghost children in this house also. Mm-hmm. Now, 6 months ago, I wouldn't have believed this until it happened to me. Hear footsteps running upstairs and a door slammed. And I decided to go ahead and take the tape recorder out at that time and set it up and just let it play. And the next day I listened to the tape recording and heard a small child say, help me, twice. Never heard this. Never, ever heard it. Just incredible. Got pictures of orbs in motion. There was sent them to the Ghost Web, and he posted a few of them, and I finally made my own website because I have about 400 pictures.
400?
Yeah, that I've taken up there in that 6-day
why don't you send me, excuse me, some email and give me your site. I'll take a look and put up a link.
Okay. You bet.
How would that be, all right?
You bet.
Okay, thank you very much and take care. As a matter of fact, I would like to get any ghost photographs that anybody has. So if you've got a good one, by all means, send it to Art Bell at P.O. Box 4755 in Haunted Pahrump, that's Pahrump, Nevada, zip code 89041-4755, and if you cannot scan them, I would be more than happy to scan them for you and get them up. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
It's Mike from Philadelphia, PA.
Philadelphia.
Yes, I'm a little nervous.
That's all right. Relax.
About 14 months ago, me and my wife and my dog and my kid moved into a house. It was built in the 40s. And I was showing my stepfather the basement.
Mm-hmm.
And I was standing about 6 feet away from him, and he was standing on the stairs. And I seen this apparition of a man walking behind him, going towards the back door. Now, I didn't think anything of it at the time. But about, half hour later, I thought about it. What was that? And then I came home and went to the store one night. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
And I came in the basement, and we had a dog who was about 6 months old. And it was that size of a large cat walked by me toward the back door. And I thought it was my dog.
Right.
He was asleep upstairs. And I had mentioned to my wife, and she's seen the thing walking from the kitchen to the living room. So we asked the neighbors if they had a cat. The guy lived there, he died, and his wife was still alive, but she got sick and she moved into an apartment or whatever.
Was it a cat?
I think so, because we asked the neighbors if they had a cat, and they said yes.
Okay.
But it wasn't an evil feeling. It was like they were checking us out and moving in their house. You know what I mean?
Yes. Well,
yes.
Cats do that.
Yeah, it was like a ghost cat. It sounds crazy, but...
No, not crazy. If look, cats, anybody who owns one, a cat or a dog, knows that they have individual personalities. And probably every bit as liable to come back as a ghost as a human.
Yes. Can I have one more quick story?
Sure.
I used to work in a restaurant, and at night, I used to wash the dishes or whatever. And I found this restaurant used to be a Marine base, and then a church, and then a restaurant. And it was real late at night, and I was coming out of the dish room, and I seen a figure out of the corner of my eye standing right about 2 feet away from me. And I turned and looked at him, and he wasn't there anymore, so I quickly got out of there real quick. So.
Well, I would too. I have seen, thank you very much, similar figures. And you always see them in your peripheral vision. You just sort of halfway see them. Enough so you know they really were or are there. But they're not quite there when you focus your vision fully on them. Odd. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
All right.
This is Jim from Santa Fe.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to share a little experience that I had back in my Air Force days. It wasn't too long ago, but I was stationed out at a base in California, and every few years or so they have an air show. And part of the air show is they've got these planes flying around and what have you, and they also have some older jets on display in one of the hangars, and it's open to the public. And, I didn't get to work that day, but I had to work a mid, so I came in around, 11 or 12.
Sure.
And, my duty post was, I had to sit out of this hangar. I had an EAL, which is an entry authority list and tells you who can come in and out of there. And, the guy I relieved told me, yeah, it was quiet. There's nobody in there, just the planes or whatever. And there's only a couple ways in and out of this hangar. So I go in there and I'm looking around. They had like F-4s and F-5s, some other planes, and I was, pretty interested in the ones from Vietnam. Yeah, some of them even had like bullet holes in them. And I took a flashlight and I went up to to the undercarriage of an F4, and I was just looking around and checking out the lights and the tire and what have you, and I just kicked the tire, just see how much air was in it. I don't know why I did it, but
people always kick tires.
Oh yeah, especially when you're bored. And I started walking away from it, and I heard this like tap, as if somebody was tapping on the glass. I turned around and I looked up, and in the cockpit there was what appeared to be like somebody sitting in there, and it really spooked me out because it was wearing like I don't know how to describe it, but like Red Baron, the goggles and the scarf and the cap.
Sure.
Guy was sitting there grinning at me, and I was like, whoa. And I made sure there was nobody in there. And it, really spooked me out.
This was a Red Baron type in an F4?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it really spooked me out. And I didn't say anything to anybody until actually about 2 weeks ago. This happened about 5 years ago, and I talked to one of my friends. And
I'd be disinclined to tell that story myself.
Yeah.
That's an amazing story. And so you just, took off?
Oh, I couldn't take off. I just went back outside the hangar and called one of my friends who was on a roaming patrol to come over, and I just told him I felt really sick. Didn't tell him why, until like 5 years later.
That makes sense. I appreciate your story. Thank you. And while we're on the military subject, perhaps a correction, I don't know. Dear Art, my name is Jeffrey, and he gives the last name. I won't read that. And I also served aboard the USS Enterprise. One of your callers said the Independence took a torpedo hit. That is a Forrestal-class carrier and has never taken enemy fire whatsoever, not even during Vietnam. The explosion, in fact, did occur and was caused due to a maintenance error, but the stories, he told, are true. I've served on 5 carriers. The one I liked best was the USS Ranger. There was a ghost of a chief that wanders through the ship's galley. He was killed in a fire that broke out in the main machinery room, number 3. So that may be a slight correction, but the story remains. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. I'm Terry. I'm calling from Monterey.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm sure you're familiar with Salinas, that area.
I certainly am.
I used to live out in an area of North Salinas where to get home I would be driving basically down the agricultural area.
How long ago were you in Salinas?
Well, I moved from Salinas about 5 years ago.
5 years ago. Well,
I grew up there.
I actually lived in Salinas and worked for KDON Radio.
Yes, remember it quite well.
Do you, KDON?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. Yes, grew up listening to KDON.
There you are.
But I lived out in North Salinas and was one night coming home, and one of the phenomenons of the agriculture area is you can be driving through the town and it's perfectly clear, and if they're watering, you'll get out there and all of a sudden you'll just hit fog like you wouldn't believe.
That's right.
And I was coming down on Natividad and turned onto a street called Rogie that led to my house, and had no sooner turned on it when a gentleman stepped out in front of my car, I mean literally in front of the right fender, and I went through him. Literally through him. He was wearing blue jeans, a jean jacket, plaid like a flannel shirt, and it had his hands up like he was asking for help. And of course, when I went by him, I panicked. I'm thinking, oh my God, did I hit somebody? Do I go back? And then it started hitting me that, no, there was no bump. And I can remember seeing a truck in the distance behind him, like a truck had broken down. So I'm driving and I'm just panicking. Do I go back? Do I check? But I'm thinking to myself, no, there was no bump. And I went through him. The car literally went through him, and it got cold. But I just went home, slept with the lights on, and didn't think too much about it for about a week.
Yes.
And I went to have dinner with a good friend, and I was telling her about this. And she started getting pale. And she says, you got to come down to my house, you got to talk to my dad. So I go to her house, and she lived in the same area. and I talked to her dad, and turns out that a couple of months earlier they had been coming home late in the evening, same type of circumstances, from Disneyland.
Same thing, huh?
And all of a sudden their dad, he was driving, and they were in the front seat with him. He just swerved. And they go, well, what did you do? And he goes, well, didn't you see that guy? And they went, what guy? He goes, well, the guy that was standing there. And they, well, there was nobody there. And he's like, oh, my God, you know, there was a truck over there, and, you know, you didn't see it. He goes, no. And so I'm talking to him, and my hair is starting to stand up, and I asked him, I said, what was this guy wearing? And he went, jean jacket, jean pants, and a red flannel-type shirt. And it was just so, I mean, all of a sudden there's this person that I hadn't talked to, didn't know anything about it, and he was confirming that he had also seen the same thing. So I went back into some of the archives of the Salinas, California paper.
And?
About 3 years earlier, a young man had been killed there. His car had obviously broken down. And when a truck came out in front of him, he stepped out, but he obviously miscalculated how close he was, and he was killed.
And let me guess, how he was dressed.
I don't know. They didn't say, but I have a good idea.
Yeah.
And needless
sure
to say,
you're correct.
I never drove that road again at night. Never.
Don't blame you for a second. Well, listen. We're out of time. We could go and go and go and go. If after listening to 5 hours of all of this, you don't believe we're more than flesh and bones, then you just haven't been listening. Tell everybody good night.
Good night, everybody, and sleep with your lights on.
I imagine a lot of people will be doing just that this night. That's Ghost to Ghost. I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. Good night.